26. Ignite. He'll come for me. I am loyal and he will come for me. He will come. Soon. I am loyal. He will come. I am loyal. He will come. Whispered mutterings of Rodolphus Lestrange, Azkaban Prison, January 1997, Chapter 26. Ignite the jets of light that made Harry's spells were as varied as any skilled duelist. There were lots of common blends of reds, yellows, and whites, but then a sneaky blue appeared, sometimes closer to purple, even the occasional silver or copper. His spell knowledge was extensive for the average wizard and respectable for the talented. He spent so much time cramming his head with options, practicing until he could cast anything with the ease of a Lumos. And yet, green. Every spell was an unmistakable shade of green. Mutely, Sirius kept to his godson's back, protecting him from a potential flank. Unnecessary, however, when the Death Eaters seemed eager to meet their end face to face. It was only after Harry stepped past the hall leading to the exit, continuing his circuit of the top floor of the base, that Sirius saw this for what it truly was, an extermination. There's something wrong with me. It was so easy, so right, to disagree, to reassure Harry that he was fine, that all the important parts were there, to stop him from thinking that any piece of him was torn away by that dementor, that the teen's soul was far too good for it to be influenced by a torn fragment of Voldemort, that he was stronger. Sirius could no longer lie to himself that everything was the way it used to be. No matter what caused it, things changed. Looks like that's all of them. The emotionless voice broke the sudden silence that fell with the final Death Eater. Harry glanced back to Sirius and removed the mask. They stared at one another in silence for a long time. "You, Sirius," voice was hoarse, causing him to clear his throat before beginning again. "You saved a lot of lives tonight, Harry." It was clear the words caught the teen off guard. Perhaps the last thing he'd ever expected in the situation was some kind of praise. "And avenged just as many," Sirius added softly. To this, Harry just laughed. It was a hollow sound. "Removing hazards like this from the world is the least I can do before I go." He turned away from the man and stared down at the mask. "It is what it is. Don't sugar-coat it, Sirius." Silence fell over them once more as they finally exited the manor. The sky was dark, but little more than an hour passed since they arrived. Two of the Order's healers were waiting for them back at Grimmauld Place, but they still moved slowly as they crossed the grounds. It was Sirius who found his voice first. "How long?" "I don't know," Harry said shortly, looking down at his hands. "Maybe a month. I don't think much more. It hurts, Sirius." He turned back, meeting his godfather's eyes. They almost seemed to glow in the darkness. "It burns." Roman 20, Master, you called for me." Bellatrix Lestrange knelt before Voldemort as she entered the room. It wasn't frequently that Millie found herself in the presence of the Dark Lord, but those times were more frequent recently as she successfully returned from strike after strike, her own secret count of Death Eaters rising to match the Muggle ones of her fellows. It was unnerving how veteran she was compared to most of the Death Eaters in general, given their extremely variable life expectancies. And yet even there, among a large group of her fellows, she felt the ticking clock upon her arm as it rested, coiled up to the crook of her elbow. Voldemort turned fully to face the room at large, and her thoughts were instantly extinguished. I wanted to make an announcement to my more reliable followers," he said slowly. His voice made many in the crowd shudder. Some from fear, others from excitement. The base at Lestrange Manor has been wiped out by Harry Potter. Whatever unrest that the initial declaration caused was nothing to the outright whispers that rippled through the group. Millie herself was stunned. Harry, Bellatrix summed up their thoughts in a single word. "Truly." "Indeed," Voldemort nodded. Then he smiled. "He told me himself." "But my lord, how?" "Silence, Bellatrix." The woman closed her mouth and lowered her head immediately. "Harry Potter," Voldemort continued, still smiling, "has finally declared war with me. Little though the base mattered, the principle is still the same. Soon we will strike back tenfold. Azkaban will crumble, and the Dementors will join our cause. With the fall of the British ministry to our control, we will push east and begin our movement in earnest." There was a good deal of cheering through the room at this. The promise of another fight to gain control and power was one the Death Eaters fed off of. Those who still had their minds welcomed the coming change in their corrupted government. Additionally, if you happen to encounter the boy at all in the future, above all else, kill him. Voldemort's final statement rang out, silencing the group. Now go and continue to bring the purity of blood and magic victory. Millie moved slowly as the group shuffled out of the room, straining her ears to hear what followed. Bellatrix. Yes, master. You are absolutely forbidden from fighting the boy. Why? No, master, why, Bellatrix? She cut off at once, eyes finding her feet immediately. In the past, you would have struck yourself down for such a lack of faith. Now we must plan for the return of the inner circle. Our actions will require swiftness. Millie shuffled out of the room quickly, not wanting to be noticed for loitering. Why was Voldemort encouraging the Death Eaters to kill Harry, but forbidding Bellatrix? Did he really want the teen dead, or was there something else? And Bellatrix was questioning Voldemort. What could be causing such a thing? She shook her head to clear it. No matter what was going on with that, there was no doubt that her own motives were progressing well. She was getting closer, step by step, body by body, no longer a dreg of the terrorist organization. The leaders would die. Voldemort would remain stranded. He would be defeated. Roman 20 Harry was lost in thought, something that happened frequently when he wasn't exactly sure what to do at the moment. He was currently walking through the crowded London streets, quietly observing the life around him. It seemed as if the random attacks across the country had very little effect on the day-to-day of the average citizen. In fact, the only one he ever heard anyone mention in the random conversations he passed was the one from the previous year's Halloween. It just went to show how much larger of a scale the non-magical world existed in. They just kept moving along, oblivious to it all. So he walked, his mind wandering like his feet. The raid on the Lestrange Manor was nearly 2 weeks back, and the lack of response was discomforting. Voldemort was not the type to allow himself to step back. On their end, the Order and DMLE were prepared as best they could be for any attack, but that simply meant they had to wait for it to happen. There was no action they could take without compromising their own position. He turned right. Absently, he dug out Hermione's most recent letter, reading through it for the third time. Usually they were general things, asking about his health and giving him advice, but sometimes they included funny stories of what his friends got up to recently. He was incredibly grateful for them, as the separation was wearing on him recently. February was nearly over now. Another right, followed by a left. Most of his days blended together in a mesh of dueling practice, providing support for any Order member who needed it, and discussing Death Eater movements with Sirius. Usually he made it back to his trunk apartment for an end-of-day meal and a brief interaction with Narcissa. He became so used to them that even through everything else he felt needed to be done, he didn't want to sacrifice those times. There were small snapshots of peace from his personal war. Straight. No, back. Harry nearly fell as he changed directions on a dime, walking directly into a random person. Watch it. Sorry, he said distractedly, moving out of the way of the flow of people. He became aware of the fact that he was actually rather close to someone he never expected to simply come across in the street. She was less than a block away. Was he subconsciously following her? On an impulse, he took off at a brisk pace, snaking his way through 3 groups of people and crossing the street. He turned left at the next corner and came to a full stop, the person he was tracking also stopping with a surprised blink. Potter! Hey, Bella! Harry scratched his cheek as the awkwardness of the encounter settled over them both. People grumbled loudly as they were forced to detour around them. Ah, fancy a cup of tea. XX, this is odd. The thought idly floated through the mind of Bellatrix Black. She was drinking tea in a Muggle cafe. More than that, she was essentially relaxing in public. People came and went, giving her as much attention as a pretty picture on the wall. They didn't know who she was, nor did they care. There were no looks of fear sent her way. No one was attempting to arrest her or kill her. Yes, it was quite odd, though not nearly as absurd as what was in front of her. How is it, the tea? What was honestly happening these days anymore? Perfect. Which was bizarre in itself, given how particular she was with how she took her drinks. He was the one to order it, so how could he have possibly known? Potter let out a satisfied nod before giving his head a quick shake and busying himself with his own. I've been ordered to leave you untouched, Bellatrix said after a second, making eye contact with the teen over the rim of her cup. That is the only reason you're still alive. The boy was to come to the Dark Lord of his own accord, and she was not to interfere with that. Specifically her, a fact which annoyed her in more ways than one. particularly with the way that the Dark Lord was encouraging the other Death Eaters to seek him out, as if any of them would be skilled enough to take the teen down. A frankly foolish notion. They would only serve to feed his ever-growing skill. Currently, though, he wasn't trying to attack her in the slightest, and so she let it lie. He seemed rather intent on buying her a drink after all. She wasn't exactly sure what drove her to accept, but she did without much hesitation. There were a number of mysteries about him that she wanted answers to if she could get them. He told me the other day, "We've been in contact a bit more than usual." So I've noticed. At precisely 1 minute and 56 seconds into their sitting, it was almost unnerving how distracted the boy seemed. Considering all of the history they had, the fact that he wasn't more concerned by the current situation was more than strange. Also, are you well? Why in Merlin's name was he making small talk? Fine, how about you? She returned robotically. Been better, to be honest. Pity. Another sip, another stare. I know he said it, but you really won't duel me at all. She almost smiled. Almost. The poorly veiled disappointment in his voice brought a touch of warmth to her demeanor. Yes, she wanted him dead to please her master, but he also commanded an incredible amount of dueling skill for his age and no apparent fear facing her, be it on the battlefield or in a cafe. On the contrary, he seemed to enjoy it like she did. The fact that he was now in her top 5 preferred people to duel was saying something. I am not called my lord's most loyal follower for nothing, though if you were to attack me. She left the sentence unfinished. She would retreat almost immediately, of course. Her master's words were law, but she would not let the attack go unpunished. No, this is fine. I'm surprised you were walking around this part of London. Any part, really. She understood immediately what he was referring to. They are a disease and risk to our way of life, but they are not contagious, Bellatrix scoffed. Do not confuse me with one of those mindless minions you seem to enjoy killing. Can't imagine people are pleased with that recent shift in their hero. A thought struck her, and the more she considered it, the more it felt right. But they don't know, do they? Oh dear, Potter frowned, but buried his retort in an impressive display of control. Instead, he said, "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" The woman sipped her tea with no response, but he took this as encouragement. "Do you love Voldemort?" "Yes." Potter blinked in surprise at her blunt response. "Oh." He seemed to search around for something else to say before adding, "Even though he hurts you, I don't expect you to understand. I want to, though." Bellatrix's expression shifted to one of confusion, as words no witch or wizard would ever expect spilled from her lips. "Are you insane?" Potter blinked before laughing. "Maybe." Bellatrix took another glance at the clock on the wall. 3 minutes and 13 seconds. It felt like 10 times that. "I want something in return for that answer. You're close to Dumbledore, so I'm sure you know things you shouldn't." Internally, she smiled. Whatever was going on with him, she was definitely not below taking advantage of it. Where is Narcissa? It was incredible the response her sister's name drew out of the boy. The air around him changed from harmless to outright hostile. "Looking for a life to end, cousin," Potter ground out. "Looking for a traitor, cousin," Bellatrix returned in a hiss. "You're the traitor here if you can really choose Voldemort over your sister." Potter full-on sneered at her. She didn't run to spill his secrets. She ran because he wouldn't stop torturing her. We can't all enjoy it like you do. Then where is she? Bellatrix shot, holding back her own snarl at the dig. What has Dumbledore done to keep her from the Dark Lord's followers? Nothing. She's under my protection. That brought her up short. Potter's protection. Him. I've hidden her from everyone, Voldemort and Dumbledore, he continued. She's safe and no one will ever find her. Least of all her incredibly concerned sister, he added with sarcasm. But why? She said incredulously. He had literally no connection with her sister beyond their distant relation. There was no reason for him to take that risk. From what she heard, it was more than certain to be the opposite, because everyone else in her family seemed fine with her being disposable, Potter said coldly. Now I've answered your question, so answer mine. Why love the thing that tortured you and your family? Why love someone that will never return any of it? You aren't mindless, so why? Why do so many horrible things for him? In one shot, Bellatrix drained the remainder of her tea. Their time together was up. 4 minutes, 24 seconds, and not a damned moment longer. Because he asked. She set her cup down with more than a little force, cracking the saucer. And I said yes. Roman 20, Roman 20, the light clink of dishes being cleaned was all that filled the small flat Narcissa lived in. She sat with a book open in her lap, as she often did, but she barely saw the words on the pages. Instead, her thoughts surrounded the worsening state of the teen that lived with her, a teen that was currently holed up in his closet-turned bedroom. She remembered vividly when he'd first taken her and just how upbeat he seemed. Sure, he had his moments, but the majority of the time they were together, he moved about with a spark of something. Hope, confidence. She couldn't really say, but she knew it was there. Because right now it certainly was not. His drive was still there, perhaps even more so than ever. He moved with a purpose and conviction. Yet those innocent moments he'd have were all but gone, and Narcissa found herself deeply troubled by it all. I'm worried. Narcissa looked up to see Helga sitting in the close portrait, body turned toward the single hall. The other three founders were fast asleep. I know I've been around him the least, but Harry's not acting right, she continued softly. He looks like he's dealing with something all alone, and it's pushing down on his shoulders. Narcissa wilted slightly at the words, the bubbles of anxiety making themselves known in the pit of her stomach. It's okay to care, you know. Narcissa sat up as she was undressed. Perhaps last summer she'd have been defensive, but here in the night her vulnerabilities freely came to the surface. It's not that I care, she said slowly. Her eyes once again found the base of the fourth finger of her left hand. She discarded the ring for fear of somehow being found by it, but it was so much harder to detach herself from everything that came from it, from everyone. Where did she truly belong? What is it then? I care too much. Narcissa's words were simple but held so much in them. I don't know what to do. How do I help him? Helga said nothing, opting for tossing back a shot of whatever she'd picked this time. It wasn't like she had good advice about this stuff. She was a fairly terrible mother herself, what with all the drinking. A door suddenly clicked open as the object of their thoughts exited his room. Is everything okay? Narcissa asked him as he entered the main room. Harry was looking around as though he were missing something, but it quickly passed. I'm going back to Hogwarts. You're going back to Hogwarts, Narcissa repeated, surprised at the sudden declaration. I need to speak to Dumbledore there, he elaborated, irritation creeping into his voice. He doesn't want to leave the school at the moment, and I'm pretty sure he's being like this, so I'll go visit my friends. It's just going to make things worse, though, he added. You've been keeping in touch with Hermione, Narcissa said. It's not as if you've completely disconnected from them. Her tone made her opinion of that course of action perfectly clear as well. And if they see someone different, Harry said with a frown, his eyes moving to a shelf for a moment. Narcissa followed the movements to the Death Eater mask that sat there. Defending yourself does not make you a different person, she said firmly. You know I don't defend myself when I wear that. And he actually smirked. Faintly, but it was there all the same. Don't argue semantics with me, young man, Narcissa said flatly. A smile crept onto her face, and she continued softly. Have some faith, Harry. You haven't run me off, so I doubt you'll affect your friends. Roman 20, Harry let out a small grunt as he hoisted himself out of the back of the crone's hump. He slid to the floor with barely a sound, though he wasn't concerned about being spotted. The map told him all he needed before exiting into the castle, and now he was here once more. He intentionally came in the early hours of the day, hoping to miss the entirety of the student body. Saturdays were late days for most students no matter what year. However, Dumbledore probably anticipated this. Ice mice, chocolate frogs. Come off it, you obnoxious statue, let me in. Either Dumbledore neglected to mention that his office password changed, or he didn't want Harry to go straight to their meeting. More than likely both, in all honesty. So now Harry just found himself wandering. It was a decidedly odd feeling he had as he walked through the empty corridors, like he was gone for far longer than just a couple months. It did feel nice to be back under the weight of the castle's wards, just like that he was staring at the blank stretch of wall across the tapestry of Barnabas the Balmy. So many months ago, he faced this wall feeling trapped, caged by a fate forced upon him, angry at how little control he had over his life, distraught from the frankly irrational and downright impulsive decisions that ruled his actions. Now, though, staring at the wall, he found he had the same desire, the very same statement floating through his mind. I need help. The door formed with barely a whisper and gave way to what he knew was waiting, who he knew was waiting. Hello, Harry. She was wearing a very reserved dress, as per the usual. Her ageless features were as striking as ever, though there was a light to her eyes that he remembered not seeing on that day they first met. I gave life to a dead castle. Stella. I made her endless. It is as simple as that. Harry gestured to the two armchairs that faced one another, set by the faintly glowing hearth. It was an intimate space for a conversation that was weighing in the back of his mind for some time now. I need to talk to you about something. XX, so you say I am. Actually not the castle, no, Harry said solemnly. Well, not originally, he amended. And my soul was tethered to the heart of the castle by the wizard Merlin. Stella continued slowly, still wrapping her mind about the idea. Harry didn't really know how to put it gently and just ended up sighing. He killed you. Made you something else, yes, but took away who you were. Being reborn as the castle, as you are now, it's a miracle, honestly. If it is as you say, then should I not be happy? Stella asked, still looking at her hands in contemplation. I am not dissatisfied with my current existence after all. What about if I could free you? Harry said quickly. He couldn't, obviously, and Flamel didn't give a solution either. The thought of potentially getting Stella away from him I wouldn't want that. You what? Harry's incredulous expression was met with a somewhat confused one. I enjoy my existence as Hogwarts, Stella said simply. As you no doubt have surmised, as long as the castle stands, I stand. Where would you have me exist to escape my apparent prison? She tilted her head to one side. A human body. Forgive me, Harry, but it seems foolish to wish to exchange my pseudo-immortality for anything else. But he treats you like he owns you. Harry argued, angered by the thought of Merlin's smug expression. It's not right. Your objection does not make sense. Such individual beliefs are beneath me, nor are they of any consequence, she dismissed. If an echo of the past thinks himself my owner, then he may do so all he desires. You aren't an object. Harry's shout surprised them both. While Stella wasn't used to him losing hold of his emotions, the Gryffindor was simply angry with himself for getting so worked up. Why was he so bothered by this when even Stella couldn't care less? She was happy with how her life was. You aren't an object, he repeated, his voice soft. His eyes found her feet and remained there as he spoke his thoughts. No one should be treated like that. Forgive me for saying, but I am a castle. You are free to consider me as you would, but that doesn't make that fact any less true. They sat in silence for a while until Harry broke it once more. This will be the last time I come back to the castle. Stella's expression did not really change, but her posture seemed to droop slightly. You plan to never return? He could see the question and confusion in her gaze. She knew him well after all the time they'd spent together. Not by choice. He stood, walking over to the door and resting his hand on the doorknob. Then why? I wish to know. Harry didn't need to look to know that Stella was no longer in her seat. Was directly behind him, patiently waiting for his explanation. You know, I'm a bit jealous of you. Harry looked back to catch her gaze. People are so fragile, it doesn't take much for them to break into pieces and crumble into dust. Even a castle will fall eventually, she returned softly. The teen just chuckled. You know, I really don't think you will. He smiled at her sincerely. Thanks for everything, Stella. You've been a great help. To that the woman smiled, a sad but satisfied smile. That is all I've ever wished for. Roman 20, Mr. Potter, how nice of you to visit. Please join us. The eggs are simply marvelous today. Dumbledore's pleasant voice was no louder than it normally was, but it cut to every corner of the great hall like a cannon blast. Not that it had much to compete with. The hall fell nearly completely silent the moment the teen walked in. He shot the headmaster an agitated look before quickly locating a stunned group of sixth-year Gryffindors and sitting in a space that almost magically appeared for him. The questions that flooded in were barely recognizable among one another, though one was repeated enough for him to make out. Where have you been? Can't talk about that now, can I? He responded smartly, staring at the breakfast he made for himself automatically. He no appetite to speak of. But what have you been doing? Neville asked in a hushed voice. It can't be, but he cut off as Ron hit him in the arm with a glare. Neville just gave a sheepish look of apology. Instead of engaging, Harry turned to his closest friend, who was also sitting directly next to him. Hermione, why is everyone staring at me? Come off it, you've been gone a while, and that's not working at all. You know, I'm not talking about me not being here. He lowered his voice and leaned in. Girls are whispering and giggling. Hermione blushed lightly and cleared her throat. I don't think you can really argue that, and now something tells me you're entirely responsible for this, Harry said flatly. She really would be, too. Harry, Guilt flashing across his face, the teen looked not to either side, but up to meet the blonde Slytherin's face. She stopped right behind him. "Hey, Tracy." There was a drawn-out pause as they looked at one another. The students in the hall seemed to be collectively holding their breaths, not that either noticed in the slightest. She tentatively let her arms settle on his chest. He made no move to displace them. "Missed you." Harry leaned back against her. It was a soothing touch. "Same." The whispers that followed were legendary. "So, are you back?" Ron asked after a second, asking the question they all danced around since he sat down. "I know, sorry." Tracy's arms tightened reflexively at the words as she leaned further into his back, as if her redoubled grip would make him stay. "Why?" Her voice was low, but he heard it with her mouth so close to his ear. "Unfinished business," he said simply. There was an apology there he couldn't say outright. "Can I talk to you?" Tracy motioned to the doors. "Privately." "Ah, yeah," he agreed, looking around at his friends who were all giving him oddly encouraging nods. All but one. Harry. Hermione grabbed his sleeve as he got up. "Don't go before I can talk to you again. Please." "I won't, Hermione. I'll come and find you," he assured her, and with that he followed the Slytherin out the doors for what promised to be another difficult conversation. Roman 20 Dumbledore glanced up from his work as his guest entered, but continued almost at once and spoke instead. "I'm surprised you willingly saw them. You even let Miss Davis drag you off to places unknown. There is quite the news circulating about you both." Harry scowled heavily, sinking into the empty chair by the desk. "I heard. I also very much enjoyed lying to her that I would be okay once I left again," he said flatly. "I hope you can forgive me saying this, Professor, but sometimes I really do hate you." "Of course. But it was good to see them," he added, "if only for a short time." "This is not necessarily the end, Harry," Dumbledore said bracingly. "I have kept in touch with Nicholas, and we are both still thinking of a way out for you. Though little progress has been made, that isn't to say we consider it hopeless." "Fingers crossed," Harry retorted with no small amount of sarcasm. He almost immediately palmed his face with a groan. "I'm sorry, Professor. I'm just a bit worked up at the moment." "Do not let it concern you," the headmaster said in understanding. "You are here for more than emotional goodbyes after all. We have much to discuss, including things I'd like answers to if you can provide. Fire away, we can talk about Gringotts whenever." "Very well, then." Dumbledore scratched his chin for a moment before he began. "How are you feeling?" "Like I'm dying." "As you've been in such a situation multiple times throughout your life, a description of your symptoms would be helpful." "Burning," Harry said immediately, rolling his eyes. He looked down at his chest. "It usually feels like burning. Like I've got a horrible fever. I've gotten used to it, though. Anything more severe?" Dumbledore actually set a quill to recording. He was taking notes. "Sometimes it hurts a lot at once. I dunno, is that good enough?" "Yes, thank you." Dumbledore pushed the parchment aside. "As I understand it, you've recently changed your approach to dealing with Death Eaters." "Do you always have to talk like that?" Harry said irritably. "Speaking about things indirectly, just say what you want to say." "And what is it that I wish to say?" Dumbledore asked mildly. "That you've got a problem with me killing Death Eaters, that they've got some good in them somewhere, and we should be trying to see it." "Of that I am undoubtedly sure," the aged man agreed. "You cannot wholly exterminate positive emotions and actions from a person's very being, no matter how depraved they are. The other, though, they aren't people who have made a couple mistakes," Harry bit out, horrible flashes of memories flicking through his mind. "You know what I'm talking about. They're barely people at all anymore." "I am not judging you," Dumbledore said evenly, a hand up to placate Harry's anger. "Over the past few months, Death Eaters have acted more like far-gone drug addicts than anything. We can confidently point to the snake mark they all bear, though what Voldemort has done to manipulate them is beyond anyone's understanding at present, particularly with nothing to study." "Well, I'm not going to stop what I'm doing," Harry said bluntly. "It is not my purpose to convince you otherwise," Dumbledore returned. "Our energies are better spent elsewhere. What have you been doing in your spare time? Do you still duel?" "All the time," Harry nodded. "Usually with Sirius, whenever we're not out doing something. I won't bring him down if I'm not at my best." "Have you been expanding your arsenal?" "Yeah, the Black Library has some pretty nasty stuff." "Very good," Dumbledore said approvingly. "I have a transfiguration book I would like you to read in your spare time. I think you will find it useful. Dangerous. Considerably. Nice." Also, if I recall correctly, you mentioned an object that would be critical in the defense of the castle, one you wanted to give. That's right, Harry remembered, digging into a magically expanded pocket. Seconds later, an old piece of blank parchment was on Dumbledore's desk. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, he said clearly, touching the parchment with his wand. Ink expanded from the point of contact, revealing the full glory of the Marauder's map. This is the answer to a great deal of questions, Dumbledore finished, fascinated. He let his finger follow a name down the second-floor corridor before bouncing to McGonagall in her office. Your father's? Yes. It is a wonder we ever caught them, with this and the cloak, Dumbledore mused in humor. Well, leave me with this. You should have it in case anything happens, Harry said with a nod. I don't know anything that can fool it, and it shows the secret passages in and out of the school that the Marauders found. You activate it by doing what I just did and turn it off by doing this. Mischief managed. Thank you, Harry. This will be invaluable in keeping the castle inhabitants safe. They both paused, taking in the silence. Harry waited for another question, but it never came, so he just sat there. The headmaster himself was simply lost in thought, maybe thinking about all the ways to use the map. What of Voldemort? He asked suddenly. What about him? Harry returned, almost defensively. How frequently are you in communication with him through your connection? More than I'd like, Harry admitted. It's always short, but he likes talking about how similar we are, and fate. Does he? Dumbledore was more than interested. He acts. Harry paused as he reflected on the feeling Voldemort always gave him, closing his eyes. The Dark Lord's smile was quick to enter his mind, and he shuddered at how the man always seemed to be seeing something more whenever looking at him. He acts like someone who's not all there. I see. Dumbledore broke off as Fawkes gave a soft trill. Shall we discuss Gringotts then? He finally said, coming back out of his reverie. It will be brief, but no less important. Right. Harry took a breath and started with what he knew was going to be the hardest sell. I think I need to do this alone. I agree. You do. Harry was blindsided by the headmaster's statement. Allow me to summarize my thoughts on the matter. Dumbledore cleared his throat for a second before continuing. Alone, you will have the ability to make full use of the invisibility cloak, which is easily our greatest asset. Alone, you will be able to get through areas impassable by a larger group, even by one. You are resourceful enough to prevent yourself from being captured if discovered, though I do not believe this will happen. I'll be hiding the entire time, Harry agreed. Not a totally unreasonable hope, but you should be prepared for the unexpected. You will undoubtedly need to place a goblin under the Imperious Curse, particularly with high-security vaults needing a goblin to open them personally. This is something I can ensure you can do before you trespass on foreign ground. Unless you are unwilling to do so. No, that was actually part of my plan, Harry admitted. I'm not planning on hurting any of them, but it's all I could think of with the security being so high. I actually wanted to ask for help with just getting in the front door. It's just too crowded. Not an issue, though I do not think getting to the vault will be the most difficult part of your quest. Dumbledore's eyes almost seemed to narrow without moving in the slightest. It will be once you open it. They finally arrived at it. The reason Harry was sure Dumbledore would reject his desire to go alone. I can handle it. The same way you handled the locket, yes. Harry at least had the decency to redden in embarrassment. You had quite the expression on your face in that moment. Given what happened last time, it would be well within reason to assume you would die as a result of touching another Horcrux. I know what will happen if I touch it. I'll be prepared this time. He paused, then asked, You said you still agree, so you know the risk I'm taking. Why are you still okay with it? Dumbledore sighed heavily, seeming to age many years as his body wilted. This is the final Horcrux, he said simply. If you assimilate it and subsequently die, this will still leave Voldemort mortal to any attack. If you do not absorb it but still obtain it, the result is the same when we destroy it. It is, as they call it, a win-win. An empty win on your behalf, but a win nonetheless. That's exactly what you surmised, I take it. Dumbledore finished with a small chuckle. He sobered almost immediately. You have always thought with the bigger picture in mind, Harry, as much as I may wish you were a little more selfish regarding your own life. I cannot help but give you the highest praise and my most severe disapproval all at once. Thanks, I guess, Harry responded after a few seconds, breaking apart what the man said. You wanted me to be more selfish. Even with all that stuff you've told me over the years. You must remember that no matter how giving a person is, there is always something they want above all else, the headmaster said softly. He suddenly pulled his wand and waved it about the room. All of the portraits of previous headmasters were suddenly covered with sheets of darkness. In all their time together, discussing the most secretive and sensitive topics they could, the headmaster never did such a thing. To you, Harry, I admit freely that the majority of my life was spent researching for a way to return my sister from the grave, one which I may have put her in myself. All of my achievements, no matter how grand and wide they spread to the good of others, were ultimately done in the pursuit of this singular goal. That's the word impossible died on his tongue as he met the elder's solemn gaze. Did you ever get anywhere? Harry asked in shock. With Ariana, Dumbledore provided, tapping his desk a few times with his wont to allow a drawer to pop open. From it he withdrew a very familiar ring. Yes, I was able to speak to her before she returned. Then this truly. The words were distant as he held the ring aloft, observing it in the light. It was fairly heavy for how it looked. Yes. Dumbledore pushed himself to his feet. I believe I will retire for some time. Feel free to leave whenever you are ready to, and we will speak later. Oh, and Harry, he added, pausing at his chamber door. A simple twist will do. The door closed with a click. The Gryffindor stared at the object in his hand, heart hammering. He'd said it before, there were times he really hated the headmaster. Harry slipped the ring on immediately and twisted it. He looked around. He twisted the ring again. Nim. The name was whispered with an odd sort of fear. Fear that it would work, thrice that it would not. Nimpora Tonks. But nothing happened. No one came. And there was no anger, just a deep, murky sadness. XX Harry sighed as he descended the spiral staircase from Dumbledore's office. A grand total of 2-ish hours at Hogwarts, and already he was more emotionally drained than he was in months. The ring was left on Dumbledore's desk with a promise that if he ever came out of this alive, he'd return to try for his parents. One no-show was terrible enough, especially with it being her. Exiting into the corridor, he blinked as his eyes fell upon a person sitting on the floor, knees drawn up and head buried between arms. The hair, however, was unmistakable. Hermione. The girl gave a start as she looked up, quickly scrambling to her feet. Harry, thank goodness, she said in relief. I thought you might have left. I did say I would find you. You did, I just. Hermione let out a tired breath. I don't know, Harry, I just don't know. Is everything all right? Asked automatically, though internally he winced. Of course it isn't, she snapped, grabbing him by his shirt. You aren't safe. The whole country isn't safe. It's all mad with this conflict. What kind of a world? Hermione broke off as she leaned against him for support. Without much hesitation, he gave her the best hug he could, and she clung to him needily. Eventually, she finished her thought. This isn't the magical world I wanted to be a part of. Still better than the Dursleys' house, to be honest. Hermione gave a small snort of laughter as she pulled back from the hug, though not far enough to force his hands away. Her eyes sought his and held them as she seemed to search for something. A wide range of emotions crossed her face before settling into something almost satisfied. Don't take this the wrong way, Harry, but I really do think I love you. Wow, what? Not like that, she pouted, making a face at him. I'm not interested in you. I just really feel like I couldn't live my life properly without you in there somewhere. If that's not love, then I'm not quite sure what is. I know one. There are way better people than me, Hermione, he said finally, feeling a bit lost. I'm doing things that'll more than likely get me killed. It's selfish. You do it for us, she replied strongly. For your friends, for the people who care about you. It's just one of the things that makes you who you are. I love that about you, no matter how much it scares me right now. Once more she drew him into a firm hug. Come back safe, Harry, to all of us. There, standing in that corridor directly outside Dumbledore's office, Harry's will hardened. His resolve firmed. He would find and survive the final Horcrux. He would kill Voldemort. He would return once more. Failure was simply not an option. Roman 20, Roman 20. It was a crisp March day that saw Albus Dumbledore walking into Gringotts Wizarding Bank. A man of his fame and unforgettable appearance was quickly noticed, and though some approached for a greeting, most drew back, leaving him a great deal of space to maneuver in. There wasn't a soul who didn't see him as the figurehead of the anti-Voldemort side, and given current events, there probably wasn't anyone who wanted to be publicly recognized as his ally. He made his way to the teller directly at the center of the back of the large room, waiting patiently online while humming a cheerful tune. 3 minutes later, he was face to face with a goblin who looked like he sucked happiness out of the air like a dementor did with souls. "Welcome to Gringotts," was the most unwelcoming greeting. "Please die," fit the tone much more. "Thank you, and good day," Dumbledore greeted brightly. "I was hoping to have some galleons exchanged into a number of Muggle currencies. Might I be able to do that here?" "The currency exchange teller is near the front door to your right," the goblin drawled, clearly irritated with the waste of his time. "Will that be all?" Dumbledore's eyes drifted past the goblin to one of the back doors which seemed to stay open for a moment longer than it should have. He smiled warmly at the goblin. "Thank you, it is. A good day to you." As he walked back to the exchange teller, Dumbledore silently wished for the best. With any luck, the night would end with them one step closer to finishing this war for good. XX, Harry carefully followed a goblin and witch as they made their way to the vault carts. There were a great deal of goblins moving about within the bank corridors, as well as witches and wizards on business, but it was manageable compared to the lobby, which had people shoulder to shoulder in places. Without Dumbledore's help, he never would have been able to get inside unnoticed. Gringotts was one of the places in the alley he probably visited the least. He only went there a handful of times since learning he was a wizard, just needing to go once in the summer to find his supplies and eventually Hogsmeade pocket money. Were it any other time, he would be more than interested with the various inner workings of the place, particularly with it being run by non-humans. Now, though, he had a single thought running through his head: find a goblin that's alone. It was proving harder than he'd anticipated. None of them ever seemed to stop moving. He himself was moving constantly just to avoid being trapped, looping back every now and then so he wouldn't get lost. He spent nearly 20 minutes like this, with more than a couple close calls from suddenly opening doors and stopping people, before he saw his chance. A goblin was getting into a nearby cart on his own. Moving as quickly as the cloak allowed him, Harry managed to slip on just before the goblin began to operate the thing. He quickly sat and used a sticking charm to keep himself there just as the cart went from still to breakneck speeds. They raced through a maze of tracks that overlapped and went in circles, making Harry hopelessly lost by the time they finally slowed to a crawl. He knew there wasn't any chance of escaping the tunnels on his own, but now it really just hammered in the point. Imperio. The spell hit the goblin in the back, causing him to straighten up and stop operating the levers. There was a surge of resistance, but Harry stomped on it hard in his mind, and all was quiet. The cart still moved at a very slow pace as they rolled along. Act as if nothing happened and continue your work. And then the goblin was bringing the cart to a halt, walking out and opening the vault they stopped next to. It appeared he was doing some kind of inventory. Harry let out a relieved breath as the goblin worked, finally feeling safe enough to pull off the cloak and stow it in a pocket. The dominating unforgivable was the one he had the least skill with, even after practicing with Dumbledore in preparation for the break-in. He knew what the feelings were like, being in control when he was being fought and when it wasn't working at all. It was difficult at best. All things considered, this went incredibly smoothly. He could only imagine what it would have been like if he didn't have access to the cloak. He could have faked a withdrawal at his own vault, but that defeated the purpose of no one knowing who was actually sneaking about the bank. No, he certainly was not complaining. Go to the Lestrange vault. Though he moved without hesitation, bringing their cart back to an insane speed as they sped even deeper into the vault space, the goblin fought the control hard. Harry was caught off guard at the sudden ferocity of the mental fighting the goblin was doing in order to regain control, while earlier it seemed he won the mental battle. Go to the Lestrange vault now. He repeated his instruction with more force, and the goblin shuddered as his desperate attempt to break free was crushed. They zoomed along in silence, ever downward. The lines of vaults that he was used to seeing were long gone. Instead, they rushed through an immense cavern where the tracks seemed uncaring about whether there was any kind of ground beneath them or not. He spied far-off lights when they passed through the enormous central chamber, but the haze of bluish darkness was too thick. "Why is the vault so deep?" Harry asked over the rush of the cart's wheels. "Only the most reckless thieves would venture this far into Gringotts' depths," the goblin returned, giving Harry a sharp-toothed grin over his shoulder. and face our greatest defenses. We'll see about that, Harry said evenly, his voice swept away in the rushing wind. XX, that's a dragon. Harry blankly looked at the massive creature that sat at the center of the vault chamber. It was staring at him with milky, pink eyes, clearly unhappy that the initial wave of fire it sent to roast them didn't work. The mostly blind dragon bore scars of clear torture by the goblins. Chains as thick as his arm kept it from escaping. We cannot get past it without the clankers. Not even bothering to ask what clankers were supposed to be, Harry told the goblin to stay close as he threw the invisibility cloak over them both. Slowly, they moved around the edge of the room, being very careful not to make any sound. He'd silenced them both just to be safe, but that didn't mean they couldn't expose themselves by kicking a pebble or something similar. The dragon would blast them with flames first and never ask questions. Still, as they inched their way closer, one thought kept distracting him more and more. What would he do if the Horcrux was there? If it wasn't, then it made things rather simple. But it was. There was a good chance he'd pounce on it. What was to honestly prevent him from just undoing whatever precautions he'd take in the first place and touch it anyway? But if that happened and he died, then Voldemort would be mortal again. Hopefully. Who knew what would happen to him if he died? Would it just end, or would Voldemort simply become the dominant soul in his body, continue moving about and destroying everything he held dear? No, the soul in my body is mine. I won't believe otherwise. They finally reached the vault. It was a massive door of wood and metal. The dragon was sweeping its gaze about as it continued to search, sniffing the air and occasionally sending a wave of fire across the area. Maybe they were actually safer than they thought back here. Open the vault. The goblin put his hand against the wood, causing the door to melt away, revealing a cave-like opening that was crammed with riches of all kinds. But as soon as Harry pulled his head out of the cloak, he froze as the sensation of magics around him told him everything he needed to know. It wasn't there. A blasting roar was all the warning he had before he grabbed the goblin and sprinted to the side, flames licking his heels as the dragon proceeded to reduce the entirety of the Lestrange vault into molten gold and silver. Get to the cart and wait for me, Harry snapped as he cancelled the silencing spell. He disillusioned the goblin before pulling off the cloak completely as he raised his wand to the dragon. Full meanies. Lightning snapped at the dragon's head, making it flinch back and allowing him to finally gain cover in the form of a wide pillar. He sent a couple more spells to keep the dragon's attention while he watched the silhouette of the goblin retreat. Then he sent a conjured Padfoot to its doom as he dashed in the other direction. The dog was incinerated, but Harry wasn't quite so lucky to get away without notice. The dragon's tail swept across the side, destroying two pillars as it passed just above his now cat head. Still in his animagus, he moved as fast as he could, clearing the area in less than 2 seconds flat and diving to the cart. A final wave of fire surged just above their heads. To the surface. Panting, Harry shifted out of his animagus. He broke the disillusionment charm on the goblin before resting his back against the wall of the cart, the roars of the dragon rapidly fading into nothing as they began their ascent. He gave himself a small shake before taking stock of the situation. Though in and out like he'd planned, it didn't change that they were back at square one. Serious. Harry. The mirror response was instantaneous, making the teen jump. Are you okay? Have you been caught? No, I'm on my way out. Did you get it? Sirius interrupted. Please tell me at least one thing went right today. No, it wasn't there. What do you mean? What's happening? Sirius swore before looking about distractedly. Everything went to hell just after you entered Gringotts, he explained. They must have been waiting for Dumbledore to leave the castle, because Voldemort and a bunch of Death Eaters tried to breach the front gate. It held barely, but the castle is on full lockdown right now. Dumbledore is there to protect the school. Death Eaters have been spotted around Hogsmeade as well. Damn, that's not even the half of it, Sirius continued, voice becoming haggard. The Dementors have turned on the guards at Azkaban, and that place became a death trap for everyone, even prisoners. The Ministry is just doing everything they can to keep them contained on the island, as futile as that is. I'm currently in Hogwarts. The order is spread all over, especially at the coast. Where do you need the most help? Harry asked immediately. Sirius' face disappeared for a few seconds before returning. Dumbledore wants you to support the Ministry at Azkaban. I don't like it, but he's got a point. Your patroness is strong. Got it, Harry said with a nod. I'll contact you later. Be careful, kiddo. Harry closed the compact and shoved it back into his pocket, drawing his wand once more and pointing it at the goblin's back. They were in far more familiar passageways, indicating they were fairly close to the surface. It was time to erase his presence from this place and get moving. Obliviate. Roman 20, Voldemort grimaced as he finally stepped off the stairs leading to the lowest levels of Azkaban prison. It smelled more than a little unpleasant. A wave of his wand sent a rush of fresh air through the space. This is it, Bellatrix. Yes, my lord. The woman stepped next to him, regarding the cell line's corridor with a mix of loathing and unsettled discomfort. I will never forget this place. Why did we stop? An impatient voice came from the stairs, causing the woman to look back. Her nephew stood there with an expression of intense focus. My father is waiting for me. Watch how you speak in your lord's presence. Heal, Bellatrix. Have patience, Draco. We have arrived, Voldemort said calmly. His appearance at Hogwarts did wonders to ensure Dumbledore remained well out of his hair, affording them plenty of time to take care of their more critical errands. Secure the corridor. Over a dozen Death Eaters rushed forwards to take up positions along the stretch of stone and dirt, more still moving even further out of sight to fully protect their lord. Bellatrix stayed faithfully at his side, willing to follow wherever he went. Draco, on the other hand, already rushed forward. Do not be so harsh with him, the Dark Lord said. I'm sure you've been missing your dear Rodolphus as well. You are the only one I care for, Master, she said, bowing her head. To this Voldemort just smiled faintly, as it should be. They walked down the corridor at a sedate pace, eventually coming upon the high-security prisoners they sought. My lord, he's here. He came for us. Master, I never stopped believing. The reverence in their eyes was untainted, perhaps influenced by their weakened states from prolonged exposure to dementors, but nothing that was false. Of course, who else would come for his followers in such a horrible place but the benevolent Lord Voldemort? Where is he? Draco was running about in near panic. He's not here. He's not here. Draco made a grabbing gesture at the nearest incarcerated Death Eater, Mulciber, who was pulled against his bars with a jarring force. Where is my father? Where have they taken him? Wherever they take soulless shells, you little piece of shit. Let me go. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse impacted the back wall of the cell, Mulciber having been moved out of its way by a wave of Voldemort's wand. The man fell, unable to support himself after the rough treatment. Draco, contain yourself. Explain, where is Lucius? He was killed. Rookwood's low voice drew everyone's attention. A Death Eater helped him walk closer after being released from his cell. Dragged from his cell, thrown on the ground, they argued. He was fed to the Dementors and they took his soul, right there. He pointed to a nearby cell with bent bars. Draco was frozen, staring at the cell. Voldemort was equally still, though for a different reason. Someone robbed him of one of his greatest assets. Who? The freed Death Eaters exchanged looks before Rookwood continued. Potter. The name drew various reactions from those who heard. Voldemort himself was quiet. Bellatrix was wide-eyed with shock. Draco, Potter. The name was hissed with fury. Draco clutched at his chest, face contorted in rage. I'll kill you. No, I'll erase you from history. No one made to stop him as he ran off. Voldemort barely spared the boy a glance before turning his full attention back to his recently imprisoned followers. They argued over what? Narcissa, my lord, McNair said quickly. Lucius threatened to kill her and then Potter killed him. When was this? Bellatrix snapped, impatient with the way they weren't giving all the details right away. Not long after we were put back in here. They fell silent as Voldemort considered what he was told. They discovered something the Ministry tried incredibly hard to keep secret. Did they even know that their teenaged hero wasn't above killing? Was there anything else that Potter did while he was here? He talked to me, Lestrange said, shuffling forward. Wanted to know about her. Bellatrix regarded him with a raised eyebrow, partially for the tone and more for what he said. Did he? Voldemort said in interest. I told him to bugger off, but he wouldn't take no for an answer, used legilimency on me. I don't remember anything after that. Above all else, this shocked Voldemort the most. So Harry Potter was much more than any could perceive. He truly was becoming the apprentice he'd never trained. A glance at Bellatrix, however, made his gaze harden. There was realization on her face. What is it? He said sharply, causing her to give a minute's start. What was she hiding? Nothing, my lord. I've only considered something that she cut off as his hand closed around her forearm, directly over her dark mark. Speak clearly, Bellatrix. Potter has been odd since last Halloween, she said in a rush, eyes still locked on his hand. Distracted when he sees me, he speaks to me with familiarity that he should not have. He knows things about me. Her voice rose to a pitch as pain overcame her entire body, causing her legs to give out, and she collapsed to her knees, only held up by the grip Voldemort had on her arm. And you did not think this significant enough to share. Do not dare to hide things from Lord Voldemort. He let her fall as he faced the others. We will discuss this privately later. For now, our deed is done. We are reunited and strong. The Ministry and Order of the Phoenix cower in fear behind old castle walls. It is time to truly give them a reason to do so. Voldemort turned grandly, his robes flowing behind him as he made for the stairs once more. Today, we seize control of the Ministry. Roman 20, a man fighting to protect his family and failing. Expecto Patronum, a woman pleading for her son to be spared, only to be stepped over. Expecto Patronum, a woman who turned away, who could never see him as family. Expecto Patronum. Harry's Patronus burst from his wand like a beacon against darkness. He cast the spell nearly a dozen times up until this point, pushing back the Dementors as best he could, but there was no ground to be gained against an enemy that was merely being held at bay. So he advanced within. The Dementors simply could not be contained the way the Ministry wanted. Instead, they played to safely evacuate the island before abandoning it completely. But to Harry, this was unacceptable. Already many of the creatures escaped into the grey that surrounded the island. Every Dementor that roamed free was a catastrophe waiting to happen. The only hope he saw now was to trap the ones remaining in the building, to push them into its depths and lock it up. Oh, how that backfired. For perhaps once in his life, Harry knew he bit off more than he could chew. Sure, he fended off tens of Dementors in his third year. More than that. Did not fear the things in the slightest anymore, but how could he have ever expected so many? This was hundreds. They came from every crevice to snuff out the one that dared try to oppress them as they finally seized their freedom. Inside the large entrance hall of Azkaban, they surrounded him like a fish in a bowl, held back by his blindingly bright protector. Still, they pressed closer and closer, taking every inch they could. There was something about this prey they could not ignore, something they could not pass up. My happiness is not yours to take, Harry snarled, clutching fiercely to the things that kept him sane in a sea of nightmares. Hermione's words, Ron's laugh, Sirius's smile, Narcissa's concern, Nim's memory. They could never steal that from him. One dove in too close and Harry slashed at it with all his might. It screamed. There was a moment where all was frozen, but for the Dementor that just swooped in. A bright line of white fire was drawn from its shoulder to hip, flaring as it consumed the writhing creature on the ground. The others seemed to watch in an entranced silence, while Harry's eyes were instead locked on the thing he held in his hands. The sword of Gryffindor. Its blade shone with that same white fire, the same white as his Patronus which now stood at his back, guarding it from any who would dare to approach. The blade felt weightless. He felt weightless. He felt unstoppable. Harry redoubled his grip on the blade, which seemed to respond to his will, flaring even brighter. His eyes burned with hatred. Prongs lowered his head threateningly. Come at me. I'll kill every last one of you. Author's note. Chapter complete. Things are coming to climax rather quickly, aren't they? I do hope you've enjoyed this chapter as much as I have. Something that's been on my mind a lot lately is what would it take for the two societies to live together, full disclosure of magic. Is it even possible? In my opinion, I don't really think Muggleborns and their families are a good representation of how things could be, but I do think it's possible, just that it would take a long time. Anyway, leave a review with what you think about the chapter or the question if you want. I'm curious what y'all have to say. Fave and follow as you please, and I'll see you here next time. 27. The Beginning of the End. Shut up, Ron. The book says Dementors are classified by the British Ministry of Magic as non-beings. Although the normal threat assertion nomenclature is only meant to reach out to 5XS. For known wizard killer, Dementor's threat level is XXXXXX, as their soul-destroying ability are even worse than certain death. Hermione Granger to her friends. Gryffindor Common Room, Fall 1993. Chapter 27. The beginning of the end, the wave descended with a howl. The Patronus pulsed a white energy, forcing most of the Dementors to fall back, but some kept going against whatever primal instinct told them to retreat, and Harry cut through them with ferocity. He stepped back before lunging forward, taking 3 down in his attack. They screamed in mortal agony with flaming white scars across their faces, their fellows shrieking rage at their deaths. Harry charged with the next pulse, his legs carrying him with unfathomable strength as he leapt into the cloud of darkness, cleaving through the group in a streak of white. The Dementors recalled back only to split into 2 and strike at his sides. Deathly hands found their way to his body as he was forced to the ground with a slam that cracked the stone beneath him. Yet he only shook off the blow as he rolled to his feet. Arrah! Again he advanced, swinging the sword at everything that came even remotely close to him. Waves of white flames were left in the sword's wake, sending more Dementors to join their fellows on the floor. And once again they overwhelmed and grabbed him, dragging him forwards and sending him into a stone pillar where he fell to the ground. However, the couple of Dementors that pressed their advantage moved too soon and subsequently died for it, being bisected by the rising Harry, his grip still tight on the sword. The Patronus crashed through those that still remained close, its brightness never wavering. Undeterred, the creatures still pushed forward, uncaring of the danger as they demanded Harry's life. He stabbed one right through the face, only to be thrown back as more than 10 recklessly tackled him. In that moment, he knew things turned for the worse. The sword remained stuck in the Dementor's head. Harry felt the surge of unending power cut out like a snuffed candle. The sudden weight of the Dementors crashed upon him like an ocean of icy water. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. All he could do was tense for what could only be his final moment. Light suddenly shone through the pile of darkness, Dementors thrown bodily as they were dislodged from their foe. Suddenly he could breathe, gasping as his eyes opened once more. Harry's Patronus stood protectively over him, waves of hope pulsing steadily, keeping the Dementors back as they waited for another opening. It looked at him in silence before lowering its head. Harry grabbed one of the ethereal-looking antlers and was pulled to his feet. Thanks, Prongs. His hand extended to the sword, which twitched for a moment before returning to him with a rush. The flames of the blade that dimmed to almost nothing flared up once more, brighter than anything that was wielded yet. The sword was held behind the teen as he prepared for what he knew may be his final attack. He couldn't risk losing it again. Disgusting shadows, Harry growled in challenge, the mass of despair floating in a semicircle as they pressed closer inch by inch. Despite their losses, it didn't seem like the number of Dementors truly lessened. It was like fighting an endless wave of darkness. The doors were at his back, as was his Patronus. You've been kept in this world for far too long. His grip tightened as his will hardened. Once more he felt the power of all that he held dear fill him with an unlimited strength. Out of his line of sight, the Patronus began to lose form, shifting into the sword as they resonated, bringing forth a radiance none could properly describe. It's time you left it. The Dementors charged as one. Harry closed his eyes and swung. From all around the island, witches and wizards were drawn to a spectacle of light that burst through every crack of the Azkaban prison. They felt the surge of energy in their bones as it passed through them, continuing into the water beyond, pushing it away from the rocks in a wave. Incredible light shone through the chips in the walls, the doors, and few windows the building possessed, all of which were blown out in a spray of shattered glass and wood. The dozens of Dementors that were still fighting the Ministry let out a wail and fled higher into the sky, escaped their only concern. Then there was silence, filled only by the gentle rush of waves on rock. It only took a minute later for everyone to discover the remaining wards on the island were destroyed as well. Back inside the prison, Harry fell to one knee, the world swimming before his eyes. A cold wind shifted the ash that seemed to cover every surface in the large room. Weakly, he looked to the thing he'd managed to hold onto until the end, the hilt of the sword of Gryffindor. The blade was completely gone. He somehow made his way to the nearest wall, slumping against it in exhaustion. They were gone. The hilt dropped to the stone floor with an oddly loud clang. Sudden, rapid footsteps made him turn his head just in time to be struck forcefully by something heavy, causing him to topple to his side, barely clinging to consciousness. A voice he knew he should recognize spoke. "Of course you be here. That's perfect." Blackness took him. Roman 20, Harry groaned as he regained consciousness. He was lying on the floor, bound tightly, though he still had all of his possessions, including his wand, sitting on his chest. He also felt like absolute shit. How long was he unconscious? "Get up, Potter," came a voice he immediately recognized. "I heard you groan." "Malfoy." Harry opened his eyes and found himself in a room he didn't recognize. There were no windows and a number of magical artifacts that surrounded them on shelves. The floor was a cold stone, like a basement. He rolled to his side before pushing himself up slightly on his elbows. His wand clattered at his side. Sure enough, Draco Malfoy stood before him in his Death Eater finest. "Hello, Potter." He kicked Harry viciously in the side of the head, dropping the Gryffindor to the floor. "So good to see you after all this time." Malfoy's voice was a mix of sarcasm, cheer, and deep, deep rage. "I was honestly just coming to find you when, what do you know, you showed up right in front of me. Should really thank you." "Ah!" Harry took a few steadying breaths before attempting to right himself. There was only one possible reason that Malfoy was in Azkaban. "Guess you've heard then. Sorry, you really are an orphan now. Welcome to the CL." Harry braced for it, but it still didn't make getting blasted into the far wall any less painful. He lost consciousness again, but Malfoy hit him with an innervate, making sure he was awake for his pain. "I'm going to enjoy this so much, Potter," Malfoy spat. "Crucio!" Harry screamed as the pain spell overwhelmed his mind. His back arched as he writhed around on the floor, clawing for some end. Finally it came. "Ready to die yet, Potter?" "Not quite." "Guess not. Crucio!" His screams filled the room once more. "Why did you drag me here just to kill me?" Harry said through gritted teeth after the spell was finally released. His body twitched from the aftershocks. "Oh, I'm not going to just kill you," Malfoy said with a smile. "I'm going to make it so that you never existed in the first place. Scream for me." As pain overwhelmed his senses, Harry dimly noted how strong the teen was. Was he ever this capable with his spells, even to the point he could use an unforgivable? It was almost like Voldemort himself held him under the spell. And what nonsense was he saying? "You have one, don't you?" Harry said raggedly once the spell was lifted, trying and failing to right himself. Everything hurt so much. He wouldn't be fast enough to do anything with Malfoy's wand still pointed right at him. The building was covered in a strong set of anti-teleportation wards. There was nothing he could do to escape. "I do," Malfoy confirmed, knowing precisely what Harry was talking about. "Want to see?" And with a flick of his wand, his robe and shirt vanished, leaving him topless, a snake tattoo that wrapped around his body. It was by far the largest one Harry ever saw, with the head sitting comfortably over the left side of his chest. "You're probably wondering why I didn't disarm you," Malfoy added, flicking his wand at Harry and causing his whole body to lock up. "It's because I didn't want anything of you to be left around. Not your wand. Not whatever you like to carry in your pockets. Nothing. Now come here and get erased." There was nothing Harry could do as he was dragged across the floor back to where he started. Now, though, having been away from the spot, he recognized the two large runes that were carved into the floor. Time and void. Nothingness. Hell, if he knew how to pronounce them, but that's what they had to do with. Professor Babbling would be so proud. "Malfoy, you're going to get us both killed." His breath hitched as his head bumped the floor, but he pushed on. "You can't possibly even know what you're doing. This is insane." "No, I'll definitely live," he said with a sneer. "With this mark, I can do anything. You, on the other hand, are out of luck. This is one of Father's safe houses. No one knows you're here but me. No friends to help, no Dumbledore to bail you out. You're gone. They'll have to take away that nice nickname you've got, too. Can't be the boy who lived if you never even lived in the first place." He went to a shelf and came back with several small objects Harry recognized as time turners. But instead of using them in some way, Malfoy actually opened them, carefully pouring the sand in line on the edge of the array. He then grabbed a black knife and made a deep cut in his hand, letting the blood drop into the runes, causing them to glow a bright gold as it spread. Other runes, smaller and more delicate, lit up as well as the room filled with a low hum. The sand almost seemed to vibrate. Maybe if you never existed, Father would still be alive. Yes, that does sound like the proper outcome, doesn't it? No one would even know who you are. A world without Harry Potter. He paused as he seemed to truly consider the magnitude of such a reality. I love it. Malfoy gave himself to his obsession turned madness. Even wandlessly hitting him with something would likely do nothing, and if Harry was knocked out again, he probably wouldn't ever wake up. Yet he simply couldn't move any part of his body below his head, and that meant his animagus wouldn't do him any good either. He was stuck. Give me more power. I need more to make this work. Yes, yes. Harry glanced back at Malfoy and watched the snake continue to shift. Its body grew thicker and its fangs longer. The runes shone brighter in response, now making the sand glow a dim gold. After a minute of this, the snake's eyes flashed with an uncanny light. Then the entire tattoo vanished, like it was submerging itself in skin-colored water. Suddenly, Malfoy choked, clutching at his chest. Harry watched in horror as his skin rippled as if something was beneath it, moving about endlessly. The Slytherin suddenly let out a guttural scream as his chest burst open in a spray of blood, a snake's head protruding from it as it continued to force its way out of the exit it made. The snake turned back to face Malfoy and struck once at his exposed neck, silencing the scream with a crunch. He fell directly onto the charged runic array, his blood soaking into the time sand which kicked up into the air like there was a strong blast of wind. And everything stopped. Roman 20, Roman 20, 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks since the ministry fell to Voldemort's takeover. 2 weeks since Hogwarts shifted to become the safe haven of any openly anti-Voldemort witches and wizards in Britain. 2 weeks since Azkaban became a shell of what it once was. 2 weeks since anyone last saw Harry Potter. The general consensus was that he was dead. He was last seen by the Azkaban outer guards, charging into the building with his beacon of a patroness. Then the explosion of light, the collapse of the wards. He did not return. A search of the building later revealed nothing but odd scorch marks, endless amounts of blackened ash, clear signs of a battle. The horde of dementors that didn't leave the building were nowhere to be seen. Something must have happened, but it made no difference in the end. With Dumbledore and his allies cornered in Hogwarts, most saw the conflict as already decided and just did what they could to protect themselves and their families. At least that's how it felt, moving about Diagon Alley. Narcissa was disguised, moving about with the same cautious posture that the few others who dared brave the streets. A handful of Death Eaters were scattered around the main street, not even attempting to conceal themselves. Many shops were closed, or simply reopened under new management. A nearby old Daily Prophet from a week earlier wrapped up the situation nicely. Wrongfully accused, Death Eaters exonerated after 15 years. Amos Diggory abandons his position. Pugh's thickness raised to Minister of Magic. The status quo wasn't quite what it used to be. She also knew Yaxley took the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Minister Diggory and Madame Bones were forced to retreat to Hogwarts, along with any other workers who weren't willing to surrender. Those few who resisted were ultimately killed. None were willing to face Voldemort himself. The prophet fell just as quickly. Now the paper frequently featured pieces about how the most haunting names from the past 2 decades were not in fact bad, and instead the ministry was far more corrupt than it ever seemed, lying to the public at every opportunity. Not that anyone had enough of a death wish to object. Most people just wanted to keep any amount of normality with their lives and their families safe. Within 1 week, radical changes to the law were in place that put heavy sanctions on Muggle-borns. It took almost no time for Azkaban to begin seeing use once more, and even some dementors returned, but they operated under a different set of rules now, and no one who was moved to that island had hope of leaving it alive. A young woman who'd just come out of a nearby shop turned her way, only to immediately go back inside when she caught a look at her face. Death Eater masks that kind of effect on most people. What's the word? Narcissa asked in a low voice, finally reaching the couple of loitering Death Eaters. They watched her approach, but didn't make any motions to greet her. Nothing yet, it seems, the first said in a bored voice. Dunno how I feel about my lord making the move he did, to be honest. Your funeral, the other said nonchalantly. Come on, Bates, we used to have fun before. Now we have to sit around mostly. Never mind then, Narcissa said in parting, and moved on, leaving the two to argue in low voices as they ignored her. She continued the walk through the alley until she reached the path that led to the side entrance of the twins' shop. They also closed up and moved to Hogwarts for safety, but she didn't see the need to move. The store had strong enough wards to keep undesirables out. Moving through the kitchen, she continued upstairs until reaching the trunk. It was closed and locked like she left it. Then she was shrinking, her body becoming thin and pale, coiling on the floor as her animagus transformation completed. She smiled to herself as she spoke the password. Home. It was simple, but the fact that Harry gave it in Parseltongue made it virtually unbreakable. Fortunately for her, Parseltongue was something she could handle. Only after Narcissa was back in the main room of the flat did she remove the mask, placing it on a side table. She already knew she had plenty of food which would last her a while, a number of books to read when she liked, even a couple of charm projects she took up in her free time. It couldn't have felt more empty. Welcome back, Narcissa. Hello, Salazar. She took her usual seat, eyes finally resting on her four roommates. They all regarded her with a sadness she recognized quite well. No luck then, I take it. Godric's words were subdued. Dear, you can't keep doing this, Helga said with a frown. Every time you go out, you risk getting captured, killed. I can't hide here like nothing has happened, Narcissa snapped. I need to do something. It wasn't lost on her that this conversation, which happened almost every day now, sounded quite familiar to another argument she used to have with a teenaged boy not too long ago. You know that if he were able to, he'd come back here, not wander about the streets, Rowena said pointedly. She was never one for impassioned speech. It has been 2 weeks. And the news hasn't been favorable. Maybe, do not finish that sentence. Narcissa gave Helga an icy glare. That boy has spit in death's face more times than I can count. I will believe he is dead when I am holding his body in my arms. With that she stood, gathering her cloak once again. She couldn't just sit here. She could still look, still listen for something from the Death Eaters. Though your desire to find Harry is strong, your methods are absurd. Salazar's voice stopped her just short of the door. What would you have me do? She returned, barely keeping her voice from fluctuating. This is all I can do. The founders just regarded her impassively. Then perhaps it is time to think beyond the scope of just you. Roman 20 Albus Dumbledore felt old. It happened occasionally where he truly felt his age. Oftentimes those instances were when he made grave errors from thinking similarly to how he did in years past. When he made poor judgments of character, and particularly the times when someone was left hurt or dead as a result of his action or inaction. This was a different kind of old. This was the kind of old when he barely got any sleep over the last couple weeks. He was simply exhausted from everything that was dropped on his shoulders. Who could have possibly foreseen Voldemort so aggressively seizing control like he did? He played his cards, as he needed to keep possibly the only real obstacle out of his way, and then practically strolled right through. Dumbledore's old came from suddenly managing more than 500 assorted citizens who fled for their lives, in addition to all the students and staff of the castle. From the castle, suddenly needing rotations for meals as well as lodging. He refused to compromise the house dormitories, and so the people were placed in classrooms turned barracks. Not for the first time, he thanked the simple existence of magic. Then there was the organization of additional spaces for people to work in. Rooms set up for lounging and bathing. An entire corridor dedicated to the displaced ministry workers. And meetings after meetings after meetings. With the order, with the professors, with the ministry, with the students. There was so much to plan, too much to discuss, and far, far too little time to do it. He even used his time turner once or twice. But he was Albus Dumbledore after all, so he would surely be fine and lead them all to a safe victory. How convenient for everyone who wasn't named Albus Dumbledore. Why was he supposed to be responsible for all the people of this country, for the world beyond? The other European ministries could collectively crush any revolution Voldemort led, and yet they would never do so, simply because in the world of international politics, it was always me first, and never the opposite. Defense before offense. 99% of the time that was the proper way to act, yet in the 1% when it wasn't. Well, then it was up to him, wasn't it? Oh, in the moment, Dumbledore was ignoring all of it and checking up on someone who stubbornly refused to move an inch from his home in favor of the obvious safety Hogwarts provided. How many times do I have to tell you to stop bothering me, Albus? Aberforth said in annoyance, casting the head in his fire a sour look. As if I care what happens outside my door. Apparently a great deal, as I've never quite listened to everything you say in the first place, the bodiless Dumbledore said blandly. I can't imagine that you've been left to yourself recently. Surely someone remembers we are related. I leave them in a pile by the door so no one really gets any funny ideas, Aberforth said with an uncaring shrug. No different from any other day in the pub. No, I suppose it wouldn't. The headmaster cast his gaze around the deserted room before returning to his brother. How has business been? Shit. What do you want, you old goat? Nothing. I just wanted to check in on my only remaining family. Oh, please, Aberforth groaned. I think I hear another Death Eater at the door who needs directions. Let me go check. With that, he walked out of the room, only adding a, "Stop calling me Albus," over his shoulder before the door snapped shut. Dumbledore sighed, still content that his brother was in good health, and retreated back into his office fully brushing soot from his beard. His office looked no different than it normally did, despite the chaos that settled over the castle. Apart from the few extra chairs that now made a home in front of his desk, he'd barely done anything to it in the past decade. His personal chambers, however, a tap of his wand granted him access to what used to just be his bedroom. He still did sleep there, but the room was now twice as big, with only the far corner devoted to its past uses. Now the room far more resembled a command center. The center of the room featured a scale model of the castle and grounds, down to the very people who inhabited it. Little animated figures moved about within, many just visible through windows. There were 2 students on the astronomy tower, likely looking for some alone time. It didn't show their actions, merely their location. That very thing was valuable enough in itself, and it was all thanks to the large map that was resting against the nearby wall. Marauder's map was, to Dumbledore, the single most valuable tool in the defense of the castle. He spent entire days analyzing the bizarre concoction of spells and enchantments that were cast on it in order to not only potentially replicate it, but enhance it. The map on the wall made the one Harry handed to him look like a dinner napkin in comparison. His map not only gave names, but a great deal of other information, due to his more directly tying it into the Hogwarts warding scheme. As the headmaster, he had a certain amount of influence over the castle, and here there was no better place to use it. The darts on the map were colored based on the house the student was in. Additionally, the map would give locations of anywhere the castle was damaged, would show if the outer or inner wards were ever being attacked, and most importantly, highlighted anyone who was just entering the area, like that very moment. A flashing dart on the map drew his attention to one of the secret passages that led into the castle from Hogsmeade. The name made him blink in surprise. Narcissa Black. Dumbledore was curious of her whereabouts since fleeing Voldemort, but it was low on the list of priorities. The fact that she remained unfound, according to Severus, was interesting but unimportant. She was clearly not working with Voldemort. Then Sirius told him he suspected Harry was involved. Curious indeed. He made no move to hinder her, instead turning to the castle at the center of the room and waving his hand through it. The top half of the building dissolved into grains of sand, exposing the floor that Narcissa finally exited on. Then, curiously, he watched her navigate the halls unimpeded, passing many people who would have reacted to her presence in some way or another, but they seemed unaware of her even being there. Was she invisible? Where was she going? What was her purpose? Apparently it was him. He waited until she was ascending the spiral stairs before moving back into his office to receive her. There was silence, and then 3 short knocks. Enter. And sure enough, Narcissa Black was there. Headmaster, she said stiffly from the doorway. Do come in, Narcissa, Dumbledore said with a smile. It has been quite a while since we last spoke. Tentatively, the woman made her way to the desk and sat, almost as if she were expecting to be bound the moment she stopped moving. But she seemed to relax slightly as nothing happened, and instead she fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Where is he? At once, the smile on the headmaster's face fell. I'm afraid I do not know, he said. Young Mr. Malfoy did not return after the Christmas holidays, and that's not. Narcissa bit out before reining herself back in. More calmly, she continued, that is not who I meant. It had been a while since he was this confused by something. Where is Harry? Dumbledore gave himself a mental shake before replying, "You were hidden by Harry." "Yes, I've been staying with him." This was certainly news. It fit but could not have been more unexpected. "I find it hard to believe he trusted you so easily given the circumstances." "I gave an oath, freely," she added, "to do him no harm." "I see." Now he had even more questions. Why did she go to him for protection? Why didn't Harry tell anyone? Where was she staying? How much did she know? And perhaps most of all, why did she reveal herself to him now of all times? "Headmaster Dumbledore, please answer my question. Where is he?" "Truly, I do not know." Narcissa sagged in her seat as her eyes closed. Marks of stress and anxiety made themselves known on her features. "Tell me you at least know he's alive." Her voice came almost as a plea. "That, I can say with certainty, is true." Instantly the woman was sitting up at full attention. "How?" Dumbledore pointed to an object on the corner of his desk. It was a small silver cube with an upright disc directly on top. It was only after watching it for a few moments that she realized it was spinning very slowly. "This is something simple I set up on the night Harry was separated from his family," Dumbledore explained. "It works much in the same way family clocks do. So if he died it would have broken." "Indeed. Normally it spins quite quickly. I'm at a loss for what it could mean." "I do know that it still functions, though, so I will take it at the very least that he lives." The woman sagged in relief, covering her face for a moment with her hands before straightening once more. "I've been trying to find him, but to no success. On my own eye." She seemed to struggle with something for a moment before continuing. "I want to stay here until he's been found. Then I will be on my way. We can share information easily this way." "As you wish," Dumbledore said with a nod, happy to have another ally as unexpected as it may have been. "Though it will be tricky with so many in the castle. I imagine you'd intended to keep a low profile." "That won't be a problem. When is a good time for me to visit here?" Deciding it wasn't worth pursuing, Dumbledore replied, "I am consistently back in my office by the late evening, but it may be safest to visit after curfew." "Very well. I will return tomorrow." With that, she departed. The headmaster stared at the door for a minute before moving back to his chamber, watching the dot labeled Narcissa Black move along the corridors. It wasn't until she was in the middle of the 7th floor when she turned around, then doubled back once more only to move into the final addition that Dumbledore made to the map. The mysterious hidden room on the 7th floor. Roman 20, Harry gasped as he felt the world suddenly come back into focus, feeling as though he'd finally broken free from being underwater. Malfoy's eyes were wide and empty, face still in a permanent shock and pain. The hole in his chest where his heart should have been continued to pour blood into the floor as the snake moved about and through his corpse, now focusing on Harry with intensity. "Don't come near me." Harry hissed the words automatically, revolted at the scene in front of him. The runic array beneath them was dark, both with blood and a lack of magical power. The sand was all over the floor of the room as well. It was glowing so brightly only moments ago. He wrenched his eyes away from the dead teen and pushed himself to his feet, no longer held by the Slytherin's magic. Grabbing his wand, he limped to the only door of the room and pushed it open, crisp, cold air hitting him as it swung wide and revealed a wooded landscape. Where precisely was this? A few minutes later, Harry sat on a large stone, watching the small building he just exited burn brightly from the fire he started. It was perhaps not the best idea, considering what surrounded it, but he couldn't just leave the building standing, nor what was born within. He wanted nothing more than to get back to the twins' shop and rest in his home, but he wasn't ready to face Narcissa yet. He needed a little more time to process what happened before returning to tell her that her only son was now dead. Another way that he tore her family asunder. First her husband, now her son. It was like he existed to bring her grief. So he hid from her as he considered his current condition. He was considerably banged up. Not only did he go through some type of failed ritual, but Malfoy tortured him beforehand, and that wasn't even getting started with the entire fight against the dementors in Azkaban. Still, the idea of visiting Poppy at the moment was slightly terrifying, considering how upset she'd be with him, so his mind settled for the next best and safest person he knew when it came to healing. Marley Weasley. If ever there was a place to get badly needed TLC, there it was. So with barely a whisper, Harry apparated to the burrow. Roman 20 with a yawn turned wince, Harry knocked twice on the back door and waved at the familiar face that suddenly appeared from behind a drawn kitchen curtain. From then, he only needed to wait 7 seconds before it was flung open with a shriek. Harry. The force of the hug that hit him was enough to have his spine make more than a few popping sounds, but he barely had time to respond before he was dragged inside and the door slammed shut. He most certainly did not miss the sound of locks clicking into place behind him. "Oh, Merlin, you're alive," she said tearfully, cupping his face in her hands before crushing him with another hug. "You wouldn't believe how horrible it's been since that day. And the news." Marley broke off as she finally forced herself to let go of him, inspecting his face for who knew what. "We just had no idea, and I've been wanting to add you to the clock for ages, but we just haven't the chance," and she rambled on as her wand came out and began to work on his condition. Cuts were mended, bruises faded, his throbbing headache was soothed, and his appetite began to return. A potion came out, further making him feel more like a human and less like a wet rag that was wrung out one too many times. Finally, when she began repeating herself for the 4th time, Harry felt well enough to finally stop her and get some information. "Easy there, Mrs. Weasley. I'm fine now, I promise," Harry tried, placating her. "I mean, something did happen, but it's over, so that's not really important. How was the rest of the battle? Is Hogwarts okay?" "Sirius told me Voldemort attacked the gate, and I haven't heard anything since." "The battle," Marley said in confusion, unable to suppress a wince at Voldemort's name. "Do you mean the takeover? There's been so many battles since." "Takeover," Harry repeated, even more confused than she was. "What got taken over? I just went to help fight the dementors at Azkaban last night." Marley gave him an odd look and said slowly, "Harry, dear, Azkaban fell nearly 8 months ago." 8. Harry actually took a step back. "What day is it?" "October 30th. "October." Harry's brain seemed to short out for a second before it resumed regular operation. 8 months. Was he stuck in time for that long? What other explanation was there? He barely realized anything happened, and from his perspective, the attack only just happened. Suddenly, he was hit with anxiety. Was everyone all right? What happened since that day? What about Voldemort? What about Narcissa? "Mrs. Weasley, I know this might seem weird, but can you tell me what's happened since I went missing?" "Oh, of course, dear," she agreed immediately, motioning to the kitchen table for him to take a seat. "Arthur and Percy should be back soon from Hogwarts as well, so they can escort you back to Albus. I know you can get there yourself," she added with some apology, "but I'd feel better if someone went with you." "That's fine," Harry said with a final nod. No harm in the extra protection, as much as he didn't think he needed it. The months that he'd missed were shocking, to say the least. Voldemort controlled the ministry like a puppet on strings. Hogwarts fully locked down as an actual stronghold. They were honestly hanging by a thread. The people lost hope when he'd been announced dead, many rallying behind Dumbledore at Hogwarts, while others simply did their best to keep their heads down and their families safe. So Britain existed in this dangerously fragile status quo, one that he would end up shattering. "But why are you here?" Harry asked, the thought having crossed his mind earlier. "Wouldn't it be safer at Hogwarts? I mean, the Weasleys are pretty well known." "That's true, but—" Marley let out a tired sigh. Arthur was completely against it. "We've not argued so heatedly about much of anything before, but leaving home really wasn't something we'd ever expected. I was terrified for a while, but it turns out he was right. The burrow is very strongly protected thanks to the Order. I guess. We have been attacked here, but each time the wards kept them out. I am glad now that we stayed," she added with a smile, looking around the room. "I don't think I'd feel comfortable anywhere else." She shook her head slowly, as if to clear it of a silly thought. "Anyway, Harry, why don't you relax in the sitting room, and I'll get dinner going. Arthur should have been back by now too, so we'll eat right away." "All right." Harry let himself be guided into the room, frowning the moment Marley closed the door behind him. He wasn't sure how he felt about the Weasleys being at the burrow after what he was just told happened in the time he'd been missing. Honestly, he would have thought Marley would be the one to try to stay home, and Arthur the more reasonable one. The home must have meant a great deal to him to want to stay even with things as they were. Well, as long as they were safe, that was what mattered. Pushing those thoughts away, he cast his eyes around the room in fondness. He didn't spend much time there, but all his memories were good ones in the burrow. Showing up here, the first time after being rescued from Privet Drive, was like stepping into a crazy dream. It was all just so different while at the same time having all the things he'd never seen at the place he'd then called home. Dimly he recognized the sounds of Arthur returning home, though it sounded like he had company. Percy, maybe. Harry moved to the fireplace, looking at a large photo on the left corner of the mantel. It was the one from when the family went to Egypt, which meant everyone was there. Even Wormtail, disguised as Ron's pet Wormtail. It seemed that Voldemort kept him extremely busy and always out of sight. He was supposed to be dead after all. He knew better than to come anywhere close to the son of his once friend. The mantelpiece was full of memorabilia, mostly pictures, good memories from better times. There were even some random items there as well. A small trophy and an elaborate birthday card, with most of its magical energy having dissipated. The center of it all was a small golden goblet with two handles, designs of grass springing up from the middle with a badger. Harry. Door behind him opened with energy, a jovial voice filling the room. Harry's head snapped up and back to the source. Arthur Weasley stood in the doorway with his arms wide, clear cheer at seeing the teen all over his face. He could see Marley and Percy still behind him in the kitchen. "I'm so relieved you made it." Everything stopped as he took in what Harry held in his hands, at the horrified expression on his face. "No." The word was barely spoken, his voice choked with disbelief. "Arthur, what's wrong?" Marley barely got the words out before the voices of two others overwhelmed hers as they shouted simultaneously. Crucio, Avada Kedavra. The spells collided, causing a wave of repulsive magical energy to wash over them all. Time seemed to slow as Hufflepuff's cup fell forgotten through the air, Harry repositioning himself automatically, Arthur's deadly follow-up reducing the far window to dust, while he too moved out of the way of Harry's counter, blasting a hole in the kitchen wall above the stove. Marley shrieked as the spell passed over her, Percy having pushed them both to the floor on instinct. Now though he surged to his feet with a roar, pulling his own wand as he entered the sitting room, fully prepared to defend his father. Arthur snapped his wand back almost too quickly to follow, sending Percy directly to the stairs where he was frozen by a spell of paralysis. Marley also froze as well, still on the floor, eyes wide and fearful, barely able to make a sound. The cup bounced off the rug and time sped up once again. In the claustrophobic space, the duel resumed at a blistering pace. Harry's body moved automatically, his eyes locked on his opponent's. He deflected a spell aimed at his chest and gave up on performing a counterattack for settling into a more defensive pose, almost dying twice more as he stumbled on the rug. It was the stupidest error on his part, even for a second believing that Arthur Weasley's heavy interest in the non-magical would make him any less a wizard. Where normally Harry pressed forward, it was he who found himself being forced back, a barely missed spell destroying a nearby side table in a shower of wooden splinters. There was hardly enough room to maneuver to begin with, and suddenly he was pressed up against the wall. He ducked down as a fixture on the wall elongated into scythe-like arms and made to decapitate him. In the same move, his quick spell at the carpet made pieces of it turn into spears that lanced up into the ceiling, forcing Arthur to retreat and give Harry space. For the first time the spells paused, and all that could be heard was Harry's heavy breathing. "So," Arthur's voice was low, unlike anything Harry ever heard him use before. He vanished the metal spears and took a step to the side. "You know." He could only be speaking about one thing. "I do, Voldemort." Though neither Percy or Marley could speak, their eyes could not have gone wider. "How?" The switch to Parseltongue seemed to seal it for the Weasleys. Percy's face contorted as he began to struggle and grunt. Marley's eyes were simply filled with tears. Harry's breath evened out as he mirrored Voldemort's movements. Their eyes never left one another's. "You were careless," Harry said quietly, unable to bring himself above what barely counted as more than a whisper. His whole foundation was rocked by the turn of events. "I was not," Voldemort hissed back. "How do you know?" "You were careless," Harry repeated coldly. "And so were they. Nearly a year and a half ago, Arthur Weasley killed Nagini at the entrance to the Department of Mysteries, and instead of being destroyed, the Horcrux attached itself to the nearest living being in order to sustain itself." Harry felt ill as he imagined Arthur slowly losing the fight to the Horcrux like Sirius did. Yet this soul fragment went a step further and hid itself, pretending to be a loving husband and father. going to order meetings and working against the very thing that created him. Harry's gut dropped as he remembered they were in the same room, planning the trap in the Department of Mysteries for the Death Eaters. Another Voldemort was born, a diary incident gone wrong, armed with the knowledge and hate of the one he already knew. A wild card in the war no one knew existed. Then, against all odds, the Horcrux went into Gringotts and did exactly what Harry tried to do. Stole and reassimilated the Horcrux in the cup. The artifact was clearly not possessed anymore, and there was only one place it could have gone. Did he not feel strong enough, stable enough? Was Arthur even there after all this time? They struck simultaneously once more, Voldemort going for the direct attack, while Harry's hit the hearth directly beside where Voldemort was standing. The Gryffindor was thrown off his feet into the large sofa, toppling it backwards, while the other side of the room exploded in heat and ash from Harry's spell, filling the room and concealing them all. Reckless child, the dark wizard spat with a cough, unable to prevent himself from inhaling some of it. He pointed his wand at his throat, only to quickly defend from a series of spells from Harry out of the cloud. He retaliated with a blackish spell that caused a hiss like acid, though what it actually hit was still obstructed. Suddenly he was brought to his knees, as a piece of transfigured metal hit him in the back of the legs. Coughing again, Voldemort raised a shield to prevent any spells from coming through before he waved his wand to clear the ash from the room. The visual interference was proving far more of an issue than he anticipated. A wand poked him in the back, causing him to freeze. The ash finally cleared to find Harry at Voldemort's back, holding him at one point. His right arm was dripping blood slowly from under the sleeve, but he ignored it. The room was frozen, trapped in time as this tragedy reached its climax. Harry's mind raced with a multitude of thoughts, the feel of his friend's father helpless under his wand, still so heavy on his shoulders. "Drop your wand." "No, I don't think I will." "I said drop it," Harry repeated, generating a sharp spark of electricity at the end of his wand. Voldemort twitched involuntarily, and the wand fell from his hand, zooming directly into Harry's outstretched empty one. "You've certainly come a long way from the baby you once were," Voldemort said, after a few seconds, far more calm than Harry would have been in his position. "A grasp of strategy I was not prepared for, even after what I've heard about you. I am clearly still a weak existence, but I have an advantage here that you will never overcome." "And what's that?" Harry asked, still keeping his wand pressed against the grandstanding wizard. "I have a hostage," he said simply, motioning to himself. "The father of your best blood traitor friend. You couldn't kill your friend's dad, could you? Harm, yes, but kill." And he laughed, turning to face the teen. He didn't even react when Harry's wand moved to press the back of his head. "So confident when this time you're at my mercy," he spat. In the background, his mind was still racing. He couldn't help but find what he said odd. Didn't Voldemort really have 3 hostages, despite the current situation? Unless he didn't consider Marley and Percy expendable, of course. He would still want them alive to maintain his facade as Arthur Weasley, else he would have disappeared long ago. "Your mercy." Voldemort scoffed. "Mercy indicates you're capable of carrying through on the threat. Can you even do that, though? End a life? No, you are weak like Dumbledore, weak like your parents were, like everyone else who faces me." Marley Weasley was unable to hold back a single gut-wrenching sob. Harry knew without looking that Percy was still struggling to move his paralyzed body, still unable to rip his gaze from his father. "You won't do it. You can't do it. I'll always win because of it, Harry." Was so weird talking to Voldemort, who was just so out of the loop. Could he really kill Ron's dad, helplessly possessed by a fragment of Voldemort's soul? Yes, yes he could. But here he was considering something entirely different. What would happen if they touched? Would it work like the others? He did say that he was holding Arthur hostage. Did that mean he was still in there somewhere? Did it even matter? This is the last Horcrux. The snake and the cup, both of them together, right in front of me. It would be the beginning of the end. Always. Harry smiled, a truly twisted smile that sparked a primal instinct the half-man long thought forgot. It whispered in the furthest recess of his twisted mind. "Fear. You're right." Harry leaned closer, his wand pushing Voldemort's head forward slightly. "We always do." Harry touched him. XX Percy only became aware that he was shouting after he shot to his feet, prompting another realization that he could move once again. In a heartbeat, his wand was out and pointed at his father. What was his father? But he was unable to do anything. No words came to his lips. No spell came to mind. He could not attack the man who raised him. All he could do was watch as the scene unfolded. Harry was yelling a shout of pain and struggle, face contorted and muscles tight. Voldemort was screaming like he was being eaten alive. Percy wished he could look away, that he could silence the room, but his father's face did not allow him even a moment of distraction. Harry suddenly fell to one knee, but his hand never for a moment left the back of Voldemort's head. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar of pained defiance, balanced by an equally loud shout from Voldemort. Silence crashed upon the room. Percy could still hear his mother crying hysterically on the kitchen floor, likely not realizing she could move for her grief, but it was so distant to what was happening in front of him. He watched as his father's body went limp, and Harry went down on all fours. "No, I can't." Harry's voice was so incredibly strained. He slammed his fists on the floor as his back arched. Percy's attention was drawn to the snapping of wood as fissures made their way throughout the room, causing the entire building to groan under the stress. I have to." Harry was reaching for his wand, having dropped it during this shocking episode. With one final stretch, he grabbed it, hissing all the while in pain, and with a crack like a gunshot, Harry vanished. Roman 20 Malfoy Manor was a quiet place for all that it was the headquarters of a Dark Lord. No one could tell how used the home actually was with how dark it always looked. Yet no one ever approached it. No animal ever came close. They knew death when they saw it. A figure appeared with all the abruptness of a bolt of lightning. Directly on the front path, the figure pushed himself to his feet and stumbled forward. Voldemort! His roar echoed over the otherwise silent land. He pressed on, harsh ripples of unrestrained magic in his wake demanding to be channeled. Somehow he was conscious. Somehow he was still alive, yet he paid it no mind. He did not have the luxury of puzzling this newest confusion out. He merely clung to every moment he could, counting on the impending duel to sustain him long enough. Every second he drew closer to what used to be his nightmare, what was once his enemy, what was now his purpose, his prey. Through sheer will he would not die before seeing this through. Oh, but how it burned. The front doors were blasted off their hinges, as was much of the wall around them, granting access to the grand entrance hall of the building. The blue-white moonlight painted his silhouette against the grounds behind. Further back in the darkness, a man watched patiently, hands folded behind his back. "So you do live. I could feel you getting closer, but, well, you've been presumed dead for some time now. You can hardly blame me for being skeptical." Magical lights ebbed into life, revealing the pale wizard at the top of the balcony on the second floor. He drew back his sleeve, exposing a dark mark that pulsed a greenish black. "Dramatic though your entrance was, this is not the final battle, Harry Potter," Voldemort said, with a gentle shake of his head, motioning to the room at large. "I refuse to face an unworthy foe." Death Eaters emerged in black wisps of flourished apparition, almost immediately taking an offensive position when they noticed him, calling to their lord for orders. Within moments he was vastly outnumbered. Harry's grip around his wand tightened. Myriad whispers filled his mind. "I do hope you've maintained your edge after all this time. Shall we find out?" Author's note. Chapter complete. Quick credit to the HP Wikia for this chapter's quote. It fit nicely. There's no philosophical question here today, just a hope that you will share how you want the story to end. What do you think? That aside, it's honestly weird being here. The end. I'll be putting my all into what I have left. I hope you've enjoyed and are ready for the final battle. I hope I'm ready for it. Leave a review, fave, follow as you please. You don't want to miss the climactic end of Harry's struggle for his future. 28. The end of the beginning. One day we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy. Albus Dumbledore to his students. End of Year Feast 1995, Chapter 28. The end of the beginning, all these eyes. The Death Eaters such confident postures, hidden behind their masks. Outnumbered, Harry could practically feel their arrogance and bloodlust. How many of them were part of that same group he faced in the Department of Mysteries all that time ago? How many freshly indoctrinated to Voldemort's chaotic will? How many detached from it all, simply seeking to take advantage of the oppressed? How dare they? Something alien seethed beneath his skin as he grit his teeth in an incomprehensible fury. The whispers grew louder, crowding his thoughts until little else remained, drowning the taunts and jeers being rained down upon him. Look at them all, looking down on me. On their lord, make them bow, make them kneel. The hiss that escaped Harry's mouth reverberated with power. The room was suddenly filled with grunts and exclamations of shock, as almost every Death Eater jerkily got to one knee with their heads bowed, as if they lost control of their bodies. Harry looked at the lone Death Eater, a woman from the cut of her robes, who was visibly shaking on the spot, resisting his command as her knees ever slowly buckled. Her left hand was grasped tightly over her right shoulder. Rise. As if a weight been lifted from their shoulders, the Death Eaters stood once more, all looking back at their master. He looked more shocked than anything. You dare try to control what is mine, Voldemort said in a low voice. Suddenly his anger was gone, replaced by laughter. You become more worthy with every passing moment, like a reflection of myself. How extraordinary. I do hope you won't disappoint me. Kill the boy, he finished in Parseltongue. I will be waiting, Harry Potter. With that he left. Harry's attention returned to his surroundings. The Death Eaters were all pointing their wands at him, in the process of casting a wave of lethal spells, a chorus singing his certain doom. Again, whispers threaded his thoughts, this time with a single word, one that he repeated with a flash of his wand. Flames burst forth, encircling Harry as the attacking spells reached him, dissipating as though striking something solid. The Death Eaters all took a step back as the pillar of undulating flames rose higher above them all, radiating unbearable waves of heat, slowly forming into an enormous snake, which hunched over to avoid touching the high ceiling. Its body uncoiled to reveal a very alive Harry Potter who looked at them all with malice. Kill them, he commanded with a reverberating hiss, sending a curse at the nearest Death Eater on his right, catching the distracted man in the chest and instantly downing him. With that attack came movement from the rest of the room. His basilisk lunged at the left side of the room, decimating the upper level in a fiery burst of debris and screaming from everyone nearby as they moved to combat it. The other Death Eaters all continued their assault, raining spells upon him while moving as far away from the snake as possible. All but one. As Harry shielded a number of curses, he saw the woman at the back who resisted Voldemort's command earlier very obviously turn to her right and kill her nearest ally with a green spell before doing it to another. It was after the third that the Death Eaters around her realized what was happening. Traitor! Kill her! What? Was it actually possible for someone to have turned traitor? Thoughts of order or ministry infiltrators were considered and dismissed in an instant. None the conviction to kill. But that was neither here nor there. Harry surged ahead, not one to let an advantage pass him by, and engaged more of his opponents at a close range. A flick of his wand caused the carpet on the stair to come to life, grabbing those standing on it as it attempted to integrate with their clothing and drag them to the floor. He further transfigured a part of the floor in front of him to help shield what his wand could not. No matter how skilled he was, taking on so many at once was suicide. His spells were set to disrupt and delay any actions they could take until Harry barely ducked under a swiftly cast killing curse, writing with hatred in his eyes. Avada Kedavra. The man dropped, reducing the Death Eater's numbers again. Obscuring black mist poured from his wand briefly as he shifted positions to behind a large statue and sniped another wizard. His fiendfire creation was still reducing everything on the left side of the room to ash, the Death Eaters frantically doing anything they could to keep it at bay, futile as it was. Now they almost all been consumed. It was almost impressive that the remaining members even continued to struggle against the monster, but at this point it was inevitable what would happen. Glacius. Harry reacted instinctively, forming a Protego shield in front of him as the dozens of deadly projectiles smashed into an icy dust mere feet from his body. His wand snapped up and to the side, unleashing a luminous black whip that cut through the hasty shields of three clumped-together Death Eaters before ending them as well. Croc-ah! Harry glanced up to find another of his opponents being killed mid-curse by the mystery traitor, only for her to be hit in the back by a deep blue spell that could have been anything, causing her to stumble noticeably. She barely caught herself before losing her left arm just below the elbow in a small spray of blood. her harsh scream one of both pain and rage. The woman choked out something Harry wasn't able to catch as her attackers bore down on her. The small orange orb, however, was unmistakable. An explosion rocked the upper level, bringing a great deal of it crashing down in a heap of wood and stone, crushing the Death Eaters beneath. Their shouts were swallowed up by the noise of it all, and the collapse caused a wave of ash and smoke to push out into the room. It took only seconds for the survivors to begin struggling back to their feet, none forgetting they were in the middle of a fight for their lives. Shit. You bitch, I'll kill Y. The labored curse was cut off with a wet choking as a metal piece of debris found itself lodged in his neck. Harry wasted little time bringing the other survivors down before turning his wand on the final Death Eater who'd been facing him. Full mind care. Harry said the spell from memory, striking the final remaining Death Eater with a pure blue bolt of lightning that rendered him a smoking corpse. He breathed deeply, for the first time feeling the drain of everything he'd been pushing out in the past few minutes. The heat was still so present in his body, but the absence of energy was refreshing. Clarity returned to his mind as the haze of battle and his condition receded. It was only a matter of time before it would return full force. The basilisk was now making its way back to his side of the room, having consumed all of the other wizards in the room. Only the large amount of protective warding on the building kept it from being a flaming wreck, though it was clear how rapidly that was failing too. Harry wasn't leaving anything to chance. Leave her. Destroy the entire building. Make sure no one else remains. Obediently, the basilisk moved into the narrow halls, leaving terrifying flames in its wake. And just like that, Harry was alone once more. Almost. The traitor Death Eater was trying to move out of the rubble with little success. Within seconds, she'd simply given up, tapping her stump of an arm weakly as she tried to do anything. Her mask and a good portion of her robes were gone from the proximity of the explosion, and her veins were visibly purplish, suggesting the first spell she'd been struck with was a blood-freezing curse. Blood sluggishly dripped from the horrible wound, giving further evidence to the identity of the curse. Have to. The voice brought his attention back to the traitor's face, only to freeze as he finally took in her features, ones that he saw only once before but would never forget. His voice was a whisper of shock that filled the now quiet ruin of an entrance hall. Nim! In a heartbeat he was at her side, countering the curse and conjuring bandages for what would soon be a more seriously bleeding wound as her body temperature began to rise. They bound the stump tightly, forcing a cry of agony from the woman. A numbing charm was the extent of the comfort he could give, but he cast it all the same as his brain repeatedly tried to make sense of her being alive and in front of him. It was impossible, but he could feel her magic as he pulled her clear from the rubble. Feel it through his hands and arms as he kept her from collapsing against the rubble. And in the brief moment he laid her down and let go, it was gone, like she didn't even exist. Ha! The teen jolted out of his thoughts as his eyes found hers, which were struggling to focus on him. I got arm cut off. Ah, yeah, he said automatically. She was clearly already in shock. Your need arm, Akio. Harry ducked his head as he was nearly brained by the flying severed arm, which landed squarely on the ground next to them with a thud, staining the already destroyed carpet further. The black of the dark mark stood out sharply from the pale skin around it. Nim, Harry got no further as he was jerked forward from Nim grabbing his shirt, wand clattering uncaringly to the floor. Her head thudded into his chest with what little motor control she could still manage. Alive, alive. Whatever he might have done was lost as he gritted his teeth against a surging inner fire. Don't. That was as far as she got before slipping into unconsciousness, helped along by Harry's silently cast stunner. Emotions too tangled to make sense of twisted in his gut, building to such a level that he to finally look away from the woman. Relief was only matched by anger. Both were crushed by the fire in his veins. He simply didn't have time for this. He wrapped her arm in more conjured bandages, placed both it and her wand on her chest, and sent her along with a rubble-made portkey. With the major manor wards now dismantled, it would take her to the Hogwarts gate where he knew a guard would be. She would be taken care of from there, hopefully. Time to end this. With some effort he stood straight, eyes to the back of the manor. His foe was directly ahead. There was nothing between them now. Roman 20, say that again. Albus Dumbledore took pride in the fact that he was virtually unshakable after all these years. No matter the news, he could work through it and do whatever he needed. To act when others would not. Forge the path to his victory, now though he was completely frozen. My father was possessed by you-know-who and fought Harry Potter in our living room, Percy Weasley repeated impatiently, doing his best not to cross his arms. I've just come from leaving him in the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey. My mother is helping as well. It seemed more prudent than risking St. Mungo's. Of course, Dumbledore said faintly, still processing the single sentence that flipped everything on its head. So Harry is alive, yes, Percy said with a nod. No, dear, how? He came to our house this evening, apparently. And the duel, came the faint reply. Harry won. He, for the first time, Percy's professional demeanor broke, and he looked distinctly uneasy. He grabbed my father while he was still possessed and caused him to scream before collapsing. They both were. It was unsettling. And where is Harry now? Dumbledore asked, needing to know. I'm sorry, I don't know, Percy apologized. He said something like, I can't, and then disapparated from within the house. Destroyed the wards we spent so much time on, and wrecked the foundation, so we obviously can't go back, not with things as they are. I can't imagine. Thank you, Percy. There is no need to continue, the headmaster said quickly as the young Weasley began to pick up steam. Please return to Arthur's side and keep our Mediwitches safe in the event something still remains. I'll be relying on you for their protection, he added, causing the young man to stand a bit straighter. Of course, you can count on me. As the door snapped shut, Dumbledore addressed the apparently empty room, or more specifically, the woman H was in the middle of meeting with before Percy barged in unannounced. Narcissa, change back. We must act fast. Silence. Narcissa. Getting a sinking feeling in his gut, Dumbledore quickly checked the castle map, only to find the black in question making a mad dash for the nearest secret passage out of the castle. Oh dear, this is going to get messy. The headmaster returned to his desk and jotted out a quick note, moving over to Fawkes immediately after. My friend, this must reach Nicholas at once. Harry's life might very well depend on it. With a flash of flames, the phoenix was gone. Dumbledore moved slowly back to his desk, feeling the weariness moving through his bones. No doubt this would be an unforgettable night. He only just sat when the office door suddenly burst open, Kingsley rushing in. Headmaster, Nimpora was just found at the gate. She's alive, but severely injured. What? Instantly Dumbledore was on his feet. Take me to her. Roman 20 Bellatrix was silent. She watched her master from the corner of her eye. He stood patiently in the center of the grassy field that he once often looked out over from the window of his office. Malfoy Manor had beautiful grounds, kept perfect by their house elf, though who knew what happened to the thing with Lucius and Draco dead. Perhaps it found Narcissa. A moment of thought was spared for her sister. Months ago, Potter said he was the one keeping her safe, but what happened while he went missing? Was she with him, or were they separated? News of her capture or death were never reported, so she could only hope Narcissa was still safe. Bellatrix let out a short breath. She needed to focus. Potter returned, and was making his way here, as evident by the now burning manor. That's right, Harry Potter. The almost whisper from her master was easy to pick up on the quiet night air. Push past every obstacle to face me. Prove to me that I am right. She didn't know whether to be worried or pleased. The Dark Lord was certain that he lived, that they were bound by fate to face one another, that this was the reason they shared the connection they did. Put simply, he would know if anything happened. He would feel it. Bellatrix couldn't help but think that her master's fate taken a turn for the worse. Her desire for a thrilling duel with the boy was irrelevant. Potter simply needed to die so her master could finally be past this obsession, so that he could return to the man she first decided to follow. Their attention was grabbed by a detonation at the back of the house, which gave birth to a figure obscured by the flames behind him. Slowly it moved, making its way up the hill to where they waited. Minutes in silence passed, until finally it drew level with them, bringing Harry Potter into easy view. What happened to him? This was Harry Potter. Her very magic told her this was true, but there was so clearly something off about it that put her on edge. As the boy neared them, he stumbled before he caught himself. Her eyes swept him up and down, looking for an injury, but finding nothing significant other than his blood-stained and damaged clothing. He didn't appear to be tired either, which was frankly amazing considering he just broke through a force of Death Eaters that contained a number of the inner circle. Alone, she wondered at what point the teen stepped into the realm of the great, a place for names like Lord Voldemort and Albus Dumbledore. As the sounds of his footsteps finally became audible, their eyes met momentarily, and she was shocked to find them dully glowing. A trick of the light. He broke their gaze first. Would be here, naturally. Shut up. I need to focus. Her ears picked up low mutterings in the quiet of the evening. He was talking to himself. Finally, Voldemort stepped forward with a smile, hands wide in greeting. At long last, you've kept me waiting, Harry Potter. Had to take out some trash first, the teen said in an even voice. Once more his eyes flickered to her own. What about her? One more obstacle to hide behind. Bellatrix. Voldemort glanced at her before returning his attention to his foe. She will not interfere under any circumstance. She is a witness to the battle, nothing more. We are making history, after all. Bellatrix clenched her teeth but said nothing. She just needed patience. Let her master finish with Potter the way he needs, then slowly, carefully bring him back to the man he once was. He would see her value once more. Everything will not have been for nothing. You said this is our final fight, Potter said, his voice rushed but clear, but you'll just run when I'm about to kill you. I believe those would be my words to you, but I'm guessing you have a request, Voldemort said with a scoff. Bellatrix also smirked at the comical statement. Potter's next words effectively murdered her amusement. Let's make an unbreakable vow. Silence struck the grounds before low laughter rolled from the Dark Lord. A vow? Yes. His eyes were alight with what could only be delight. I agree. As they approached one another, Voldemort stepped forward first, pale right hand extended. Harry matched him and extended his own, hesitating before firmly gripping the wizard's wrist, Voldemort's fingers closing over his. Not a soul moved for several seconds. Be honest, Harry. Did you expect something to happen when we touched? Voldemort said with a knowing smirk. Bellatrix's eyes moved quickly between both her master and Potter as she approached with her wand drawn, ready for any kind of trick the boy could be planning. I did, the teen admitted, his expression belying his honesty. Have you forgotten? Your mother's protection from me is completely gone, both in blood and home. You've come of age after all. I do hope that was not your trump card. Voldemort's expression could almost be mistaken for concern if he wasn't incapable of the emotion in the first place. And yet, despite this, you stand firm. So very brave to have come here as you did. I don't know if you're aware, but the community that so vigorously championed you a year ago has all but abandoned your memory. To them you have either run away or died. They may think worse of you than myself these days. The only person you're fighting for now is yourself. Potter just let out a slow laugh. Do it, he said to Bellatrix. She looked over at her master who nodded, still smiling. Lightly she touched her wand to their hands. Will you agree to duel me one-on-one, here and now, until only one of us remains alive? Harry said tightly. I will. Voldemort's reply was punctuated by a thin cord of fire that wrapped around both their hands. Will you agree to the same, Harry Potter? I will. Another cord of fire bound them. You're both bound to the duel, Bellatrix said, withdrawing her wand and backing up. Perfect. A ripple of force erupted from a minute flick of Voldemort's wand, blasting the teen back to tumble to a halt in the grass. Laughter followed. Foolish child, with defiance in your eyes you commit to your own suicide. Voldemort raised his wand to the ready, beckoning with the other hand. Potter slowly pushed himself to his feet, glaring hatefully in return. Come and receive the death fate has for you. I will gladly deliver it. XX not far away, a woman in black appeared next to a flaming manor, eyes wide in shock as she took in the sight. No. Her whisper of horror was consumed by the raging flames, bright against the growing darkness. She never once returned to this place after escaping, the risk always being far, far too great. Not to reflect, not to mourn, not to even try and simply recover some of her personal effects that she had to leave behind. So much of her life happened in this building. So much of the pain she internalized and accepted locked in those walls. A distant rumble was all the warning the world before a large part of the east wing collapsed in on itself, revealing a portion of the beast that caused the damage before it disappeared once more. There was no way anyone was alive in there. But if there was even a chance he was, flickering lights instantly recognized as spellfire lit up in her peripheral, far removed from the destroyed building. Even at this range, she could tell a duel began. Hope and dread clashed horribly in the pit of her stomach. With a steadying breath, the woman disillusioned herself and ran forward, leaving the manor and all it once represented behind her. She never looked back. XX, I will not lie, Harry, I am impressed. The two combatants slowly circled one another, one tall and calm, the other slightly hunched but alert. Damage surrounded them where spells were deflected, but both were unharmed. Credit where it is due, Voldemort continued, his wand never leaving his target. If you'd lived longer, I dare say you could have one day risen to the heights of even that old fossil in the castle. You spend a lot of time talking about me being dead when I'm not, Harry said flatly, eyes never leaving the tip of Voldemort's wand. Sparks trailed off of it occasionally in an attempt to bait him, but he was too wary of a counterattack to try. Perhaps we should fix that then. Voldemort's wand twisted and pulled, causing a roar as a sudden gale kicked up and pushed Harry back. He stumbled on the uneven ground, but kept himself from falling over, shielding against the two curses Voldemort sent his way directly after. Harry regained his footing and returned with a salvo of his own, alternating between direct spells at the Dark Lord and explosive ones at his feet. Voldemort, however, was not to be fooled. He countered the more dangerous spells meant to put him off balance and simply shielded the others with a wave of his wand. As ever, power was something the man had in spades. He could afford to throw it around as much as he pleased. 3 spells incoming, 2 at the chest, 1 at his legs. Harry stepped to the left, parrying the first one at his chest while avoiding the other 2. He returned with a rotting curse and bone breaker that both fizzled out on a rippling shield. Harry scowled and sent the serious special, only to have it flicked away into the night where it impacted with something and became a distant glowing ball of fiery destruction. It appears we could trade spells here all night, Voldemort observes mildly. But that simply proves what I already knew. You are capable, Harry Potter, but not at my level. What will you do about this, I wonder? With that, he plunged the tip of his wand into the earth at his feet, sending a pulse of magic outwards in all directions. A beat of silence was followed by very low rumbling. Harry looked around as much as he could without lowering his guard as the earth around him shifted more and more. A hand suddenly burst forth from the ground between them, and another, and another. He knew he was surrounded without even looking behind him. Voldemort raised a horde of Inferius. Of course, the Malfoy grounds were filled with them. Their presence was problematic, but more pressing concern was that he could not sense them around him. Hell, he couldn't even tell where Bellatrix was anymore. His sense of magic was bent the moment his hand touched Voldemort's, as if only the man before him existed in the world. While Harry didn't really expect it to begin when they touched, he was curious what might come of it. At the rate he was falling apart, he was willing to take the risk in the event it could help him, and it seemed to have done just that. As if his warped soul was teased by the prospect of the most powerful Horcrux of them all, it held back in the hopes of consuming this one final meal. The unbreakable vow bound them to the duel, but it likely also ensured his life. He knew that if either of them were to leave, he would die. At least the voices quieted, as if they too were waiting for the outcome of this duel. Voldemort was content to shield against anything he threw at him, and the moment this became a battle of killing curses or unblockable spells, he'd lose outright. The Dark Lord was far the better of the two in casting them quickly. In any case, he would need to get flashy for a bit. He had a bunch of ankle biters to get rid of. Harry dug deep, drawing on as much magic as he could before converting it into a wave of flames that was more akin to a firestorm that spread out over the battlefield. He dropped to the ground and moved to the side as a surprised Voldemort became obscured, knowing it wouldn't take long for spells to follow. But the wave of Inferius never stopped climbing out of the ground, and so were completely exposed to their greatest weakness. Within seconds, he wiped them all out, breathing heavily on his knees, but ready to move if needed. Voldemort watched him impassively from beyond the burning ground, a flick of his wand extinguishing the remaining flames in an expanding wave until they were gone, the ashes of the Inferius joining the wind. What was on his mind was anyone's guess. A wave of black fog rushed from the end of Voldemort's wand, spreading out like a fan in front of him. Harry barely took in the grass withering beneath it before enclosing himself in a sphere of magic. A silent thank you to the headmaster for that one, and following it with another of the old man's favorites, blasting everything around him away with a wave of force. Avies, a horde of tiny birds, burst forth from his wand, almost at once engulfed by a surge of flames from Voldemort. But Harry had energy to burn, and he made this clear, casting the spell over and over until they were everywhere. Voldemort couldn't help but look around him warily, bringing his wand back to likely deal with them all. Too late, Harry growled. Magic surged. Pain lanced through his brain and blood leaked from his nose as he mass transfigured every bird into a thin spear of metal that gleamed in the moonlight, rushing inward at breakneck speeds. Die, Master! The panicked shout of Bellatrix was engulfed by the sound of over 100 spears piercing their target from all directions. In that moment, Voldemort was frozen, a look of shock etched onto his face. That melted into shadow. Harry's eyes widened as the figure of Voldemort dissipated into blackish smoke, like he'd never been there in the first place. A violent force blasted him off of his feet to the side, crashing him into the ground with a sickening jolt. Dimly he noted he was only a few feet from where Bellatrix positioned herself, something she was rapidly changing once more, not wanting to get caught up. That. Harry forced himself to his feet as he took in the fully alive and unharmed Voldemort standing several meters from where he was. His red eyes gleamed against the darkness beyond them. It was dangerous, the Dark Lord said in a low voice, all traces of amusement gone. He grabbed at something at his chest and pulled it free, tossing it to the ground. It looked like a pendant of some kind, though it was blackened and clearly damaged. Cheating bastard. Harry couldn't help but grunt, taking the moment to catch his breath. He felt like he was running on fumes, but the tank was still too full. It was even more exhausting than normal. You are too much like your father, Voldemort said coldly, narrowing his eyes at the teen. Absurd transfigurations at the drop of a hat. I am glad that you are the end of the Potter line, if only so that I will never have to deal with another one again. Voldemort broke off suddenly, his eyes following something in the darkness. A twisted grin lit his face. Oh my! A jerk of his wand at apparently nothing produced a sudden and panicked shout that came from neither Harry nor Bellatrix. However, much to their mutual horror, they both recognized the owner instantly. How delightful that you've come visit me after all this time, Voldemort said, with a smile that was far more terrifying than anything he normally wore. He reached out to apparently nothing, closing his hand around what suddenly revealed to be the neck of a woman with two-tone hair and a petrified expression on her face. Welcome home, Narcissa. XX no, sissy. Harry's mind shut down for a moment as he took in the sight before him. It was impossible. Narcissa knew that Voldemort would kill her the second he was able to. There was no way she would put herself in this kind of danger. There was no way. Sissy, why is she here? Stay where you are, Bellatrix. The woman froze at Voldemort's tone, empty of emotion. He looked down at his captive, wand seemingly forgotten in her hand, as though she instinctively knew it wouldn't do anything to help her situation. I've missed you dearly, Narcissa. My lord, No, 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 Voldemort interrupted, placing the tip of his wand against her cheek and effectively causing her vocal cords to stop working. Narcissa, calling me in such a way is reserved only for my followers. Something you have not been for quite some time. The tip of his wand traced down the side of her cheek and under her chin, rising up the other side of her face. Forgive me, Harry, he said suddenly, addressing the frozen teen. This little bit of business will only take a moment. Wait. Harry's mouth moved, but no sound escaped. His eyes were locked onto the tip of Voldemort's wand and the fearful expression on Narcissa's face. He still couldn't believe it was real. To betray me like you did, Narcissa. You thought you could evade Lord Voldemort forever, that you could escape my wrath. How considerate of you to tie up your own loose end. The tip of his wand pressed painfully into the side of her head. Crucio. Screams filled the air, and for a short time it was the sound of a woman in the most sickening throes of pain. It didn't take long for everyone to realize that it wasn't one, but two people screaming. Stop. Harry was breathing heavily, eyes wide and intense, his wand pointed at Voldemort, but he knew better than to attack while he held a hostage. It mattered little, though. He couldn't put his wand down even if he wanted to. Let her go. What is this? Care for an enemy? Voldemort's tone was filled with false surprise. And for her to suddenly make an appearance during our most fated duel, more than a year after she ran. I wonder what the truth of this mystery is. Grabbing her face, he stared into her eyes with intensity, and Harry knew he was using legilimency on her. Tortured as she was, whatever resistance she may have was long gone. "Ah, I see now. You've been playing house. How heartwarming," he added sarcastically. "A woman who abandoned her husband and son, and the boy who killed them both." Voldemort gave Harry an indescribable look. "You are twisted, Harry Potter." His wand lowered to the woman at his feet. "And you know less, Crucio." Her screams were knives to his mind. "You bastard! Let her go." Harry was halfway through casting another killing curse before Narcissa floated between Voldemort and him. "Be careful. You wouldn't want to kill her by accident, would you? I think that would be even worse than myself doing it, don't you think?" He dropped her to the ground and cast the spell once more, thoroughly enjoying the anguish he was bringing. "Stop." Harry looked around wildly for something, anything to help. "Bellatrix, don't just stand there. Help her. Help her." Voldemort laughed at the absurdity of it. "Help this traitor, a woman who left everything we stand for behind for the safety of blood traitors and muggle lovers." His face turned cruel as he looked down at her. "How many of the fold were casualties of your cowardice? Your husband, your son, murdered by my greatest enemy, only for you to ally yourself with him, to sup with him and laugh about your meaningless existence. To comfort him. Did you really think you would be free of my retribution? Crucio." Harry watched helplessly as the torture continued. He simply could not risk Voldemort outright killing her, and yet there was no doubt where this was leading. He would murder her, even if just to make him suffer for it. Frantically, he tried to come up with a way to save her, but again and again it wasn't good enough. He couldn't be fast enough. Yet even though he couldn't look away from the scene before him, something captured his eyes for the barest of moments. Bellatrix stared at her master and sister with a look he never saw on her face before in all her life. The screams cut off as Voldemort finally lifted the spell, but the quiet of the night was not to return. Pained moaning mixed with sobs filled the air, a heartbreaking sound for all but the one who caused it. "Master." Bellatrix spoke for the first time since shouting her sister's name. Her voice rasped as though she didn't have a drink in days. "Master, Bellatrix cut off for a moment before continuing, her voice more steady, yet it was still a harsh sound. "If I may, please, we can deal with this traitor after the duel. You have waited so long for this moment to kill Potter." Her eyes continued to flicker between those of her master and the crumpled form of her sister. "Allow me to deal with this problem, master, please. It is a family matter." Voldemort's glare was void of anything as he took in the words of his longest living supporter. "Indeed it is. Very well." He suddenly banished the woman at the lone Death Eater's feet, where she rolled bonelessly to a halt, still too pained to do anything but remain conscious. "But I will not wait. You've been looking for an opportunity to regain the favor you once held. You have it before you. Kill her." XX Bellatrix was frozen. The sight of her sister tortured was almost too much to bear, but now she could hardly breathe. "Kill her. Show our dear Harry what it means to oppose Lord Voldemort. Kill her. Show Narcissa what a truly loyal follower of the Dark Lord will do for her master. Kill her. Show me your devotion." This wasn't what was supposed to happen. Punishment was inevitable. She knew this more than anyone. Her master never let his displeasure at failure go unfulfilled. There was no such thing as a grudge, merely a promise to be fulfilled later. She ran, yes. She was sheltered by an enemy, yes. But he punished her now, didn't he? She needed a healer or risk permanent damage from the Cruciatus. But Narcissa whimpered, unable to speak as she looked up at her sister. Her eyes were pleading for something she simply didn't understand. Suddenly Bellatrix realized this was her master's plan all along, the moment Narcissa showed up, to make her kill her sister. Something vile burned in her stomach. "Bellatrix." His voice made her look at him. Her body moved automatically to respond to his call. "That thing is a traitor of the highest order," Voldemort said coldly, staring at Narcissa with disdain. "It has caused me more problems than I care to think of, and is a stain on the name Lord Voldemort and all we stand for. Exterminate it." Slowly her wand pointed in the direction of her sister's head, unable to maintain any true target with the amount it was shaking. "You can't." Potter was looking at her with something akin to disbelief. "Don't do it. You're not that kind of a person." Why? Of course, as expected from a child brought up by Dumbledore," Voldemort said dismissively. "Bellatrix, when you joined my movement all those years ago, it was not to right the wrongs of society. It was not out of hate for muggles. It was certainly not to protect your family. He took a step forward, standing tall. It was simply because I asked you to. Why? You were empty then of purpose and meaning, and I gave that to you. You have tortured and killed countless people under my instruction. Do not pretend that after all this time that is not who you are. You are a Death Eater, and I am your master. Kill her. Why are they trying to convince me? It made no sense. Voldemort wanted her to kill Narcissa, and she clearly didn't want to. Why not force her? To make them all suffer, that would be the most effective move. Potter wanted to save her sister, but couldn't do anything without opening himself up to attack, instead trying to potentially talk her down from doing the deed. But why? And suddenly it hit her. The vow. Narcissa intended to ambush the Dark Lord, allowing him to defend himself despite being in a vowed one-on-one duel. She entered willingly into their conflict. However, Bellatrix herself never had even the slightest desire to harm or interrupt, so she couldn't be touched by them until the duel ended. Don't do it. Potter's voice was steady, but there was a frailty there she'd never heard from him before. Bellatrix. Voldemort regarded his most loyal servant with an intense gaze. Carry out my command. You know it is what must be done. Screw him. That's your family. Harry shouted, his wand aimed at Voldemort. She's your sister. She loves you. Love is for the weak and foolish. We have always valued power above all else. Of course you'd say that, you fucking orphan psychopath. Avada Kedavra. Crucio. Their duel resumed with violent ferocity. Explosive and lethal spells left deep marks in the ground, some getting far too close to the Black Sisters for comfort. Her world was spinning, her mental state wrung out from the stress of what was happening. But the one thing she knew was that she just wanted her sister to be alive. As long as Narcissa lived, she would be able to fix everything. And for that, she needed to get her out of there. Bellatrix bent to grab her sister's arm, and with a snap of rushing air, they were gone. XX crack. The Dark Lord stumbled from the failed apparition as he looked about wildly, eyes settling on the only other person on the hill. Instinctually, he attempted to follow his traitorous Death Eater, but the vow held him here on the hill, damaging him for his desire to chase and murder the women who just ran away. You, Voldemort seethed as he took in his enemy. How dare you turn my servant against me? You did it yourself, Harry spat, his wand still raised high. All of his training, all of his effort. It was all for this moment. Narcissa was out of his sight. He needed to end this. I can't think of anyone else more deserving to die than you. The two circled each other once more, but it was clear that neither had the momentum they started the duel with. They both expended so much to win, and yet here they stood, unwilling to back down, exactly as Harry planned. You don't even understand how out of your depth you truly are. Even if you did miraculously strike me down, I would simply return again. I have conquered death, Harry. It is almost comical that the very last thing truly in my way is you, a boy who hasn't even graduated from school yet. He stepped forward, madness and rage in his eyes. Do you understand, Harry Potter? The duel will be mine. That woman's life will be mine to dispose of. This country and its people are mine. This fate between us is mine. Harry laughed, unable to contain himself. Even after all this, Voldemort only further proven exactly what Dumbledore told him over and over. That in the end, he was nothing but a man. You're wrong, Voldemort, he said finally, deflecting the sneak attack the wizard tried to hit him with while he was distracted. You don't know anything, Voldemort. Why don't I show you? Harry vanished, reappearing directly on top of Voldemort with his hands clasped on either side of his head as he at last revealed his trump card, his glowing green eyes boring into the blood red one of his enemy. Legilimens. Roman 20, the office is prepared for our absence. We won't be gone longer than the evening. I'm surprised the boy is still alive after all this time, Perenelle said with a curious frown. How do you suppose he managed that? I did place a protection on him to help temporarily prolong his life if he encountered another soul fragment. Other than that, I couldn't tell you, Nicholas replied. No matter. You have something you want to say before we go. I can see it. Speak. They stood there in silence for a moment, the wife staring at the husband. Finally, she did. Do you think that I don't know what you're planning? You're trying to draw him out of hiding. You're using the boy's life as bait. He is dead otherwise, the famed alchemist said in return, not denying his wife's words. Opportunities like this are not to be slept on. The lives of a single boy and girl are an easy price to pay in exchange for the end of his. Think nothing of the sort. I was just pointing out your hypocrisy, Perenelle said smugly. And if he dies, what then? Then we take her with us, simple as that. He snapped his fingers. The two vanished as space warped around them. They had a ritual to prepare. Roman 20, what have you done? Harry blinked as his awareness came into sharp focus. They were standing at opposite ends of a room they knew well, the mental space that existed between them. So we did end up here, Harry muttered. Though they were not touching here, he could still feel the struggle between them. Even just standing there, they battled for dominance. But to the one who knew what was happening, it was already decided. There was only one way this would end. Only one way he would accept this end. How have you trapped me in this space? Answer me, Voldemort commanded, brandishing his wand. He looked down in surprise when it did nothing. It's over, Voldemort. You've lost. Hardly, he sneered, looking around rapidly as if there were some kind of hidden exit. You are barely an infant in the mind arts. How have you brought us here? It was a gamble, Harry conceded. Physical touch wasn't enough, so I figured we needed to go somewhere closer. He motioned to the room they were in. This is as close as it gets for us. The fact that you're the one who made this, though, is honestly just poetic. Enough of your mockery. I will twist your mind until it is a warped fragment of what it used to be. It's almost funny how clueless you really are, Harry marked, drawing a near growl from the dark wizard. Let me help you understand what's happening. A little clue for the brilliant Tom Marvolo riddle. Your precious diary is gone. Voldemort froze, his face bearing an expression none seen it wear before. You know, the ring. He took a step. The diadem. He took another step. The locket. Step. That's the cup. Step. The snake. He stopped only a few feet from the man whose entire world been turned on its head, even the one within myself. Within you, that can't how. His hand grabbed a fist full of Harry's shirt, wand digging into his neck, but suddenly they were apart once more as if it never happened. Voldemort recovered instantly. How? You were careless, Harry said with a smirk. I was not. And yet they are nevertheless gone, Harry returned serenely in his best Dumbledore impression. Of course he would be involved. Voldemort swore under his breath. You claim you have destroyed them all. Oh no, I didn't destroy them, Harry said mildly. His expression suddenly turned vicious. I consumed them. They are mine. That's impossible, Voldemort gritted out. My Horcruxes, you are lying. For such a thing to have happened, I would have known, I would have felt it. All that's left. Harry pointed his finger, causing the Dark Lord to take an involuntary step back. Is you? You are my Horcrux, Lord Voldemort. He smiled, the rush of his victory flowing through his veins. And I've come to reclaim you. Voldemort struggled momentarily with the weight of it all, and could only explode forth in a wave of rage. Harry caught him by the arms, and they grappled, neither appearing to have the advantage. I am the true master of this soul. I refuse to be consumed by something so insignificant as you, he bellowed, trying but failing to drive Harry to the ground. Voldemort was backed into a corner, and the teen knew it, pressing his advantage with everything he had. You don't have a choice. Harry pushed forward, bringing Voldemort to his knees as they still struggled for dominance. I have something I fight for, people I fight for. Strength flowed through his body, unmatched by anything Voldemort could bring to bear, alone and weak as he was. I have something to go back to. There are people waiting for me, and he bore down on the vile wizard with all his weight. Will, no. There was the feeling of something cracking. Return, the mind's space shattered. Colors blended together as everything came apart. And as Harry dimly lost the fight to remain conscious, he still couldn't help but enjoy a single pervasive feeling that enveloped his whole being. Victory. Roman 20, the ground was cold. The night was calm. I did it. Voices he was hearing all night were barely whispers, now a muddled hiss in the back of his mind. I've won. The sky was cloudless, filled with countless stars. It was beautiful. It's over. Pain seized his body, forcing a gasp from his lips. Hurts a lot. His arms twitched. Legs shifted imperceptibly. Move of grass slipped through weak fingers with no strength. Please move. Footsteps through the grass filled the air. Slow, as though unsure, but never stopping. He was defenseless, but it mattered little at this point. He took in the final piece of Voldemort's soul, added to his own once more. There was no way. You. The voice was one of shock. You won. Harry pushed through the haze and drew in a breath to speak. Roman 20 tilde moments earlier, Roman 20, Sissy, are you all right? Narcissa groaned in pain as she pushed herself into a seated position. Her sister held her upright, unwilling to let go of her fully, partially so that she wouldn't fall, but also for proof that she actually was safe in Bellatrix's arms. She just used every scrap of healing knowledge she picked up over the years to bring her sister back from the brink. "Bella, you have to go back." Narcissa's voice came in short bursts. She could barely take in air without setting her whole body on fire. "Wah! He's going to be killed. You have to save him. Save him. Harry." She shouted, only to whimper as what felt like a knife slid down her spine. But she pushed through it, forcing more air into her lungs. She needed to act. "The Dark Lord will kill him. Please, Bellatrix, I'll do anything. Forget about me and save him." "How can you say that?" Bellatrix snapped. "I betrayed my master to save your life. You have any idea?" "I'm sorry you have to suffer by picking me for once." Narcissa spat in anger. "If you won't help, then get out of my way. I need to help him." She tried to push herself to her feet, only to collapse onto her sister. It was obvious she couldn't stand properly yet. The damage from the torture curse was simply too much to her nervous system. She needed to rest before she'd be able to move. "Stop. You're just going to hurt yourself more," Bellatrix said in frustration. "And are you out of your mind? Potter is our enemy. If you don't stop this, the Dark Lord will kill you as soon as he finishes with the boy." "I didn't save you just to let you run off and die. I didn't ask you to save me," Narcissa shot back. "He's been trying to kill me since I fled. How can you still pretend like something else has been happening? Move, Bella." It was only a matter of time before Narcissa stopped trying to walk back to the duel and did something even riskier to get there. Bellatrix knew she wouldn't stop. "If I go, will you promise to stay here?" "Only if you promise to save him." "Fine," Bellatrix lied immediately, standing up. They were a decent distance away from the duel, but still on the Malfoy grounds. There were no sounds of spellfire. The ever-distant voices were extinguished. Of course, there was only one way that the duel could have ended. She could still dimly feel the ever-present link to her master. It felt so odd, as if faded but not completely. Was he severely weakened by the duel? She may need to assist him. "I'll go, okay. Save him, sissy, please." "Don't move. I'll come to collect you in a bit." XX how? Nothing made sense. Alive on the ground was Harry Potter, clearly barely clinging to life. Behind him was the body of her master, face down in the ashen dirt. Her diagnostic spell confirmed his death. Further proof, the familiar weight of her master's oppressive magic was gone. Subconsciously she reached and reached, as if it were just beyond her senses, yet there was nothing, no matter how much she stared at his corpse. The only sense she left led her to the teen on the ground. They'd made a vow. Only one was to remain. The reality of the present moment was beyond comprehension. As her master's closest follower, there were things she knew that very few others even had a slight privilege to. There was one thing she knew that not even her master knew she did. The dark mark bound their lives to his. Lord Voldemort truly was an individual who put himself before all others, particularly at the expense of other lives. His followers were linked to him through their mark, enabling him an extreme amount of control over them in many ways. He could even siphon their magic to him to recover his own. The price for this, however, was that if he died, so too would all bound to him. This is how she knew for certain he'd come for her. This is how she held on through all the years in Azkaban, yet Bellatrix was clearly alive. Lord Voldemort was clearly not. The link to her master, the faint feeling she'd known for so much of her life, led to the boy. She's safe. Bellatrix blinked as she realized that the boy was speaking. Slowly and with great effort, he'd forced the words past his lips. "What? Narcissa, safe." Bellatrix turned back to the downed teen. He didn't move, not even to attempt to look at her. Instead, he just stared at the star-filled sky, drawing slow breaths. His eyes were glazed over. She didn't need to be a healer to understand the condition he was in. Perhaps this, along with the surprise that came with the question itself, allowed her to answer so steadily. "Sissy is fine." Purest relief shone on Harry's face as he smiled. "Thank you." Bellatrix clenched her teeth. Her wand was quick to direct itself at the last Potter, but no spell came to her mind. He still lay there, completely defenseless. His wand wasn't even in his hand, laying a foot to the right of his body, another slightly longer one right next to it. She instantly recognized her master's wand. Impulsively, she picked them both up, instinctually feeling the high compatibility they had with her. Just as quickly she dropped them, feeling sick. What was she doing? What would she do? Her purpose was gone. The teen effectively wiped it all away. She turned her back to him in a sudden surge of anger, only to stop before taking a step. Wait, don't go. There was tired anxiety in his voice. A quick look back showed him in the exact same position as well, though his head leaned more toward her. Don't leave me. Alone. The line froze her. How many did she kill in her master's name? How many were left to their cold, miserable end? Yet now she found she simply couldn't take that first step. I don't want to die alone. How many times did she think those words, haunted by her worst fears in the depths of Azkaban? Even with the others in adjacent cells, there may as well have been an endless void between them, each locked in their own minds by the dementors. The thought of her master saving her was her one dim light in the dark, and she gripped it relentlessly to the point just short of madness. It led her from moment to moment for years until, finally, her wish came true. I don't want to die alone. Her master was gone. I abandoned him. No matter the circumstances, it didn't change that one inexcusable truth. She had to pick between him and her sister, between her master and her closest, most beloved family, her little sister. Her choice left her lost. Really, it just made her wonder how weak had she become since meeting Harry Potter. With a frustrated breath, she turned back to the teen, moving so that she was right next to him. Thank you. Again his thanks. It gripped her in a strange way she intrinsically hated. You faced my master. Even winning, you had no chance of survival, she said finally. No matter what happened between them, it never lessened the respect she had for his power, nor the fear he wielded. Harry Potter's expression just shifted to one of resignation. Was dying anyway. Truly, she was curious but knew it wasn't worth pressing. When Harry spoke again, though, his voice had a thread of anger and frustration. So close, of despair. So close, she repeated after a second, curious. Just one. Was he even paying attention to her? He wasn't even sure if he really recognized her or not. One day, he tensed suddenly as the unmistakable look of pain overcame his expression. Bellatrix felt an invisible pressure wash over her as Harry took a gasping breath, leaving her skin tingling. What was happening to him? Are you still there? Bellatrix let out a small breath and sat down. She just didn't have the energy anymore to take this standing. Yes, a stretch of silence, another surge of magic accompanying a pained face. Ella, Bella, she let out a long breath. When he died, would she slip into darkness as well? What is it, Harry? His voice dropped even lower, though she still heard him clearly in the silence of the night. Think she'd be upset. If I called her mum? She. Bellatrix closed her eyes, easily able to recall her distressed sister's face as she pleaded for her to go back and save the boy who single-handedly ended the Malfoy line. Who knows? Whatever he might have said after wasn't to be, as Harry finally lost the battle to stay conscious. Bellatrix could still hear his breath in the stillness of the night, slow and shallow. It seemed his time was finally running out. She just sat there, waiting. Crack. Bellatrix jumped to her feet in alarm as her sister apparated directly next to her, out of breath and dropping to her knees with a whine of pain. There were stains on her clothes like she fell in the dirt. Sissy, I told you to wait. She tried helping her sister up, but was pushed back in favor of looking around wildly, finally locating the fallen Dark Lord and going stark still. He did it, she said faintly before coming to her senses. Harry! She was at his side in a heartbeat, hands going from his face to his chest. Her wand was out and moving, the diagnostic spell she learned years ago telling her nothing she wanted and everything she didn't. You can't die on me now, she hissed, tears clouding her sight. Not when I finally have you back. Wake up, you one, wake up. There's no use, Sissy, he's dead, Bellatrix said flatly, having regained her composure. He is not dead, she fired back. He's still breathing, he's still hanging on. It won't stay that way for long. At the end of the day, it made no difference what any of them thought about it. She saw hundreds more in far better condition whose deaths were foregone conclusions. This didn't look any different to her. You can't do anything. It'd be a mercy to finish it. Narcissa grabbed at the bottom of her shirt, nearly destabilizing the standing woman. We have to take him back to Dumbledore. He can save him. He said he could. Bella, I need you to take us. I nearly lost an arm when I apparated here. I'm barely okay from the Crucio. Take the boy to Dumbledore. Have you lost your mind? He took the one person eye she cut off, her heart crashing to the pit of her stomach. Didn't she just prove that wasn't true? She was a woman whose heart knew nothing but betrayal. After everything she did for him, she just threw it away. Still, she refused to back down. He's my enemy, she said resolutely. He's my son. Madness. Her sister truly lost her mind. Bellatrix merely stared with wide eyes at her enraged sister, unable to prevent herself from leaning back slightly. What happened between the two of them? I don't care what you've got to say. See how long it takes me to make it official, Narcissa shouted. In a heartbeat, she scooped up the two loose wands and looked at her sister expectantly. Now bring us to the front gate of Hogwarts. Bellatrix stared at her sister in silence before looking down at the dying boy with too many conflicting thoughts to make sense of. Truly, there was only ever one other to have such a profound effect on her emotions, so similar, yet so different. Perhaps. Bending down, she took hold of the boy and her sister before vanishing them into air, only corpses in their wake. Roman 20, Headmaster. It was to a very unexpected scene that Albus Dumbledore arrived at the front gates. He practically flew out of the entrance hall and onto the grounds of Hogwarts a few moments earlier. It was one thing when the castle came under attack from Death Eaters in the middle of the night. It was quite another when Bellatrix Black came knocking. Then to find himself facing, not Voldemort himself, nor even a handful of his followers, but a wary-looking Bellatrix carrying an easily recognized Harry Potter and flanked by a panicked and injured Narcissa Black. Is he alive? The question trumped all else. How Narcissa managed to find him, why Bellatrix appeared to be helping, what happened to Voldemort, all temporarily irrelevant. Surprisingly, it was Bellatrix who answered. Not for long. With a wave of his wand, the gates were open, and Narcissa dragged her sister inside. He just fought Voldemort and is barely hanging on. The younger explained rapidly, the gentle hand she laid on Harry's chest a sharp contrast to her demeanor. You must be able to help him. He just, of course, Dumbledore said quickly, wand whipping around and sending off 3 separate Patronus messages. Come with me. The headmaster began to lead them swiftly to the castle, never for a moment lowering his guard. What of Voldemort? The Dark Lord is dead. Dumbledore caught himself before he stumbled, head snapping back to face the source of the unbelievable words, the most subtle of passive legilimency brushing her mind. If Bellatrix noticed, she made no attempt to block or divert him, and the truth of the statement rang out. His is, Narcissa confirmed, holding out the dead dark wizard's wand, Harry still safe in her other. He took it in limp fingers, astonished at what he held. Headmaster! McGonagall approached them quickly from the grand staircase, flanked by a number of auras. A beat of stillness as they all recognized exactly who was in their entrance hall before all wands were drawn and shouting filled the space. Bellatrix moved the point of her wand to Dumbledore's head, and the group hesitated. Stand down, he ordered at once, causing all of them to look at him as if he were crazy. You will not attack her, and if you do, I will not defend you from her retaliation. We do not have the time to discuss present matters. Indeed, we do not. Dumbledore sighed in relief, pleased that his friend found them so quickly. Nicholas, we have him, but he's in a poor state. As long as he is alive, we can still save him, said the alchemist, making a motion over Harry before lifting him with no effort whatsoever. Join me immediately, Albus. Time is of the essence. Of course, Dumbledore said, eyes moving between the still tense groups. Narcissa, I apologize, but given the circumstance. It's fine, I'll see myself out, Bellatrix said shortly, still giving the auras a deadly stare. Keep the boy alive, Dumbledore. His business with me is not over. With that, she exited the hall, Narcissa following closely behind, after one last meaningful look in Harry's direction. We'll make sure they leave. The group followed the two women. Putting everything aside, Dumbledore swept after Flamel, covering ground at a quick pace. They moved rapidly through passageways he only become aware of within the last hour, leading to a place he only knew existed by way of being the headmaster. The castle's magical core, as it was. It was heavily guarded, but before the great alchemist and his wife, the protections were nothing, as before he felt it long before he saw it, the beating heart that pulsed life into the very stones that surrounded them. Dumbledore felt fortunate that he could witness such a thing before his end. The room was a marvel to his senses, and without realizing it, he began to breathe in sync to the slow, pulsing rhythm. It appears the number of visitors only grows. How curious. Dumbledore's eyes locked on the portrait of the legendary wizard. He still sat in apparent ease, though nothing about his presence brought positive feelings. There was a pervasive sense of foreboding that accompanied that gaze. You have him. Perenelle was standing not far away with a wary eye on their observer. Nicholas moved Harry off of his shoulder and pushed him at his wife, who received the floating teen and set him beside the pulsing pillar. He stopped breathing, she said absently, placing fingers on his chest and pulling up slowly. As if tied by an invisible string, his chest rose with an audible inhale, falling as she lowered her hand again. Another twitch of her fingers locked the motion into a loop, steadily providing his body with oxygen. "You are sure this will work?" Dumbledore said worriedly. The plan was detailed briefly as they prepared to retrieve the boy. It was pure luck that he was brought back to the castle so promptly. "His soul cannot withstand the fight any longer," the alchemist said, a hand gently over Harry's head. "We are providing him with a form of reinforcement." "Then you truly mean to?" "I'm sorry, Albus. This was the only solution that did not come at the cost of an innocent's life. As to our location, there was no mistaking where he sent his gaze this time. We need to be in direct contact with the phylactery." "What are you doing?" Merlin stood in his frame. The curious, carefree expression from before was long gone. "Freeing something from your grasp and saving a boy's life at the same time," Perenelle said with satisfaction. "Kindly wait over there like a good worthless painting." "You would dare," Merlin broke off as the pillar flared a bright light. "Thieves, that does not belong to you. I will wipe you from existence." He stepped forward, out of the painting's frame, one foot lightly touching the floor before the other. Magical energy swirled about him, sinister and powerful. "Perenelle, I will perform the rite. Finish this quickly." The alchemist smiled coldly, stepping toward their adversary. He wielded no wand, but only a fool would consider him unarmed. "Gladly. Albus, please protect Perenelle in case anything goes wrong. This should take but a moment." "Of course," the headmaster said at once, his wand drawn and ready. "You are in my way, old man," Merlin said emotionlessly, his wand moving like an extended finger, dismissing the pest in front of him. A massive magical force exploded against an invisible wall just beyond the alchemist's outstretched hand. A single glowing rune hung there, warping the air around it. Nicholas gestured with his free hand, arcs of electricity dancing between fingers before striking at the wizard in front of him. Merlin met the lightning with the tip of his wand, seeming to draw it within the wood and causing it to turn a hot red for a moment. The wizard's eyes narrowed as his mouth formed a sneer. "Sorcerer," the word was said with distaste. "Wizard," Nicholas returned with contempt. "I have a message for your master. Gate." The word reverberated with power as a vertical line in the air behind Merlin suddenly drew outwards in both directions, revealing a pool of darkness beyond. The wizard was momentarily shocked by its appearance. Who are you? How do you know such magic?" "Now why would I answer a broken artifact's question?" the alchemist said. "Be gone and deliver my message." A wave of force pushed Merlin through the gateway, which promptly closed with a rush of air. Dumbledore blinked for the first time, struck dumb by what he'd witnessed. "My friend, that was." "Later, Albus," Nicholas said lightly, turning back to his wife. An absent wave of his hand caused the portrait on the wall to completely vanish. "Perenelle, it is done." She stood, beads of sweat running down the side of her face. As simple and quick as the process was, it was by no means easy. "He is balanced. Now it is up to him." She moved her hand across her face, all traces of sweat vanishing. "He simply needs to claw his way back to consciousness." "He will." Dumbledore knelt at the teen's side, a hand on his chest. He focused on the heartbeat, steady and strong. If there's one thing Harry Potter can do flawlessly, it is fight his way to the end. XXXXXXXXXAN. Just about there now. A special shout-out to everyone who left a review or continued to drop a follow to show that they hoped I'd not left this forever. The reminders were what pushed me to make the time to finish this. I spent some time going back and trying to clean up the earlier chapters of typos and whatnot. As of now, I've actually written a large majority of this story on my phone. Anyway, look forward to the epilogue, which my friend is literally texting me right now about taking 3 years because he's an ass. It won't, I swear. I'll try to get that to Wyall in the next couple weeks. One time, Legilimency got autocorrected to Lego Lime Curry. This makes my life feel complete. 29. Epilogue. Is it over? Neville Longbottom from beneath a table during a particularly unfortunate potions class. Winter, 1992. Epilogue. The merging, it was a very familiar view that Harry opened his eyes to. Arched stone that curved around an uneven ceiling, occasionally reaching down slightly in points tipped with magical light. The hospital wing was always a very well-lit room, even during the day, as it was now. Sunlight spilled in from a nearby window, a cool breeze meandering its way across the freshly made beds. Slowly, he raised his hand in front of his face, unable to keep the bemusement from his expression. I'm alive. The hand flopped back to his side. Unless the afterlife is the bloody hospital wing. It's not. He blinked rapidly, startled by the new voice. If his body still didn't feel like lead, he'd probably have sat up quickly. He didn't sense anyone so close. At least I think so. Still laying back, he turned his head to face the source of the voice, laying in the bed directly to his left. He recognized her immediately, of course, but it was still hard to believe that she actually existed. Nim. Hi, Harry. Silence stretched as they met each other's eyes. Despite being so close, it felt like a chasm opened up between them, one so impossibly wide neither knew where to begin in attempting to cross it. Did they even want to? Why can't I sense you? Harry decided to ask this question first. To this, the young woman raised her right hand off the bed. A dull golden ring that he'd never seen her wear before adorned her middle finger. Black family heirloom I stole from Grimold Place, she explained, looking at the ring. With a sigh, she removed it, and the warm, familiar presence of her magic rushed to fill his senses, as well as something else. It hides your magic. Pieces clicked together in Harry's mind. You hid from me. It was hard to keep the accusation out of his voice. The hurt. No one knew her magic like he did. No one could identify her but him. She literally took extra efforts simply for his benefit. Yes, she didn't bother to deny it. Her expression was filled with sorrow. I suppose I should thank you, Harry said eventually. I might not have made it through all those Death Eaters without your interference. That was my plan in the end, she replied. Was it worth it? She looked down at her left arm. The bandages that'd been covering it were gone, exposing the faint skull and serpent tattoo. You know, I got mad that they reattached it, she said with a small snort of humor, slowly flexing the fingers of her left hand. She still had very limited mobility with it and would need a few weeks of rehabilitation to get its full use back. It felt like an injury I should have to keep. Nice not looking at this disgusting thing for once, too. Answer my question, Nim. He looked back at him only for her eyes to go wide at the wand directed at her heart. The look in Harry's eyes was empty. You're here, aren't you? She answered, expression changing to one of acceptance. Go ahead. I never expected to live through this anyway. She closed her eyes, and a small smile worked her way onto her face. It would be more a comfort for you to do it anyway. There was a beat of stillness before Harry flicked his wand, hitting her with a splash of water that elicited a squawk of surprise. Another flick, and she was pulled onto his arms. You are a fool, Nymphadora Tonks, as if he wouldn't notice her despair, that she was shivering in place, a hand tightly clutching the blanket at her side. I don't deserve to live, she whispered. You don't get to decide something like that, Harry said flatly. His hand moved to her left forearm where he felt something he'd never noticed before. The moment his hand closed over her skin, the mark blackened and she gasped. Wow, what did you do? She said, her voice a mix of confusion and horror. She could feel the connection between them as he explored it. I don't know. I can feel it, Harry said softly. What did this mean? Did he inherit Voldemort's marks? He pushed the overwhelming thoughts that came with such a revelation aside and focused once more on the girl in his arms. Tonks was obviously shaken, but even more so she had questions she wanted answered. Don't you hate me? Despise me for what I've done? No stranger to murder, Nim. They stayed like that for some time, content to just take in the reality of the moment, that they were both alive. Everything else they could work out after. Mr. Potter and Miss Tonks, or at least until an affronted healer exited her office and noticed her only 2 patients on a single bed wearing nothing but hospital gowns. Hey, Poppy, Harry said with a smile, unconcerned by the interruption. Tonks positively leapt off of the boy in embarrassment. I was hoping I'd get to see you. Quick question, why am I alive? You can thank the headmaster and the alchemist for that one, she said disapprovingly, still regarding Tonks with a thin look. She then surprised them both by sweeping Harry into a short hug. Ah, Poppy. Thank you, Harry, the healer said with a smile. You've saved us all. Saved us. Tonks looked between the two of them in confusion. Of course, you've only woken up recently, Poppy said in understanding. Her eyes moved to the girl's dark mark before flicking her wand at it, causing a white length of cloth to cover it once more. He who must not be named was defeated by the young man you were on top of not a moment ago. It happened last night. Tonks just stared at him in silent shock. It really is over, isn't it? He mused. It was a surreal experience. In no way did it feel real. Where's Dumbledore? On his way to get you. I informed him you were awake the moment I noticed it, said Poppy. I'm sure you'll have much to talk about. As to your condition, she moved her wand over him automatically, though it was really out of habit at this point, and because it was necessary. You have recovered from whatever has been afflicting you. You'll be sore for some time, but nothing worse than that. Knowing you, though, I'd ask that you return here in a few days for a checkup. Now back to your bed, young lady, she directed at Tonks. I don't think I need to remind you that it was either this or a cell. Right. Visit me later, Harry. We've got more to talk about. Yeah, I will. Roman 20. It was to a bright morning sun that shortly after found Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore sitting out by the lake. Fox was perched lightly on Harry's leg, happily eating flaming snacks provided by the headmaster. We should do this more, Harry said, liking the temperate air that circulated them, courtesy of Dumbledore's spell. To most onlookers, they'd probably be curious as to why the headmaster was sitting with one of his students. But in truth, it was just two friends, enjoying the temporary peace that was granted to them. Not that anyone could tell they were there, further hidden by the headmaster's spells. Agreed, Dumbledore said pleasantly, popping another candy into his mouth. Remind me to teach you this spell later. It makes the fall months so much more enjoyable this far north. By the way, Nicholas asked me to pass along his regards and that he would be in touch. I'd imagine he would, Harry said dryly. With everything that's happened, though, I don't mind waiting. It's been a busy few days. That is true. As you've explained to me from your perspective, the fall of Azkaban was yesterday. Happy belated birthday, by the way. Thanks, Professor, Harry chuckled. That reminds me, though it is certainly no gift, I have something to return to you. Harry looked over to see the headmaster holding out a wand that he recognized instantly. That is your new wand, Dumbledore said evenly, letting Harry take it in his hands. Wand lore is something that I know a great deal of. This one's loyalty has most certainly shifted to you. Because I won the duel, huh? Harry looked at the wand that was used to kill his parents and so many others. It was a powerful object, rivaling his own in sheer destructive force. I kind of want to snap it, but at the same time it reminds me that I won. That is entirely up to you, the elder wizard said evenly. There are pros and cons to both choices. Did you end up keeping Grindelwald's wand? Harry asked. To this, Dumbledore pulled the unique-looking wand he'd always used. Indeed, I did. I use it to this day in the hopes that no witch or wizard will ever use its power for evil again. Harry eyed his friend with curiosity before casting his gaze back over the lake, stepping a toe near a line he wondered if he should be treading. You know, I'm surprised you never asked me for the cloak back. To his surprise, Dumbledore laughed. A full laugh that said far more than any verbal response would. Still he replied, Harry Potter, you are as perceptive as your dearest friend. You dropped too many hints. It was easy to put together, Harry argued. Give yourself far too little credit, as always, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. Though I do believe I still have a few years yet in me, please ensure that I am buried with the wand. If that is impossible, though, I'll feel secure in knowing that you are protecting it from misuse. You would really trust me with the Elder Wand, Harry said in shock. After everything I've done, I would trust you with far more, the headmaster said easily, reaching a hand out and resting it briefly on Harry's shoulder. There is no need to prove yourself to me. The faith the old man felt in him warmed his chest and left a burning fire there. Now, Dumbledore stood, vanishing his seat as Harry did the same. Fawkes took to the air and lazily moved about them, letting the wind carry him here and there. Walk with me for a moment as we speak of what is to come. They moved in silence for a minute before Harry began what would be a very different conversation than the earlier one. There was much to work out. Did you recover Voldemort's body? We did, Dumbledore confirmed. His was an existence that needs physical proof of an end. Your absence for the last 7 months, as well what has been happening during that time, puts us all in a precarious position. Voldemort may be gone, but his followers remain and will not believe his death without the body. Even then, there will no doubt be a number who become more aggressive, who want to avenge him and his ideals, who even may consider rising up to take his place and carry on the fight. We can consider all of these not just as possible, but likely to happen. How has everyone treated my absence? Harry asked. Voldemort said he was turned on by the populace, but most in the country were torn between you having been killed or running away. Your detainment, for lack of a better word, by Draco Malfoy is perhaps the silver lining that we are looking for. People will rally behind you when they discover you here effectively captured, only to break free and take the fight directly to Lord Voldemort. I actually have an idea about how to deal with the Death Eaters, Harry said hesitantly. Before you got me, I discovered a side effect of what happened last night. You are not referring to what Nicholas did to keep you alive, Dumbledore said to clarify. No, I'm not. Harry took a breath, knowing this was going to get a bit strange. He still wasn't sure how it made him feel quite yet either, but something like that wasn't going to stop him like it may have in the past. I'm connected to the dark marks. I can feel them all, like faint threads in my mind, reaching out into the distance. I touched Nim's mark before you picked me up, and it reacted like it would have if Voldemort touched it. Silence stretched as Dumbledore considered what Harry told him and the various ramifications. We may never fully understand the truth of what you have become, he began, but that is no reason to doubt yourself or falter. To me and those you hold dear, you will always be Harry Potter. I believe that this is enough. Harry couldn't help but smile at that. Yeah, me too. That being said, do you believe you could locate an individual with a dark mark? I can probably do anything that Voldemort could. He also placed the serpent's mark on most of his newer followers, and I can control them with Parseltongue. It's a little scary, to be honest. Then the real question is what to do with them. I suppose you're asking, the headmaster said, in understanding. There was no mistaking that the two individuals had a very different approach to dealing with Death Eaters, but the problems they faced were the same. There are individuals who will fight to the death, and others who will run without a second thought. Regardless, the moment word gets out that they are being tracked, it will make locating them all a great deal harder. So we get them all at once, Harry said, once more holding his new wand aloft. I'll call them, and we'll use that to trap them. Whoever runs can be arrested and tried. Whoever wants to fight to the death, let them. They would be the most dangerous ones anyway. Dumbledore sighed heavily. It pains me to hear you talk of killing so casually, he said with a frown, but he said nothing against the plan Harry proposed. It would work. They could not afford to let those with the more advanced serpent's marks roam freely. Perhaps after this final push, we will both be able to rest our wands for good. They both exchanged amused grins at that. It would never happen, and they knew it. We need to do this today. The sooner the better. Lunch time would work best, give the most people time to find excuses to get away for the meeting. That gave them scant hours to put the entire affair into motion, but it was enough. Location. Anywhere will do. We just need an anti-apparition and portkey wards so that people can't actually escape. Muggle-repelling wards, the usual. When we are done speaking, then I will take you to a suitable place, the headmaster said in agreement. There was no time to tarry after all. Then I will bring our forces from Hogwarts. Just make sure you tell Snape not to go. I actually kinda like him now. Professor Snape, Harry. Right, right. You plan on enlisting her, I'd imagine. For the first time, Harry stopped walking, averting his gaze from the headmaster in awkwardness. Ah, yeah, it's complicated. That I already knew. Dumbledore sighed before shaking his head. For once I am going to say that I am too old to be dealing with this and leave it to the younger generation. She is very much your problem now. Generous of you. Anyway, what about school and everything? Harry asked, glad that they now are planned to finally end it definitively. Things will be back to normal in a week or two probably, but you'd like to continue your education, yes? Yeah, I could use the normalcy, and it'll keep me out of the media for a while, he reasoned. I wouldn't have it any other way, Dumbledore said, pleased that Harry wanted to return. Your friends will be absolutely delighted to have you back. I don't think you understand the profound effect you have on them when you are here. It was all that I could to reassure them that you were at the very least alive, if missing. I'm sorry. He knew he didn't need to apologize, and yet still felt responsible for how he put everything in his life that wasn't Voldemort to the side. Just a little bit longer and he'd be back. He wouldn't leave anything to risk. The Death Eaters were the final piece. Again, Dumbledore gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It was funny how much the little act helped. "Have you heard from Narcissa?" Harry asked. "Not yet, though knowing her, if you are here, there is a 100% chance that she will come back to find you. It is most likely that she is presently with her sister. No doubt you will see her before I do today. Shall we head back?" "Yeah, we need to get working." Harry drew the invisibility cloak around himself as Dumbledore allowed the illusion he kept woven around the pair during their entire time outside to dismantle. Disembodied, Harry's voice spoke. "For our plan. Can I count on you to coordinate with the Ministry without me being there?" "Of course, I will be very persuasive. Is there anything else that you'll need?" "Actually," he paused as he made up his mind, "I'll need a couple favors." "Ask away." Roman 20. An hour later, Harry stood at the center of a large stone building that reminded him of the massive room in the Department of Mysteries with the stone arch. It was probably used for public performances or something similar, but today it would be the final resting place of Lord Voldemort's Death Eaters. Dumbledore worked with Amos Diggory and Amelia Bones to lay their trap. The wards were all up. The place was his. Now it was on him to bring the guests. He had half an hour to do so before his reinforcements would surround the building and the grounds. But first, he closed his eyes and located the two presences in his mind that he recognized of the anonymous threads he came to understand as the marks. He considered them briefly before beckoning to them. It was like he took hold of the thread and pulled. Almost at once, three familiar magical presences appeared to his senses, two that he called, and one that he prayed would come as well. "Harry!" Running footsteps barely preceded Narcissa's shout as she ran through one of the many entrances along the wall. She did not stop running until colliding with him at the center in a crushing hug that he was happy to return. To see her safe and even running about put him at ease in a way that nothing else had so far. "I'm so happy you're okay," she said tearfully. "I couldn't go back into the school right away. Bella said I needed more healing." "She was right," he insisted, gently pulling himself out of her grasp as the elder black sister walked into the room finally. She also looked perfectly healthy, though that made sense. "I'm better now. I'm not going anywhere." "Bella said you called her," she continued, confused and concerned. "What exactly is going on? How, Harry?" They both turned to find the other person that Harry reached out to. She was standing with her wand out and pointing at who she likely felt was the biggest threat in the room. "Nim, put the wand down and get over here. We don't have a lot of time." "What is this, a family reunion?" Bellatrix said with little humor, unconcerned by her niece's aggression. "Actually, weren't you supposed to be dead? Recognize me now?" Bellatrix's eyes went wide as her features shifted into a very familiar Death Eater that was working her way into Voldemort's inner circle. At once her hackles rose. "Traitor! Both of you stand down or I'll make you," Harry snapped, no longer tugging at their threads but grabbing each with a fist. Each woman let out a surprised gasp, eyes flicking to their dark marks. "Now come here." Narcissa watched in apprehension and confusion as the boy she came to see as a son cowed two of the most powerful witches in the country with apparently nothing but his voice. Finally, the three stood facing him, Nimpora to his left, Narcissa in the middle, and Bellatrix on his right. "Harry, what's going on?" Harry took a deep breath. They had 25 minutes remaining, and he needed as much time as possible to let people arrive. They would be quick. Lord Voldemort was not one to wait when calling, but the more time the better. "At 1 o'clock, I will exterminate all the remaining Death Eaters throughout the country." Whatever any of the women might have been thinking, it was thoroughly destroyed by his statement. "Voldemort is gone, and when everyone learns of it, there will be problems. We have one chance to control the damage as much as possible right here." "You mean to call them all here," Bellatrix said immediately, "and kill them? They can run if they want, but the Ministry will be waiting outside to catch them. I don't care about them. I care about the ones who will want to keep fighting, the ones who think they can be the next Lord Voldemort and carry out his vision." The faintest whisper drifted across his mind, and he stomped on it. "And you want us to help you wipe them out?" Tonks said, her gaze moving around the group. "Sure, they all deserve to die anyway. What about you?" she directed at Bellatrix. "I've never cared in the slightest for Lord Voldemort's followers. I'll follow you for now." "I had a feeling you'd both agree," Harry said with a grin that did not match the pleasant tone of his voice. Just remember that you're working together for this one. If either of you take a shot at the other, you'll regret it." Tonks just looked at him flatly. "Only you would have the balls to threaten us like this." "Anyway," Harry derailed quickly, 20 minutes left. "Only you and Bellatrix are staying. Narcissa has to go somewhere safe." "Why, Harry, you can't tell me." "I agree," said Bellatrix. "You are still recovering and nowhere near our level." "But, Auntie, she's right," said Tonks, not happy who she was supporting, but doing it nonetheless. "Narcissa." The woman turned to the teen now addressing her. "Did not fight as hard as I have for as long as I have to risk you dying here. Please sneak back into Hogwarts. Poppy will give you the full care you need. She's been expecting you." "And that's it," she returned, the fight leaving her. "You three against all of the remaining Death Eaters, that's still." "Sissy, honestly," said Bellatrix with no small amount of annoyance. "Look at who you're talking to." "Fine, fine." She looked at Harry one last time. "You get home safe, young man. We have a lot to talk about. Keep him alive, you two." With that she left, Harry and Bellatrix only relaxing after they felt her apparate away. "Nim, take the appearance of that Death Eater woman you were pretending to be," he said, rummaging around in his pockets for something. "What about you?" Bellatrix said, taking in the area that they'd be fighting in. "Boy, who lived slaughters dozens. I kind of like the sound of that." "Thanks, I don't need more bad press than I already have," he said grimly, finally finding the potion vial he was looking for. It was a blood red. "To your health, ladies." With that, he downed the most vile-tasting brew on the face of the planet. Both women backed away as his skin began to bubble and push outward in places. He gained some height, his hair became more contained, and his eyes became a bright red. A wave of his newest wand made the small modifications to his clothing so that it would fit better. Suddenly standing before them was Lord Voldemort, exactly as he looked the night before. "Well, this is scary, isn't it?" he said, making both women flinch but for wildly different reasons. He reached out and lightly took hold of Bellatrix's chin, watching her go stark still under his touch. Tonks was wide-eyed, but had a hand over her shoulder in fear. "That's right, she still has the snake mark. I'll have to take care of that later." "Don't worry, it's still me, probably," Harry said, enjoying the effect he was having on them. "Now, hold out your arm." Automatically, they extended their marked arms. He considered each before grasping them both and causing them to gasp. The dark marks went pitch black as he called on all of his servants, beckoned them to come to where he was as quickly as possible. There was nothing more important than his call. "Is this what it's like to be a Dark Lord?" He mused aloud. He was the only one finding the situation humorous, however. Bellatrix was barely maintaining herself upright, while Tonks fell to her knees, panting heavily as he used them to amplify his call. Little though they knew it, both were thinking the same thing. Whether he intended it or not, Harry Potter technically was Britain's newest Dark Lord, and they knew exactly where they stood in relation to that fact. He released them the moment he felt the arrival of the first wizard outside. Then the second, the third. More and more began pouring in as they apparated to the edges of the premises, unable to get closer without walking. Slowly they entered, finding their lord flanked by two of his closest supporters who waited in silence at his side. Dozens arrived, and they just kept coming. Mostly men, but some women as well, all wearing their dark robes and masks. In fact, in the entire building, it was just the three at the center that were unmasked. They seemed inhuman as they filled the space, and so they waited. Eventually, the distant toll of a bell signaled the top of the hour. Harry could sense no further arrivals, but that just meant the ministry was doing its job properly. He'd put his faith in Dumbledore to be ready, and really there was no one better to trust for matters like this. My ever-faithful followers. Harry smiled, internally mocking Voldemort. Imitating him took no effort, the transformation flawless. Was almost like he was alive again, wasn't it? The victory he felt over the Dark Lord flooded him afresh. "In such numbers I have called you all," he said calmly, pacing slowly. There were well over 100 there. 200. It could not have been much more than that, but even so were they ever fully amassed. For today marks a very special day in the history of this movement. Today is the day that this movement, he paused as he took them all in, dies. Silence struck the room like a hammer. Shuffling of feet, the fidgeting of hands, soft and loud breaths, all of it stopped. For you to have joined me and attempt to live out your twisted, filthy desires, to dominate the weak, bend them to your will, discard them with impunity, You've been tested to live in a world much larger than you. And you, he stared at them with utter contempt. This group of animals that preyed on innocence for their own pleasure and ends. Have. They would finally know and experience exactly what they'd become. Failed. Harry quickly blocked the hearing of Tonks before uttering one final statement in parcel tongue. Kill each other. Roman 20, Amelia Bones saw a great deal in her time as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was on countless raids, participated in joint operations with the Department of Mysteries, served both as a hit wizard and aura before being appointed to her position, and held almost every commendation that the ministry gave for her line of work. Never before did she preside over an operation like this one. You wish to end Voldemort's movement, don't you? Dumbledore said to her a scant 2 hours prior. She had nothing to retort, unable to take her eyes away from what was unmistakably the Dark Lord's corpse she was looking at. Then you will need to do exactly as I say. Wait outside of the building at precisely 1 in the afternoon. They could do that without issue. They used magic to conceal their presence as they surrounded the building and waited, not stepping within the anti-apparition and portkey wards that were set up prior until after the bell struck. The wall was set. Within 1 minute of the hour, Death Eaters will flee from the building in fear. They will be greatly distracted and pose little threat. Quickly incapacitate them and let none escape. And flee they did. Dozens of Death Eaters ran from the building, pushing and shoving one another in an effort to get away from something behind them. It was child's play to down them all, even those that managed to get their wits about them and attempt to fight back. Eventually, no more emerged, but they kept their wands at the ready. For what didn't stop was the horrific sounds of whatever was happening within. Do not enter the building until 2 things have happened. Firstly, all sounds of fighting within must have stopped for a full, uninterrupted 5 minutes. They waited. Once there was a lull for about 30 seconds before a shout of what was unmistakably someone dying passed over the air. Eventually, the 5 minutes passed. Secondly, the anti-apparition ward must be dismantled. Once this is done, wait another minute before going inside. Everything according to plan, Albus, she said under her breath, using her wand to destroy the ward stone that anchored them. Most of the hit wizards were processing the captured Death Eaters, but a large number of them went inside with her. They barely made it past one of the doors before stopping in their tracks. The room was the scene of a massacre. Bloody hell, the man to her right said, eyes as wide as everyone else's. What happened here? Did they kill each other? I heard one of them outside, another said, drawing everyone's attention. Begging for help, he said. He said the Dark Lord was killing them all. That's... Get it together, Amelia snapped, making them all jump. We've got a ton of work to do. Someone get over to the ministry. I don't care who thinks they're in charge, just bring more squads. As they scurried to it, Amelia let out a long breath. If the Dark Lord was here, but he was actually already dead. Who caused this? It was a question she never sought the answer to. Some things were better left a mystery. Roman 20, that went well. Harry just finished returning his clothing to normal now that the polyjuice wore off. Sitting with him on the top of a random London building was a silent Nymphadora and Bellatrix, both too caught up in what just happened to care about their dislike for each other. Went well, he says, Tonks said dimly, looking at the sky. I don't even know what happened. They all tore each other apart. Why did you do that to my ears at first? So that you wouldn't join them. She blinked twice. Right. Are you all right, Bellatrix? You haven't said anything. I'm fine, Master. They all paused at that, none more shocked than the woman who said it. She buried her head in her arms, cursing herself in a low voice. What a fucked-up group we are, Tonks said in an amazed voice. I want to laugh, but I know that if I do I'll just start crying. Do you know what I mean? Ah, yeah, Harry said after a second, unable to disagree. Bellatrix said nothing. Nym, come here, I want to get that mark off of you. At this, both women looked over at him. Get rid of the mark, the metamorph said in shock, looking down at her arm automatically. I can't do anything about that one, Harry said, shaking his head. I mean the other one. Show it to me. Harry, I don't. Do you want me to force you? Knowing there was no way around it, Tonks tapped her shirt with her wand, causing the entire right sleeve and shoulder to vanish, exposing the black snake tattoo that started down by her wrist and wound its way nearly to her neck. This is how I controlled most of the Death Eaters before, Harry explained, running a finger along it with a frown and causing Tonks to twitch. Bellatrix also frowned at the mark, remembering how she'd begged the Dark Lord to mark her as well, to give him more control over her body without even realizing that it could do that. She didn't know whether she was upset or relieved that it never happened in the end. Anyone with a large enough snake has used it a lot for power. It poisons their minds and makes them more violent, easier to influence. They can't resist an order given in parcel tongue. You were at the very limit, so I couldn't risk it earlier. You can get this thing off of me, Tonks said hopefully. It was a curse, and she did everything in her power to prevent it from growing, but that wasn't always easy. The fact that she still lived after all this time with her mind was impressive enough. Yes, but it'll probably hurt a lot, so I'm going to stun you first. Okay, I trust you. She laid down on the roof before he stunned her and used a numbing charm on her arm. Remembering something else, he turned back to Bellatrix. Come help me. You're a pretty good healer. She hesitated for a second before moving over to his side. What do you expect to happen? She asked. This might make a big hole in her arm. Just do what you can. Fine. Leave her body and curl on the ground before me. At first nothing happened, but after a second the snake sank into her arm, as he witnessed before, and exited her through a smartly made cut thanks to Bellatrix's wand by where its head was. It was disgusting to look at, but with the numbing charm and her being magically unconscious, Tonks didn't make any movements. Bellatrix quickly began healing the internal damage of her arm, and Harry vanished the blood-covered snake, glad to be rid of the thing. Love snakes, but those things are fucking awful, he said absently, returning to his companions. She needs a better healer than me, but she's all right for now, she said quietly. Thanks, Bella. You're welcome, Master. That going to be a thing now? Please don't ask me about it. I am very confused. Well, if a Bellatrix Black who said, please, thank you, and you're welcome, wasn't enough of a sign that she was mentally broken down, he didn't know what was. All right, I'm going to take Nim back to Hogwarts. I'll call you when I can get you to visit with Narcissa. He lifted Tonks in his arms after lightening her with his wand. Bellatrix. She gave him a sidelong look, but was clearly paying attention. Thank you. For what now? For staying with me after the duel, he elaborated, eyes falling to the stone at his feet. I didn't want to die alone. A pause. Nobody does. With that, she vanished in a rush of displaced air. Harry looked at the place she was standing before letting his gaze fall back to the young woman in his arms. You know, Nim, it's times like this that I actually miss my cupboard. Damn, do I have issues. Finally, the roof returned to being empty once again. Roman 20. It was to a breath of relief that Narcissa saw Harry enter the hospital wing a little over an hour after she got there. He was flanked by Dumbledore and carrying an unconscious Nymphadora, but didn't have any injuries that she could see. Apparently everything went to plan, whatever that was. They exchanged something in low voices before Harry nodded, and Dumbledore stepped back out of the ward. Spare me the pleasantries, Harry, out with it, Madame Pomfrey said crossly, moving the unconscious woman to a free bed. Do you remember the snake mark on her right arm? He asked. I got rid of it, but it caused some damage. At least you had the sense of getting her some help before bringing her back, the healer said with a huff, moving carefully over Tonks's exposed arm with her wand. You can tell. Of course. Who do you take me for? She said, barely paying him any mind at this point. The healer absently rubbed the top of his head for a moment before walking over to her office to get Tonks some potions. With that taken care of, he finally walked over to Narcissa, conjuring a chair and sitting beside it. I didn't know you were so close with Madame Pomfrey, she observed. I don't know if close is the right word, he returned, sparing another glance for the healer before turning back to Narcissa. What has she done for you? Standard cruciatus treatment, she said, moving her hands and arms a bit. It's uncomfortable because they have to find out if any of your nerves aren't working like they should be. Are you all right? He asked worriedly. After all, she was moving around before and now she was sitting in a bed. At least she wasn't in one of the gowns. I've lost a bit of feeling here and there, but it will come back by the end of the week, she reassured him. What about you? I can't even begin to understand what you've just been through. Well, I guess it started the day I raided Gringotts. Narcissa listened with wide eyes as he described his movement through the bank and fought with the dementors. To think that was you, she said with awe. The mass destruction of the dementors was a mystery that no one an answer for, at least until now. There aren't many left, you know. Good, they're foul creatures, he said in disgust. After that, though, paused, suddenly looking stricken, unable to meet her eyes. Tell me, Harry. Draco captured me. Narcissa closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath and letting it go slowly. Of course he's something to do with it. She realized then that Harry was about to tell her how her son died. Did you kill him? She had to ask. She remembered Voldemort saying that Harry killed both her husband and son, but she needed to hear it from him. Aye, not directly. He described the room where he'd been taken, that it was a safe house of her ex-husband's, how Draco lost his mind, and ultimately his life. Silently, Narcissa wiped away the tears that fallen throughout his recounting. She'd long known he was gone, but was glad at least for the closure, as horrible as it may have been. You shouldn't blame yourself, she said finally when he'd fallen into silence. That's a good one, tell me another. I'm serious, Harry. Narcissa looked up at the high ceiling before returning to the teen at her side. Draco's life was taken by Lucius and the Dark Lord. It's been over half a year for me to think about it. Yeah, tell me, she said, lightening her tone. There were better things to talk about, happier things. What do you want to do now? What do you mean? He asked. No more hiding, she said with a small smile. No more hunting. Will you go back to school? Oh, yeah, he said, matching her expression. I was talking with Dumbledore earlier about that. Do you think they'll let me be a seventh year? I did miss half a year of school, more actually. The headmaster will work something out, Narcissa said confidently. He won't separate you from your friends. What about you? Me? Well, I doubt you want to live in the trunk anymore, he reasoned. True, she honestly ain't been thinking of her own living situation. Then again, she'd have needed a home regardless. I'll have to get Cousin Sirius to help with the money, but well, she smiled grimly. I'd imagine there are going to be a lot of new homes for sale soon. I can help, Harry said at once. If you want me to. Narcissa smiled widely at this. I'd be upset if you didn't. Roman 20, Dumbledore closed the door to his office with a tired exhale. He didn't get any sleep the night before for obvious reasons, and would no doubt be losing more in the week to come. He looked over to the long wooden casket that held Voldemort's body, magically preventing it from decaying or being otherwise tampered with. The headmaster trusted nowhere but his innermost sanctum for its storage, and the prospect of not needing to think about Lord Voldemort and his followers again was enough to counter having such a terrible roommate, if only temporarily. Who would have thought this is how you next visit my office, Tom? He said absently, giving Fawkes a brief scratch on the head before taking a seat at his desk. With Harry now visiting Narcissa in the hospital wing and Amelia reporting the successful end of the Death Eaters, there was planning to be done. Amos and Amelia were re-establishing control of the ministry. Thickness would be in custody by dinner. The few Voldemort supporters that were never marked would very rapidly find that their power base completely disappeared, quite literally overnight. He would lift the veil of fear that shadowed his school. Albus, do you have a moment? He looked to the latest addition to his desk. A small picture framed the size of a paperback book. Within it was the profile of the famed alchemist. Given the recent event, he felt it necessary for them to have a more efficient way of communicating. Of course, my friend, he said with a nod. Has the boy woken up? More than that, Dumbledore said, unable to contain a small chuckle. Up and routing remnants of a Dark Lord's following. He's back at the school now, though. Is he? Flamel said in interest. That is promising, I suppose. Have there been any noticeable changes? No, it would appear she is still dormant, said Dumbledore with a frown. He would have mentioned something. As expected, then. The alchemist fiddled with something out of sight. Taking notes. I have no idea when or even if something will happen, but I have no doubt that he will eventually come to call, and we can count on your support when that happens. I imagine he will target us long before the boy, Flamel reasoned. But of course, Albus, you can. Then I have nothing to be concerned about. Let me know if anything changes. With that, the frame went dark, only a shadowy figure remaining. Dumbledore suppressed a scowl before placing the frame flat on its face. The alchemist and his wife helped, no doubt. The method used to save him, though, soul magic. Something he knew only the faintest amount of. Something he had absolutely no control over. Something that was done to his friend without his knowledge, although it was to keep him alive. The Flamel solution was so radical, so extreme, that he couldn't help but keep returning to the same question. Was this truly the only way? He lived long enough to know that the answer to that question was almost exclusively no in every situation. Harry needed to know, and soon he would tell him. Today, though, he would stop piling worries on the boy for at least today. He owed him at least that much. Now to prepare his dinner speech. Roman 20 Halloween at Hogwarts was always an exciting affair. The hall was expertly decorated, appropriately themed, with the more amicable ghosts doing their best to startle any students they could, and the food was as always excellent and plentiful. The students were no doubt saddened by a lack of party the way there was one the year prior, but it made more sense this time around. More than twice as many people lived at Hogwarts compared to before, and an effort to allow everyone to enjoy the festivities at the same time put a noticeable strain on an already stretched thin kitchen staff and dining hall. But they all fit with a bit of magic, and they were content. Dumbledore watched over the hall as usual, seated at the center of the head table. However, it stretched considerably further in each direction, allowing for other prominent members of the ministry that had been forced to join them or face death at the hands of Voldemort and his followers. There were some notable absences that evening, though. The heads of the various ministry departments that fled to Hogwarts were missing, as well as the vast majority of the auras and hit wizards that came with them. Of course, only he knew exactly what they were busy with since lunch. About halfway through the meal, the headmaster pushed his chair back and stood. Slowly, the considerable volume in the room lessened until it was finally gone, instead filled with the creaks of people shifting in their seats, the shuffling of robes, and an occasional clink of dinnerware. "Thank you for your attention. This will not take long." He paused for a second, eyes moving between the students and their extended guests. 16 years ago, on this very day, the Dark Lord Voldemort was brought within an inch of death, forced to retreat and regain his strength as his following faded into obscurity. More than a decade of celebration followed this, until finally he returned with vengeance. There is not a single person in this room unaffected by the terror he has brought, be it old or new. We have been living in this castle, surviving, trying to cling to what we find safe. He paused as he regarded them all with a profound respect. "I believe you should all be commended for how you've continued to push through in spite of the odds. You bring an old man like me hope and a great deal of joy to see you continuing to grow together, even in circumstances like these." The students and adults continued to listen in silence, various thoughts floating through the room, but all waiting for him to finish. Something told them all that this was no normal announcement. "That being said, it brings me no greater pleasure than to tell you our times of hardship have come to a close." Confusion rippled through the crowd. Put simply, Lord Voldemort is dead. Though he was prepared for it, it didn't prevent the almost physical wave of sound that erupted from everywhere in the room from knocking him back into his seat. The teachers were no exception. Only a limited few were aware of the news due to necessity. With an internal sigh, he pulled his wand and gave it a wave over the room, causing 3 very loud, chest-shaking bangs that quickly returned the room to silence. "Apologies, there is a bit more to say," he said with a smile. "As I've just said, Lord Voldemort is dead. No doubt you are wondering how I know this. The answer is also simple. His body is currently being held in my office. No one had anything to say to that. Additionally," Dumbledore continued pleasantly, as if he didn't just talk about the high-profile dead body in his office. "Earlier today, the Ministry, along with the law enforcement that has been residing with us at the castle, captured the vast majority of the remaining Death Eaters in the country. Lord Voldemort and his movement have effectively been wiped out." He held up his hand to stall the coming tide of sound that was sure to burst forth once more. "Details about how this happened will come in time. For now, though, I felt it was my obligation to lift the weight from your shoulders as soon as I could." His gaze finally landed on one student, the one who just quietly came through the door while all eyes were glued to the man at the center of the head table. The student smiled and gave a weary nod. The message was clear even without words. "Go on, get it over with. That being said, with Lord Voldemort's defeat, we can finally welcome back a student we have long missed in these halls. It is very good to have you back with us once more, Mr. Potter." The whip-crack sound of several necks nearly breaking as people turned to the was more than likely something that students invented to embellish the scene when telling anyone who hadn't been there that night. The scream of one of the Gryffindor seventh-year girls, as she quite literally knocked everyone next to her to the floor in an effort to clear her seat, was most certainly real. Harry. Hey, her, he got no further before she jumped him, nearly bringing them both to the ground. You're all right, she breathed in relief. You horrible, horrible friend, where have you been? Later, Hermione, he said softly, returning her hug tightly before making to step back. She was having none of it, however, and still clung to him like he'd vanish if she let go. In that moment, he was absolutely swarmed by his peers. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, overjoyed, while the other members of his year and more all gave him warm welcomes. He looked for Tracy and Daphne, but there were so many people in the room that he couldn't see either of them. It was a mess of bodies and magic. The Slytherin table was also the furthest away from where he was in this much expanded dining hall. Is it true? A voice rang out to him from someone in the group. Despite everything that Dumbledore said, there was still doubt. They looked to the only other person who it seemed that they could trust on the matter, that if anyone would know, he would. It is, he said evenly. Everything Professor Dumbledore said is true. He's gone. The girl, still clutched in his arms, looked at him for any amount of deception, any hint. He's really, surely gone. He's gone, Hermione. It's over. All at once, she seemed to lose the strength in her legs, and Harry quickly tightened his grip around her so she wouldn't drop to the floor. Free. The words came muffled against his shirt, tears flowing freely. She angled her face, and he could see a beaming smile looking back up at him. All the stress he last saw in her, all the worry, all the sadness, it was all gone. Laughter bubbled up from her throat, and she spoke in a clearer voice. You're free. I'm free. He looked out at the crowd he now accumulated, his friends and peers around him, the hopeful energy that filled the hall from Dumbledore's news, celebration that started anew. He knew it was going to get crazy again when they got more details, but for now this was enough. I'm free. Roman 20, tilde 1 week later, Roman 20. Once upon a time, Tracy Davis believed that she was and would always be runner-up to a race she'd never win. She was told constantly that she was pretty, intelligent, and very likable by both her parents and her best friend, yet that contrasted sharply with what she experienced. The girl she loved like a sister objectively beat her in all areas, consistently getting attention while Tracy got less or none at all. Even the school mocked her, placing a half-blood in the pure house of Slytherin. She practically lost hope at anything ever being different. Now she wondered if she wasn't actually in one of those fairy tales. Do you want another one? Sure. Tracy took a grape from the bowl at her side and carefully placed it in Harry's open mouth. She sat with her legs to the side, his head placed comfortably in her lap. The grass around them swayed lightly in the warm summer breeze, courtesy of a spell from Harry's wand. You two are positively sickening. Daphne sat not far from them on a blanket, idly flipping through a book that floated in front of her. The expression she wore was one of disgust. Oh my, Miss Greengrass, jealousy is not flattering on you. The raven-haired Slytherin turned to the fourth member of the group. Shove off, Granger. At least people aren't confused about my position in all this. She gave up trying to describe what was happening in front of her, and instead just motioned to it vaguely with a hand. And what is that supposed to mean? Hermione said coolly. She for once wasn't doing anything academic, instead content to sit in peace and enjoy the atmosphere. Almost 1 year later, and people still don't know who's actually his girlfriend, Daphne said with a smirk. That's ridiculous, Hermione said dismissively. My love for Harry is purely platonic. Ha, as if you haven't ever wondered what's going on under the robes, Daphne fired back. I'm right here, you know, Harry said dryly as they continued to nettle one another, though it was more an automatic response than one he was really paying much mind to. His attention was fully on the blonde whose hair kept getting away from being tucked behind an ear. I'm sorry, she said softly, her hair pooling around them, partially blocking them from view. I didn't do any of this right. She lied about being his girlfriend to the entire school, guilted him into promising that he'd be safe when she knew he was marching to what would likely kill him. She wasn't able to make it to him when he'd returned during the Halloween feast. She'd been too relieved and shocked to move properly. At least Hermione made it to him before she collapsed. It was no wonder that people thought they were in a relationship. Tracy, he said after a second, I already told you none of that matters. To me it does, she replied. I've been so selfish, just doing whatever I wanted to make myself feel better. You're no worse than I am, Harry said, shaking his head. You're an angel compared to me, to be honest. I've done terrible things to be here. Doesn't change who you are to me. Tracy went crimson with shyness, but pushed on anyway. She licked her lips before leaning down and kissing him lightly. Even if you became the next Dark Lord, I'd still love you. It felt really, really good to make him speechless from time to time. Whatever mood settled over the pair broke to pieces as the sound of gagging filled the air. Daphne was pretending to hurl. Even Hermione averted her eyes in embarrassment. It was probably to everyone's relief that a brown owl suddenly landed next to them with an evening newspaper in its claws, looking at the Gryffindor girl expectantly. "Thank you," she said, acknowledging receipt of the paper, and the owl took off, likely heading for the owlery. "Oh my, is this it?" Hermione spread the paper out on the ground so they could all see it. Like many of the other papers they saw from the Prophet this week, this edition had a single article on the whole of the front page. At the center was a picture of a very familiar face looking out at them, serious in his expression, but giving an impression of confidence and triumph. Bold letters stood out across the top of the page. Harry Potter returns after months in captivity to defeat the Dark Lord. Britain's savior delivers us from evil once more. An exclusive interview and a look into the journey of our hero. Recently, Britain was immersed in a darkness not seen for nearly 2 decades. Today, those dark days have become history. Over the week, this paper has been bringing you the most up-to-date news regarding the defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named and his followers, CPG 2, the state of the ministry, CPG 5, and what waits for us all in the future, CPG 9. In this edition, we bring you an exclusive interview with Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and who may now be getting yet another title, one for defeating He Who Must Not Be Named. Note that for the duration of this interview, Harry Potter always referred to the Dark Lord by name. However, for our readers, we have omitted it. I was wondering when they'd finally finish it, Harry mused, sitting up properly to look at the paper. Yep, there's the interview. I knew they wouldn't write Voldemort in there, bunch of babies. If they want to keep fearing the name, then let them, said Daphne dismissively. At this point, it really is just a name. I'm surprised you did this, Hermione said honestly, looking over at her closest friend. This is rather detailed considering what you told us. It makes it easier having you right next to me, but I still get scared just thinking about it. While the minute details will perhaps never be known, what is clear is that in defeating He Who Must Not Be Named, Harry Potter has become recognized as one of the most powerful wizards Britain has ever known at the incredible age of 17. We are eager to see what great things he will do in the future and can only extend our heartfelt gratitude for what he has given us all. Tracy finished reading, leaning against Harry and wrapping her arms around him. I'm dating one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, huh? Well, the paper said it, so it must be true, he said with a grin, causing her to laugh. I really hesitate to ask this, Daphne began, grabbing their attention. But you know they've restarted Hogsmeade weekends, right? What are you planning on doing for this one? Just spend time together, Tracy said evasively, giving her friend a look that she knew very well. I'll tell you later. Only on Saturday, though. I'm meeting up with Narcissa on Sunday for lunch. She said she had something really important to talk to me about. Harry shared some of the things he was keeping extraordinarily close to the vest, one of the most shocking being that he saved Draco Malfoy's mother from Voldemort and ended up essentially living as her roommate for well over a year. To the two who were once his doormates, it was still something they didn't know what to think of. Still, it was obvious that Harry grew close to the woman, and so they kept whatever opinions they had to themselves. In all honesty, it was nice to see him happy about anything these days. Hermione, of course, had no such reservation. That's nice. I wonder what it is. I dunno, but I'll tell you if it's interesting. Silence fell on the group for a minute. Then, want me to feed you grapes with my mouth? Ah, get a roo-woom. Roman 20. The lunch rush on Sunday was calm for once in the seemingly random American-style diner in London. Two women sat in a booth, undisturbed by the people around them, including the servers. At first glance, one would think the couple were being ignored by the diner staff, but with a closer look and a talent for reading magic, it would be easy to see that the two sat within a very subtle notice-me-not charm, barely strong enough to affect even the weakest of wizarding kind, but enough for a diner of muggles. They would probably all be shocked to know that one of them was Britain's current most wanted criminal. You know, I'm surprised. Bellatrix looked up from the silly paper placemat with juvenile puzzles printed on it to the woman across from her. About what? That you would meet me here, in a place like this. I'm a murderer, not a racist. It's still hard for me not to see them as inferior, Narcissa admitted. Harry doesn't like it when I sound too much like basically anyone I grew up with or around. They are inferior, Bellatrix said shortly. It couldn't get any more scientific in her opinion. They don't have magic. We do. I don't hate them for it, though. That is a good way of putting it. Are you ready? The sudden change in topic threw Narcissa off for a moment, but she recovered quickly. Yes, as I'll ever be. Then relax a bit. Whatever happens, happens. She suddenly blinked and looked at the door. He's here. I'll go bring him over. A minute later, Bellatrix returned to her seat, Harry close in tow. Sorry I'm late, he apologized. I had a late night and slept in. It's all right. We haven't been here for long, Narcissa said to him with a smile, moving over in the booth to give him room. Come have a seat. Bellatrix watched in interest as Harry Potter fidgeted awkwardly on the spot before sitting, eyes flickering between her and her sister. You said you had something important to talk to me about. Yes, I did. This was it. I wanted you to look at this. Narcissa laid a small stack of parchment with very precise writing in front of him. Thumbing the corner of the top page, he looked at the others, noting areas that had spaces for signatures. It looked very official. What is it? He asked in curiosity. Narcissa actually blushed. Ah, well, they're adoption papers. Adoption. Harry suddenly felt like his voice became very small. His throat was paper dry. You me. I mean, I know it's silly. You're already of age, so something like this doesn't really do anything in the grand scheme of things, and honestly, they'll cause you more harm than good. I know people will talk, and I just... Narcissa. The younger black sister cut off as she got a pointed look from the elder, nodding her head in Harry's direction. He was simply staring at the document in silence. I know we have a complicated relationship, Narcissa finally said, dropping her gaze to the table. Anyone looking in on this would probably say we both need serious psychological help. They probably wouldn't be wrong either, she added with a weak chuckle. But that doesn't change how I feel about this. I can only do what I think is right, and this, she touched the document, feels right. Harry let out a long breath before looking at Bellatrix. What do you think about this? Why does that matter at all? Harry gave her a nonplussed look and said, ignoring all the obvious reasons, a lord should always consider the word of his most faithful supporter, shouldn't he? Bellatrix scowled at him, stopping herself from the reflexive urge to rub her left forearm, but not before he noticed as well. Her rising annoyance was quickly quelled, though, as Narcissa took Harry lightly but firmly by the ear, reducing him to a teenager once again. Behave yourself, or so help me. I'll stop. I'll stop. Bellatrix was unable to resist a small smile. She saw the two, both individually and together, go through a great deal. Knowing her sister all her life, it was clear she was happy, and it was really only at times like this that Harry Potter ever even remotely resembled a typical teenager. She began, getting the others' attention. Think you should do what you want. That's what I've always done. Silence fell on over the three at this, and Harry stood up. Can you give me a little while to think about it? Of course, Harry. What else could she say? I'll be back in a little while then. And with that, he walked out of the diner. He didn't say no yet, Narcissa said after a second, eyes falling back on the papers. Bellatrix sighed at her sister's anxiety. Well, she couldn't really blame her at this point. No, he didn't. He apparated, she noted, feeling the distance of their barns suddenly stretch greatly. I wonder where he went to think. XX Potter, why are you in my office? Severus Snape was undoubtedly the happiest he was in quite a long time. He no longer needed to do double agent work for the Order. Lily's son lived through everything. He didn't even have to deal with Dumbledore's nonsense nearly as much as usual. For the first time in years, he could actually do some proper potions research for his own projects, as opposed to a murderous Dark Lord. One of said projects, which was being interrupted by a Gryffindor sitting on an unoccupied table as if he did it all the time. Of course, the boy's presence was unable to disturb his precise movements. A hand lifted the chimera blood that he gathered with a dropper. Now to add a single, Narcissa wants to adopt me. Snape slowly put the dropper down and placed his potion under stasis. Why is it? He turned to the enigma of a boy with no small amount of annoyance. That you always come to me with the dramatic, emotional things that happen in your life. Narcissa wanted to adopt him. He honestly didn't even know where to begin with that bit of insanity. It was almost as mind-altering as knowing that his dark mark now forever connected him to the boy. The less he thought about it, all the better he felt. I dunno. You always come to mind first when I need serious advice, Harry said honestly. You're a reliable arse. Snape suppressed a snort of laughter at that. So you want your mother's likely thoughts on the matter, he guessed. Do you think she'd be mad? The boy looked incredibly troubled. I do not believe that it ultimately matters, Snape replied without hesitation. Lily is gone, and has been so for many years. You, however, have your entire life ahead of you. Now stop interrupting the precious few hours I have without being forced to endure children and do whatever you want. With that, he turned back to his potion, only picking up his dropper once he heard the door close behind him. Annoying boy. If it makes you smile like that, then why even disturb me in the first place? Roman 20. Run that by me again. Sirius Black was confused. The closest feeling he could presently relate to was the sense that he was being pranked, but Harry didn't prank people. I've formally adopted Harry Potter into the Black family as my son, Narcissa said with a straight face from across the sitting room table. This is your copy of the documentation. The ministry has already received the originals and processed them. It's official. Narcissa Black most assuredly did not prank people. No, this was real. Harry. Naturally, he turned to his godson for confirmation. It's true. I know I didn't talk to you about it, but he got no further as Sirius finally made it over to him, pulling the teen into a tight hug. I'm not upset at all, kiddo, he said reassuringly, taking a step back and clapping him on the shoulder. Or surprised, really. Well, I am, he elaborated, pretty blown away. But don't act like I didn't know something was going on all this time with my dear cousin here. Hell, this makes it even easier for you to inherit everything when I finally kick it one day. I dunno, the newly acquitted Sirius Black must have someone's eye, Harry said, unable to resist a smirk. What did that Witch Weekly article say? From most wanted criminal to most wanted bachelor. Pratt, Sirius chuckled, rubbing his knuckles across the teen's head. That was nonsense, and you know it. Go upstairs and visit with Tonks for a bit. Narcissa and I have some things to talk about that'll bore you. Good things, he added at Harry's suspicious look. No one's going to start a fight here. Get going. All right, call me when you're done. They watched Harry leave the room and ascend the stairs before returning to staring at one another in silence. The atmosphere tensed perceptibly. Should I have my wand out? Narcissa said finally, but Sirius shook his head, still caught up in his thoughts. Eventually he spoke. You know as well as I do exactly what Harry has done to make it this far. The word went unspoken, but it was obvious what he meant. I knew him before you did, before Voldemort came back. I remember what he was like, and know that he'll never be that boy again. Sirius regarded his cousin flatly. Don't you ever forget that the first time he killed someone it was solely for you. Narcissa sagged slightly as her face fell. I will never forget that. Regarded him with a heartfelt conviction. I want to help him live a good life. That makes two of us, Sirius said with a nod of agreement. You'll need a place to live, right? I think I can help you with that. XX Tonks took a steadying breath as there was a knock on her door. Come on in, Harry. You know, I forgot you could sense me, he admitted, closing the door behind him. I didn't realize you were here until we entered the building. The Fidelius charm really screws with things. Me and Narcissa, he added. She adopted me. We came to tell Sirius. Tonks gave him a shocked look. Really? Yeah. Tonks just shook her head, laughing at the absurdity of it all. Someone's going to have a field day writing your biography. They stood in an awkward silence. Eventually, Harry broke it. Nim. What, Harry? After everything that's happened, that's your response. What, Harry? What do you want me to say? She shot in frustration. She pulled up her left sleeve, the dark mark visibly darker due to his proximity. Harry, you can dominate me. I knew it the moment you touched my arm in the hospital wing. Do you have any idea how that makes me feel? Probably better than how I feel knowing I can dominate Snape. A look of utter revulsion crossed both of their faces before they broke out laughing. Fuck, I'm a wreck. Tonks breathed softly, wiping a few tears from her eyes. From laughter or something else she couldn't really tell. I'm happy and sad, for both of us. I'm not going to let you hide away in misery, Harry said bluntly. She was just the type to let things fall into disarray. We've both become different people to make today a reality, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy what we have. He paused, eyes moving to the ceiling as he smiled. I'm dating Tracy now. I know you are, Pratt. Hermione tells me everything. The metamorph slowly raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth twitching into a grin. Shag her yet. Nim, Harry said, affronted. I'm not hearing a nuo, she sang. Shut up. Roman 20, Roman 20. The cottage was quaint, tucked away on a small parcel of land in Bakewell. It was by far not the most impressive of the homes that littered the hilly countryside, but it fit in just the same, sheltered by the trees. There was a pervasive sense of serenity that rode the crisp fall air. Of the handful of properties that the Black family owned, this was the only one located in an entirely Muggle town. When asked, Sirius explained that there was no reason to consider using them for the Order, as 12 Grimmauld Place already came with the best protections they could ask for, not to mention its central location. As to why his family even owned this particular home in the first place, the only thing more powerful than magic is money. Apparently real estate was fairly lucrative, no matter which world you belonged to. Now the two of them stood out front. The ward work was complete, flew to be set up on Tuesday. There was nothing to move, really. Neither Harry nor Narcissa really owned anything that couldn't already fit in a pocket when shrunk. The place was minimally furnished and could be modified at their leisure. You're going to be all right, Harry. The teen looked to his godfather as he put an arm over his shoulders. Lily and James would be proud of you. So am I. Thanks, Sirius, for everything. Think nothing of it. Narcissa poked her head out of the front door, locating them almost immediately. She insisted on the pair exploring the town while she did whatever she needed in the cottage, now though it appeared she was done. Sorry, I just wanted to touch up the place before you walked in for the first time, she said, tucking away her wand in her sleeve. I'm done now. She gave Sirius a look that made him laugh. I know when I'm not wanted, he said, giving Harry a light push to get him moving. Come visit me soon, all right. Don't forget you have classes again. He stepped off the property with a wave and vanished with a pop. You didn't need to chase him away, Harry said accusingly, joining Narcissa on the porch. She ignored him, though, pulling him through the front door and wrapping him in a warm hug. Welcome home, Harry. And he smiled. For the first time, those words actually had meaning to him. I'm home. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX, the end. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX, author's note. I really can't thank everyone enough for the support over the years with this silly thing. You guys are fucking amazing. It is done mostly. Please let me know what your favorite part of the story was, what you wish there was more of, anything at all. Smash that subscribe button for more content like this, and click on the bell so that you get notified when my stuff goes live. Lastly, below is a final gift to you all, a preview of an After Years chapter. Consider it the after credits scene. Stay awesome, everyone. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX magic, a small figure on a shelf broke apart, crumbling away into a small pile of pieces like loose dirt. It was not the only of its kind. Indeed, there were 6 others on the same shelf. This one had a unique purpose, like all the others, and as with each other figure it held a great significance to its owner. The man, whose age could not have been guessed from his appearance alone, approached the broken figure with a frown. He saw others break before, and dealt with it accordingly, but never this one. The one that held perhaps the greatest role of them all was always the least of his worries, and was something he rarely thought on. Now, though, he could not simply ignore it. It was a very long time since he last walked the land of mortals. That's right, I gave my last one away, he remembered, seeing that the wand he usually kept was not in its spot on the shelf. Was it really that long ago? Well, no matter. He turned to the center of his abode, where an ancient tree of white stood, branches reaching far up into the upper levels of the structure. A slight gesture had one of the lower boughs reaching towards him, allowing him to remove a thin, perfectly straight piece the length of his forearm. One could say it had a most curious resemblance to a long skeletal finger. I could always make another one. 30. Interlude. The other side PT2. Loss touches us all in different ways. It stays with us and fades, but never truly leaves. I can only say thank you, Harry, for helping me find some measure of peace with my sister. You are a good friend. Albus Dumbledore to Harry Potter, following what amounted to a gross overuse of the resurrection stone by an enthusiastic elder brother. Interlude. The Other Side, PT2, Chapter 30. Just a little more Harry coughed as he pushed himself to his feet, using the low wall for support. Looking around, there wasn't really any immediate way of telling it worked. At the very least, he knew he wasn't where he started. Surrounding him was the very obvious offness of a room where everything was shifted half a foot from where it was before. Was he actually there, or did simply end up somewhere else? Only one way to find out, he muttered, pulling the invisibility cloak around him. Without even a whisper, his image rippled into nothingness, not appearing again until he was well outside of the ministry building and away from prying eyes. As little attention as he was wanting to give to the place, he picked up at least some useful information. It was roughly the same date as where he just came from, an odd result considering what happened last time, putting his visit roughly a year since his last. The ministry still didn't buckle under Voldemort and his terrorists, though they certainly were an ever-present threat. Wanted posters and safety bulletins lined the walls of the busy atrium he managed to navigate through with some difficulty. It wasn't long before Harry found himself standing outside the gates of Hogwarts. Given a host of options, Dumbledore was the best by a large margin. If Harry was truly where he wanted to be, then the headmaster could help him out better than anyone. If he wasn't, then absolutely nothing changed that fact. The teen was hard-pressed to think of a scenario where the old wizard wasn't already one of the most useful people to involve in his impulsive plans. Even if they were complete strangers, the old man was a good enough person to want to help someone he just met. Pulling his wand, Harry tapped the gate with it twice to seemingly no effect. Even if they could see the looming castle in the distance, a muggle would have likely looked on in confusion at the patiently waiting teen. Hitting a gate lightly with a small stick when the front door was something of a walk-up, the path likely looked nothing short of silly, particularly with the very obvious waiting pose he'd taken up immediately after. Fortunately, wizards long since figured out how to ring the doorbell without all the racket, though admittedly some people enjoyed the muggle novelty. It also beat throwing spells at the outer wards to get what would most certainly be classified as the wrong type of attention. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a familiar figure cut his way across the grounds from the direction of the lake. The dog at his side looked small, but that was really only because the man was actually so large. "Morning, Hagrid," Harry said shortly, considering and rejecting the idea of hiding who he was in a heartbeat. His identity was precisely the reason he even did this in the first place. "Potter, what are you doing outside the gate?" Hagrid said, pulling up short as he squinted down in confusion. "I was at the ministry," Harry replied, giving Nutfang a hand to sniff by the bars. The dog took a deep inhale before shaking his head and plopping down at their feet. At least that was consistent with what Harry expected. "Ruddy lump, at least try to be threatening," Hagrid muttered, sighing exasperatedly at his dog. The gate was suddenly pulled open slightly, leaving enough room for him to cross the threshold. "Well, get back in then. Why didn't you take the flu?" Harry spared a glance for the gate as he mentally stretched, adjusting to the feeling of being under the castle's wards before falling into half-jog next to his minder. Hagrid walked at what he'd have no doubt called a leisurely pace. "Not my favorite way to travel," he admitted, knowing full well that Hagrid agreed with him, though for different reasons. "I didn't get permission either, to be honest." Hagrid just shrugged, leading the rest of the way to the front doors in a silence Harry was happy to share. "Thanks, Hagrid," he said as the man turned to leave, getting a wave in return. "Now I'm sure he's waiting for me." The halls were empty, which made sense given the time. It was mid-morning, so nearly everyone would have been in class. Anyone free would either be in their common room or the library, studying for the upcoming finals, or perhaps looking for a secluded place in the castle to spend time with someone. Not even Filch bothered him as he walked the halls, though who knew if the crazy man was even here. Eventually, Harry reached the stone gargoyle, asking it politely for entry to speak to the headmaster. It didn't take long for it to move aside, releasing the ever-rising spiral staircase. "Enter." Opening the door revealed a room he never saw before, and yet one he knew quite well. It almost sparkled, the morning light highlighting a number of small devices that moved minutely in their places scattered about the room. Fox slumbered on his perch, his feathers a healthy gleaming assortment of red and oranges. It would be a long time until he had another burning. There in the center of it all, looking politely surprised, was his friend. In all their time spent together, did Albus Dumbledore ever look so feeble? It was jarring to see the old man like that, and Harry found himself in front of the desk barely a second later. What happened? The question was given in a low voice, but it did little to lessen the urgency in it. Dumbledore seemed more shocked than anything, but that shifted into a soft amusement and curiosity as recognition crossed his features. It brought a spark to his eyes that hasn't been there a moment before. So it is you. I wondered, but Albus. Harry let out a steadying breath as he gripped his frustration tightly. The response was all he needed to fully confirm that he was where he visited before. The world where Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived, and the Potters were a healthy and whole family. Those facts, however, seemed insignificant in the face of the headmaster, playing down something obviously very wrong. What happened? Dumbledore paused for a moment before sighing, moving his left hand from beneath his robes and laying it on the desk. Harry's eyes could not have gotten any wider from the act. The hand was blackened, as if it were an old charred husk waiting for the smallest amount of force to cause it to snap. The curse, and it must have been a curse, stopped fairly neatly around the wrist. There, resting on his pointer finger, was the unmistakable ring that housed the resurrection stone. Albus Dumbledore was wearing a Horcrux. Fuck, you went alone, didn't you? Harry said finally, guilt pooling in his gut. There was no reason for it. He quite literally had no connection to the events here, but it hurt all the same that he was unable to be there for him. It is as you say. A wave of his wand brought Harry a chair, which he sat in heavily. Another brought a bottle and glasses from a nearby shelf which busied themselves with serving the two. Your eyes have aged quite a bit since we last met. Harry, won't you tell me your story? Sex incredible. Stars twinkled brightly through the office window, showing just how long the two spoke for. Sure, that's one way to put it. You contain within you the assimilated fragments of no less than 4 Horcruxes of Lord Voldemort. I don't believe there are other ways to put it. Forgive me for saying so, but you should most certainly be dead. Harry let out a short puff of air in amusement. For all that he looked like he was on death's doorstep, Dumbledore was in remarkably good spirits. Flamel said the same thing. Not like I'll be alive much longer anyway. Sorry I can't help you with Neville. Perhaps if he was more stable he'd have risked it, despite being a soul fragment from an entirely different Voldemort, but it seemed almost certain that the next one he touched would mean his death. This place, this couldn't be where he fell. Think nothing of it. We will come up with something. You know, I'm surprised you still have that hand, he said suddenly, changing the subject. The black appendage was highly distracting. You didn't try cutting it off. Perhaps not the first method I went to, but definitely in the top 10, Dumbledore agreed. Alas, it didn't work. In the end, it was Severus who was able to restrict the curse to my hand. We managed to confine it just before it completely overtook my arm before restricting it to the hand alone. But you, again his face fell. You look like you're dying. I am, Harry, Dumbledore confirmed. It is unlikely I will see the new school year begin. That's not fair. The words were almost enough to make him laugh, so childish did they sound in from his mouth, but for once he couldn't help it. I could very much say the same regarding your situation, Dumbledore said solemnly. I at least have lived a very long time. I am not eager to go, but I have accepted it all the same. You though, silence stretched between them. What else was there to say, really? The situation was what it was. Instead, Dumbledore began afresh. Last time you ended up here it was an accident, but that is clearly not the case at present. What did you want to accomplish here? Surely more than us having this conversation. Is there any way that I can help you? Harry trailed off as he thought about his answer. Many reasons came to mind, but felt unsuited for describing his feelings. Did you want to stay? What? No, it's not that. Harry took a deep breath, letting go of the tension that seemed to grip him ever so fiercely these days. The idea was roughly formed from the outset, but he'd acted on such a fierce desire that there was no stopping himself from jumping back through the black pool. When I get back, we're going to try and destroy the last Horcrux. No matter what happens, I don't have long. We haven't heard back from Flamel recently, and he sighed heavily. I wanted to experience this dream one more time. I see. Dumbledore was sad, certainly, but there was an understanding in his eyes that could not be faked. Who did you want to spend time with? You're the Potters, I imagine, but were there others? Harry spoke, and the headmaster paused, caught off guard. Only, are you sure? He asked in confusion. Yes. Whatever Dumbledore thought about his choice, he kept it to himself. Very well. I'll send the message now. Dumbledore paused before adding, You know, you never did give me a definitive answer about which Dumbledore had the better beard. Roman 20, Roman 20. Dumbledore wants me to do what? Tonks lowered her half-raised tumbler of fire whiskey to give Remus a dry look over the kitchen table. Grimmauld Place was a pretty gloomy place for a headquarters, but the Black Cellar never failed to live up to its name. Dark, depressing, and filled with a fortune of well-aged booze. Spend some time with Harry Potter, he repeated, frowning at the mostly empty bottle that sat in front of the young woman. She wasn't an alcoholic by any stretch of the word, but he did see her more frequently with a glass or two these days. The boisterous metamorph that he once entertained more than a passing attraction for wasn't seen anywhere for some time now. The war certainly affected all of them in different ways. Why, I barely know the kid, she said, throwing the shot back with a small wince. A short burst of fire streamed through her nostrils. Merlin, this stuff has a kick. I swear it's not like this at the Cauldron, and I'm there all the time. Of course not. Tom waters your drink down if you're a woman under 30. What? That son of A, and I'm not talking about James's kid. Remus continued over her cursing and swearing to never enter the pub again. The other one that fought with us in the ministry last year. Tonks stopped reaching for the bottle as memories of a very frustrating teen entered her mind. Hang on, he's here. I thought he went back to his home, reality. That's what I thought, but apparently he's back for a short time. And Dumbledore wants me to entertain him. Tell me another one, the metamorph scoffed, pouring herself another shot. Remus just smirked, knowing that she wasn't going to like what he said next. Dumbledore said you'd react like that. Also said this was a priority assignment. The sound of the heavy glass hitting the oak table was a solid one. Much lighter ones swiftly followed as amber liquid splashed a bit of the table, causing it to sizzle slightly. You're shitting me. I would never. The heck am I being forced to spend time with someone? I'm an aura, not a damn babysitter. You can ask him tomorrow when you go to pick up Harry, Remus said with a shrug. It sounded like the kid just needed an order minder for some time. Better her than him. He already made plans with James and Sirius anyway. He's at Hogwarts. Tonks frowned at the spilled drink. I'll do more than that. Roman 20, Harry, are you sure you want to do this? It is a horrible idea, the teen said from his seat in Dumbledore's office. It was mid-morning. Harry slept on a conjured cot, freshening up with magic. It really is. But I couldn't leave without seeing her. Not when I have the opportunity. As I understand it, you were somewhat antagonistic to each other last time. His shoulders slumped a bit. Yeah, I remember. She will no doubt fight this. I figured as much. Then how, Albus? Dumbledore cut off as Harry's eyes met his own. If you could spend a day with Ariana, even though she wasn't your sister, could you really bring yourself to say no? Just like that, the fight left the man. They waited for the next 20 minutes in silence when Harry suddenly sat up, looking over his shoulder at a seemingly random place on the wall, before returning his gaze to his lap. Dumbledore caught the faintest of unintelligible whispers from the teen as he spoke to himself, in what was likely an attempt to calm himself. This was definitely not a good idea. Nymphadora Tonks was barely a foot in the door before she started speaking, hair a few sairs closer to red than usual. Incensed was probably the nicest way to put it. Dumbledore, you can't just threaten me to spend time with him. She shot at the headmaster, pointed finger, the only indication she'd even recognized Harry's presence in the first place. You threatened her, Harry said, with a frown, also looking at the old man, merely impressed upon her the importance of the request. All order missions are volunteer, and I'm sure as hell not volunteering to spend time with him. She turned to Harry with a scowl. You want a metamorph, go back to your own. The Gryffindor immediately looked like the wind was taken from his sails. Dumbledore, as anyone would have expected, was completely unfazed by the woman's anger. Now, Nymphadora, Tonks, she shot at once. Forgive me, Tonks, the headmaster corrected. Harry will be returning home today, but I would like a member of the Order to accompany him until then for safety. He requested you, hard pass. And I agreed, the man continued smoothly. Though, He looked between the two other people in his office with a measure of confusion. I'm aware that last year you were at odds for whatever reason, but as to why that is, I'm afraid you have me at a loss. Tonks scowled as she and Harry's eyes met. He could only maintain his indifference for so long. He couldn't bear his aggression at the person who wore her face. This was a mistake. I'll just be. He motioned vaguely to the door, walking back through it a moment later where it snapped shut on a now silent office. XX stupid. Harry absently thumped the base of his fist into the wall next to the gargoyle. This is stupid. She's not her. What she says doesn't matter. Spoken aloud to assure himself more, the lie did little to change his mood. The gargoyle suddenly stepped aside to let Nymphadora by. She paused just beyond it, meeting his gaze neutrally. She didn't actually let you see that beauty mark, did she? The unspoken question had Harry pulling up short. Of course not, Harry returned automatically, affronted by the thought. You're making it out to be way more than what actually happened. Something did happen then. You got drunk and made out with me. That was it, he added unnecessarily. The woman put a hand to her forehead. What am I, a degenerate? Harry couldn't help but chuckle. You said that too, but I never thought anything of it really. You're not like that. You don't know anything about me, she said, her voice clipped. The nostalgic feeling was instantly broken. And you don't know anything about her, Harry shot back, pushing away the ache in his chest. Look, I said it was a mistake. You can leave. Just stop being so. He didn't finish the sentence. He couldn't find the words. Silence stretched as he stared at his hands, but there was no sound of retreating footsteps. You're close, huh? Harry looked over at the woman in confusion. She was leaning next to the gargoyle, clearly waiting for an answer to her question. Of course. And you too, what, stopped seeing each other or something? That's one way of putting it. There was no ignoring the sadness in his voice. Nymphadora let out a sigh, rubbing her head with the heel of her hand. Look, I don't mean to be that rude about it. I just don't like being forced to do things. Dumbledore was out of line. He shouldn't have pushed you, no, Harry agreed. But he was just trying to help me out. Yeah, he's always working for some kind of do-good goal. I can't stay mad at him, the metamorph complained, much to Harry's amusement. He knew exactly what she was talking about. He explained a bit better, but not really well. You came back to get away from it all, right? Basically, yeah, he confirmed. So why me then? Dumbledore said you only asked to spend time with me. Wouldn't it make way more sense to spend time with the Potters? You realize I'm not your Tonks, right? Her unsaid statement was more than clear. Whatever kind of friendly interest she has in you, I don't share it in the slightest. She said it anyway, of course. Then why? I still want to see you, he said simply, allowing his honest desire to come through, and talk to you. There are things that... He cut off, looking at the ground. It's just been a long time, Nim. Nymphadora watched him in silence. Eventually she turned, beckoning for him to follow. Come on, let's get a drink. XX this. Isn't what I expected, Harry said after a few seconds, watching his companion in concern. Nymphadora rubbed her throat absently as she waited for a refill of her now empty glass of fire whiskey. I said a drink. What else could I have been talking about? She said with a raised eyebrow. Figured you'd take me to the Three Broomsticks. You know, get a butter beer, he said honestly. Upon leaving the castle grounds, she'd side along them to Hogsmeade. It seemed like the obvious destination. But she'd walked right past it without even a glance, leading them to a dusty bar that he'd only been in once before. It was filled with shifty-looking cloaked patrons, despite the early hour. Someone at a back table seemed to be selling tiny vials of something to the people nearby, and almost everyone seemed to be staring at the two odd ones out sitting at the bar. His companion, however, didn't seem bothered in the slightest. Not a chance. Rosmeter's too pushy about my business, Nymphadora said with a disgruntled expression. And she'd never let me get you one of these either. You telling me you've never had one before? Her now refilled glass was accompanied by another smaller one that she pushed in front of him. Harry gave the old bartender a raised eyebrow, the man regarding him with oddly familiar blue eyes. Eyes like that could use a good drink, he said, voice dark and dusty like everything else in the bar. They're old as I am. Harry snorted with humorless amusement, grabbing the glass and draining it in one go. He felt the flames building in his gut, bubbling up rapidly, but reflexively squashed them by flexing his magic through his body like he was rolling his shoulders. Wisps of smoke came up instead, exiting through his nostrils. Those watching, which was practically every person in the pub, considering that who everyone assumed was a Hogwarts student just took a shot trying to look tough in front of a woman, blinked in surprise. Holy, that was cool, Nymphadora said, wide-eyed. Harry grinned in smugness but almost immediately sobered, looking down into the empty glass. Nym begged him to teach her when she found out he could do that. They'd never gotten around to it. It's not hard when you figure out how to do it, he said absently, now staring at the empty glass, flipping it over so that it wouldn't be refilled. That's it for you. I'll get you another, you know, Nymphadora said with a smirk, draining hers with a controlled follow-up exhale of flames. I don't want it, Harry said. Already he felt the alcohol moving through his system. Magical drinks were always something to be wary of, even butter beer after a while. Why are you drinking so much, anyway? She was now on her third. It's not even noon. What are you, my mother? Nymphadora retorted. It's my day off. Quotes on that one. Besides, you're miserable, aren't you? I'm your company. What are you miserable about? He asked, frowning. Why do I need to be miserable to drink? That's not how the saying goes. Fine, lots of stuff. We're at war, aren't we? Can't trust anyone. A death a day, usually more. Families left out to rot in the sun. Most of my friends are gone. Death Eaters running around killing and raping as they like. The ministry's done nothing but pretend like everything is under control. The order is barely any better. We're just busier. Only a matter of time before Voldemort takes over, and then I can probably legally get murdered. Harry blinked as the woman aired her frustrations, no doubt aided somewhat by the drink. For all her insistence that she was not the Nymphadora that he knew, she was still undoubtedly herself. But hey, this is the world we live in, isn't it? Apart from you, I guess, she added with a laugh. What a fucking joke. Nymphadora tonks. They turned to find a hooded man standing close by, ashen face framed by a thick beard. He was giving her an intense gaze. What's it to you? A wand tip pressed into her neck from behind, causing her to go still. Another cloaked wizard flanked them. Harry cursed at his inattention, too focused on her entirely to be aware of his surroundings, another mental curse at the shot he'd taken. He was halfway out of his seat when a hand suddenly grabbed the back of his shirt, and he was pulled off the bar stool, falling to the ground roughly where he was met with a third cloaked figure looking down at him over his shoulder. Beat it, kid. We've got business with the lady. That business made itself known as there was a surge of movement and scuffling, resulting in a grunt of pain, a couple shattered glasses, and the sound of a woman having her face forcefully pushed into a counter. Get off of me! Nymphadora snapped at the man holding her down. Harry could see he had one hand on the back of her head and the other holding her wrist. A wand was still held at her back. Then she started screaming, and his mind went blank. XX Nymphadora gasped in air as the pain went from sharp and agonizing to a dull throbbing that permeated her body. Is that all you've got? She snarled at the Death Eaters, her eyes taking in everything at lightning speed from her held position, despite the sluggishness she felt from the drinks. None of the patrons she could see in her peripheral moved at all, either too afraid or not caring. The bartender was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't see what happened to Harry at all. This is what happens when you oppose the Dark Lord so brazenly, one of her assailants said coldly. The wand pressed into her back, the words were said, and she knew this was it. Avada Kedavra. The man to her left, the one she had a clear view of due to how she was being held, suddenly dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Standing behind him with his wand held aloft was Harry. Dead silence struck the room. Why'd you stop? You looked like you were enjoying it. Nymphadora suppressed a shiver at the lack of inflection in his voice. The wood of the floor creaked impassably loudly as he took a step forward, sparking the reaction of the other Death Eater not holding her. You're dead, you lit, Avada Kedavra. The flash of green from Harry's wand caused a wave of ice to spread through the young Aura's body. 2 people. He just killed 2 people without hesitation, without emotion. Fuck. The third immediately turned on the teen and shot a point-blank curse at his chest, which was impossibly deflected away from the bar and into the still-seated patrons, who scrambled out of the way as best they could. But there was no chance for the heavily robed woman who took the spell in the face. She barely got out a scream before she began choking on her own blood, falling into the man next to her. All through this Harry was unperturbed, eyes locked on his attacker. Anyone else? You could have picked anyone else, and another spell, deflected this time into the ceiling with a snapping of wood. have cared, Crucio, he screamed. He screamed and screamed and screamed. Nymphadora watched in numb stupefaction, unaware that she'd been released for some time now. Eventually he collapsed, and Harry considered him briefly before, for the third time, lighting up the pub with a flash of green. No one moved. No one breathed. Everyone watched the silent teen and his terrifying black and red wand. Nim, she gave a small start, tearing her eyes away from the bodies in the floor. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I should have acted faster. Can you stand? Automatically she tried to obey, only to collapse as her legs would not support her weight. He caught her easily, supporting her with his left while keeping the wand in his right free. I'm fine, we need to go, she finally managed, tearing her eyes away from the bodies and moving about the room. Everyone stared at them. Many wands out, but no one was stupid enough to raise one even a hair. The bartender caught her gaze with oddly intense eyes. Auras will be here soon, he said in a low voice. Instantly she understood. Many places some sort of panic button that sent a distress message to the DMLE. She'd responded herself to some of those calls. Now, though, take the flu. Fireplace, Nymphadora said to Harry, and he moved them close so that she could take some powder and throw it. Come on, she said impatiently, pulling them into the emerald flames as she called their destination. Home. The flames consumed her vision, her only awareness being the twisting and the unwavering pressure at her side. XX, why are we here? The moment they stumbled through the flue, Harry was looking around in confusion. She'd said home, and he'd instantly assumed they were being brought to her apartment. This, however, was very clearly a larger home of some kind. It honestly reminded him a bit of the large sitting room in Grimold Place. My parents' house. It's way safer than my place, Nymphadora said, still leaning into him for support. The flu only lets me through like that in case of an emergency. The wards are good too, way better than my place. Didn't want to risk running into more people. Get me to that chair. Merlin, my head, do you know the sobering charm? No, why would I? He asked, setting her in the chair before taking a position a bit away from her as she steadied herself. The woman muttered something before pulling her wand and pointing it at herself, sighing in relief a few seconds later. She'd been roughed up, but otherwise she looked okay. She let her form fall with a tired breath. A second later, and her usual bright-haired appearance was gone, black and curly hair in its place, framing the iconic visage Harry recognized so well. Even more so now that he'd assimilated memories of Bellatrix from Rodolphus Lestrange. Nymphadora looked as beautiful and cold as ever, closed off to everything around her with dark brown eyes that could have been mistaken as black. Why? Harry asked. This was all he said, but somehow the metamorph understood exactly what he'd been querying, why he was so confused by the action. Even if I like my masks, I have to take them off sometimes, she said simply, looking at her somewhat paler skin tone before meeting his eyes once more. And you're comfortable. The word jumped across his thoughts, unbidden, just temporary. To her obvious surprise, Harry grinned in amusement. The mood of the room lifted significantly. Yeah, I guess that does fit, doesn't it? He looked at the ceiling distantly. It really was quite appropriate. Won't be long before I'm gone. Nymphadora. An older woman with striking resemblance to another very important person in his life, suddenly entered the room. Andromeda Black was the eldest of the Black sisters, and looked the part. A severe expression matching sharp features that age did nothing to diminish. She was only a handful of years older than Narcissa or Bellatrix, but as was usual with witches, age tended to show less with more power. If her sisters were anything to go by, Andromeda was a force to be reckoned with. The woman instantly took in Harry and her daughter, freezing on the latter as her eyes narrowed marginally. Don't look at her like that. Shocked gazes turned to their guest, who was currently radiating anger. In 3 steps he positioned himself between mother and daughter, staring the former down unflinchingly. The older woman was clearly taken aback by the sudden interruption. The adrenaline that just begun to dissipate was suddenly back up to full. Excuse me, she said indignantly. Just who Potter's boy? Andromeda's expression was a mix of confusion and irritation. While I don't know what you are doing here, I don't think I need to remind you whose home you are in. Don't care, said Harry, not moving an inch in any direction. Don't look at Nymphadora like that. What are you on about? Andromeda said curtly, eyes narrowing in suspicion. She's not your sister. The temperature of the room dropped perceptibly. Andromeda's expression became steely while Nymphodora's paled, hidden behind the teen's back. "Do not speak about something that you know nothing of," Andromeda said coldly, moving forward so that she more sharply looked down on him. "Nor is it any of your business. Take the flu and go back to your home." If she believed that he would be intimidated, she was sorely mistaken. Just because you regret being related to her doesn't mean you can just push it all off on your— Harry cut off abruptly as Andromeda's hand caught him clean across the side of his face. "Keep speaking, and I will use my wand next. Consequences be damned. James Potter has another son to continue the line. Don't think he won't be hearing about this regardless. You should treasure her." Harry continued without pause, ignoring the stinging on his cheek. Just another reminder that this was all real. A memory of another woman with the same face, broken and crying while her husband held her close. His voice became bleak. "You still have her here." Still looking up at the teen's back, Nymphadora suddenly felt cold. He never said it directly, but in that moment it was clear that he couldn't, that he didn't want to say it. He came back here simply to see her, not the family he apparently never had. He quite literally killed for her, and this whole time she just— "I'm horrible. I—" She died, didn't she? The impact was automatic. His entire body seemed to come under a heavy weight, pulling everything down, including his gaze. Her mother blacked up slightly at the complete shift in demeanor, and Harry glanced back over his shoulder. There was a distant pain in his eyes that she felt in her chest. Fiendfire. Now her mother was even more confused, half going for her wand out of habit. No doubt this exceeded her feeling of unarmed discomfort. Harry didn't even seem to notice, finally allowing himself to move from between the two women as he walked aimlessly in a direction out of the room. Andromeda seemed to have stalled out a bit, but automatically made to follow the boy. "Mum, don't. I'll explain in a bit, just let me." Nymphadora pushed herself up and after the teen, finding him almost at once looking at a framed photo of her on a shelf among others. "Sorry, Nym, I need to go." "Sure, keep going that way." It's the front door. Nymphadora followed him to the door and opened it for him, pausing as he crossed the threshold into the mild outdoor air. "Did you see me die?" she asked, unable to resist the question. Harry closed his eyes, turning away. "No, I felt it." He was referencing his sensing. She remembered it well from when they'd first met. One second she was there in the building, the next she was gone, burned away. "I'm sorry." Harry simply looked at her, took her in from top to bottom. When he finally did speak, she knew he wasn't talking to her. "Me too. Bye, Nym." With that, he walked away, vanishing after a couple of steps with nothing more than a whisper of the wind. Nymphadora let out a harsh breath, tension falling from her shoulders that she didn't know was there. She embraced the few seconds of stillness she could find in the moment before moving back inside and shutting the door with a snap. Now she needed to explain what happened to her mother. Everything. A lock of curly black hair fell before her eyes, and she considered it briefly before tucking it behind an ear. It did not change back to pink. Her face merely shifted expressions as opposed to structure. Honestly, she just didn't feel like hiding today. XXXXXXXXXXXXX author's note. When I first started writing this, I actually planned a full week with Harry interacting with different people each day. It was fun and entertaining, fairly light-hearted overall, and included characters that never got screen time during the first interlude. Then as time went on, and I gave myself more opportunities to think about what I was actually writing, I realized that Harry would probably want none of what I was planning. In reality, he'd just want a chance to get back something that he lost. And so this was all he wanted in the end. It was never meant to make him happy. He never expected to get closure from it. He just wanted more of a thing that he couldn't have again. I think we can all relate to at least the sentiment. Author's update. Once again, we return with an update to the story. Probably about once a year I reread my story and make grammar edits and whatnot to improve the experience. I only push them to the site when I've done so for the entire story. That shit takes some time. Obviously, the last update was 3 years ago when my daughter was born, and my priorities have shifted massively. A lot has changed really, leading to my inclusion of one large story edit that does have an impact to things. The Harry/Tonks stuff. I'll be real with Wyall. I just straight garboed any romance between these two that was left from when I first came up with the fic when I was a kid. Not only do I not like it anymore, but it's also something that I continue to get negative, Genuine, not trolling, feedback about these days. Peeps are right, and it's gotta go for the good of the story, not to mention shaping the story up a bit more for keeping in line with FFnet kosher content. Everything has been retooled to support a strong friendship between the two with no actual pursuit of romance. I also want to avoid undermining the Harry Tracy thing that I've built up. Finally, I've got an actual chapter that is nearly done. Expect something new within the next week or so. Cheers.